openings in the hospital walls. What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's first floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself, now! Have you visited Milt of Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny, and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now! As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference. and players can move between them with a zipline, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air.
Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape when trapped at high altitude. You might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll's skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of version 2.2 Skill Introduction. Today, let's take a look at Play Zone Analysis. Play Zone Analysis helps players locate the next play zone. The information will also be shared with all members of the team. Take note that there is a limited number of times you can use this skill, so players must master the timing of this skill. Play Zone Analysis can help players quickly reach the play zone to gain the upper hand, while avoiding conflicts and ambushes. Play Zone Analysis is highly versatile, especially on a map like Erangel, where players are inclined to avoid battle. This skill is especially suitable for players who prefer to get well equipped before heading into battle. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. The other skills also have unique features. Test different combinations out for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time. after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Nusa. Supply scan can give teams an early game advantage and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the supply scan skill will definitely prove to be of great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Hey there, fellow PUBG Mobile players! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has the skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or are plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! In this video, we'll be introducing the Vehicle Airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown and a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of this skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that, when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and zip lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these two mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated one new vehicle and two new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a two-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the Ferry Pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above, best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hello and welcome to day 3 of, well, again, this is the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship, where, of course, we continue on with day 3. I'm going to be Laura joined in along with Necro this time around. And again, now it is all thanks to Oppo for making this all happen. But boy, oh boy, as we continue along with the journey, Necro, it is getting pretty exciting and interesting and also a little scary now because 2 days are done, 2 more days remain. And
Exactly.
it is going to get a little bit more tougher, I believe, for these teams
It is.
who are definitely the ones who are sitting on the latter half of the leaderboard.
Exactly, man. I mean, latter half and that are not even close to qualifying. Things are going to get really even much more tougher for them. And there's some big names involved in there too. And considering the amount of, I mean, there are 3 slots available for the PMGC from this SA Championship. So there's a lot on the line, man. Not just that, even the glory. I mean, keep this a thing in mind. 3 teams have already qualified from here, which is I8, of course, IIT, and then Godlike Stalwart. Now, 3 more slots will be going ahead in the PMGC. So that's big.
Oh, it definitely is. And again, along with all of that, now you talk about, I mean, the conversation which we can continue on that Fixes actually started off with, that was based on Skylightz Gaming, right? I mean, they have not been able to qualify for it, but the way that they're playing from day one itself, it's looking like they might as well be able to move on ahead, right? The way they've been able to consistently get those numbers up. And along with that, of course, what has been able to motivate all these teams and players is massive prize pool, which is, of course, always going to be on the line for all of these 16 teams. $150,000 on the line. Along with that, the MVP, the player who is going to be the MVP of the entire league itself, of the entire tourney itself, will walk away with $2,000 in his own bank.
Yeah, I mean, that's big right there. Of course, as you mentioned, another factor that will add on even more pressure on these teams and on these players. Now, keep this thing in mind. Yesterday, DRS, they had a fantastic day in which, in the end, they got a back-to-back chicken dinner and also a complete, consistent day, too. Before those 2 games, they also had another game with second finish and 6 elimination points. So DRS's day yesterday was incredible, and right now they have a cushion. They have 1 game cushion with them. If a team like Godlike Stalwart or even Skylightz Gaming is able to close on up and even get a chicken dinner today, that can be massive. As you guys did see the point structure in front of you, of course, nothing special. This is the point structure you guys have been looking at since a long time now, and as you do see the contenders too. Yesterday we saw a little bit of semblance of life from the side of Magnus too.
Oh, definitely we did, and that again is going to be that much more in conversation today. And as the day starts off, that is a team that, of course, we are going to be keeping a very keen eye towards, as well as to what exactly are they going to be bringing to the table, because it is today is going to be one of the most critical days. If today the teams are not able to get the comeback story converted for themselves, then it is going to be almost next to impossible for them to be able to pick up their pace tomorrow. But again, we'll talk more about that later on, as we do have the storyboard on our screens, which is the overall ranking. And looking right off the bat, on the top is going to be DRS Gaming. As Necro did mention, I mean, yesterday's flawless 2 back-to-back chicken dinners resulted in them getting a lot of points accumulated for themselves. Of course, the Erangel and the Miramar game to close the day off yesterday were the ones that we are talking about, where 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, resulting in total 166 points. Now, we can actually say that, yes, if at all there is a team that's creating a lead and creating a difference in terms of the points, it is going to be DRS Gaming.
I mean, yeah, as I said, 1 game cushion. Right now, they have a decent amount of points lead for themselves, and they can definitely try to rely on it. But I personally would say no. Building even more of a lead would be definitely a great thing for the side of DRS, but there's still another teams like DEW. We saw an incredible clutch from the side of Doc yesterday, and that is something we cannot ignore at all. I mean, against one of the big teams out there, and Doc just made it look like a piece of cake. Played that to perfection. Those micro adjustments too that we saw from the side of Docs was of course perfect, but even the enemy team made a little bit of vital mistakes, and that's why they end up losing that entire scenario. And it was a 1-on-4 situation too in the end. So that's something that'll definitely shake their minds off. And right now, as you do take a look at the latter half of the overall rankings, MABETEX Esports, Quantum Rage, Elementrix, T2K Esports, some big names are on the latter half of the board.
Absolutely. Now, them to be sitting down so low on the overall ranking itself. But that are going to be played out in the next hours for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, man, the overall rankings is definitely looking quite interesting too. As I said, of course, the first half of the board is going to be quite fragile and sensitive, but the latter half of the board, things are going to be quite interesting there too. Now, DEW, they're slowly and steadily on that climb too, but they're still not able to find that consistency factor that is really needed inside the games. Don't get me wrong, there have been some games where the players of DEW are definitely striking in, but it's not as well as the teams like DRS, Godlike Stalwart, and even Skylightz Gaming are doing. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, with the way they're rotating inside the circles and the sort of positioning game they have been showing so far, it has been immaculate. And same thing goes with the players of DRS too, but the firepower, even from the side of DRS, is a little bit more stronger compared to Skylightz Gaming. As you do have the MVP rankings in front of you too, and right now Gyante is leading the charge from the side of DRS, and yeah, DRS is complete domination, man. This is why Gyante is over there on the top, and then on the second spot is Top, of course, from the side of Godlike Stalwart. On the third is Doc, who was the man who pulled off an insane clutch in the past, and again, it's not something that we've seen for the first time. The players of DEW are well versed of doing that over and over again. And even if I do see another player of DEW in the same sort of a clutch scenario, I would still say that there's a big chance he might just take it home. On the other hand, you have Action 2 on the 4th spot with, again, I mean, the MVP rankings, Action is there. But one thing that has been really sort of striking me is that usually I'm sort of used to seeing Action in that first spot, right? But Action this time's not there. Even in the PMPL fall split in the league days too, Action wasn't there on the first spot. But right now, Action's sitting on the 4th. Again, maybe he can make the climb surely enough, because there are still a couple more days to go. I mean, by a couple more, I mean counting today in and tomorrow in, they only have 2 more days to go. 12 more games left in the hands. So not a lot of games left. And speaking of the games too, man, tomorrow too, we have a little bit of surprise lined up for you guys, but that's something that we're not going to try to review right now. On the other hand, though, as we were talking about teams and stuff, now today's schedule, I'm speculating is pretty much going to be the same thing that we have been looking at forward to. Of course, kicking things off in Erangel, nothing special, but what I'm really looking forward to is this head-to-head that's about to pop up in front of us. And this head-to-head, again, will just clear a lot of things, as you do see the head-to-head between DRS of PMPL South Asia Championship Day 1 and Day 2. And there's going to be a big leap from the side of DRS in this performance. As you can see, the damage dealt in front of us, of course, 1,045. Now, these are the average stats of Day 1 and Day 2. And on the Day 2, you can see the massive leap of 1,501.8 damage dealt. And the healing done too is, of course, going to be way much more bigger. But look at this elimination, 7.5. The improvement from the side of DRS has been incredible. I mean, you talk about doing homework, and this is what the players of DRS have done. Went back to their drawing boards, did as much as homework as possible. We saw some clean rotations from the side of DRS2. I still remember that one Erangel game where they rotated all the way from southern side to northern side, and then they secured that chicken dinner. Again, I mean, DRS, they have been perfect in all the aspects of the game so far, and hopefully they're able to keep it up too, because as I said, it's easy to be on the first spot, but it's going to be tougher to maintain that, considering you have big giants like Godlike Stalwart, IHC, and even Skylightz Gaming chasing you down. And I'm really surprised over the fact that even T2K have found themselves on the 5th spot, so they're even in that top 5. Now, yesterday, for high voltage, the day wasn't that great. Maybe today, high voltage will try to get the pace back inside the game. I mean, we were saying that before ending the show yesterday, we said that, okay, it's time for teams to go back to the drawing board and get their homework done. And I'm pretty sure the players of high voltage must have done that. And that's what we're waiting for them. And in this head-to-head, I mean, even Nox, overall, aggression has been amped up from the side of DRS. They're really not backing away from those fights. And it just seems like they have gotten rid of those jitters that they were having on the day 1. On day 2, they are looking way much more comfortable inside the lobby. This is the type of DRS that we saw in the league stages too. And now this is the type of DRS that was pretty much the similar replication is being shown inside the South Asia Championship. With that being said, we're still waiting for the Pakistani teams to really strike inside the lobbies. And considering the fact that even I8, right now, they're at least on the first half of the board. They're on the 8th spot with 90 points. I8 is definitely struggling. Now, top 3 is the goal here. But considering I8 has already made it inside the PMGC, so things are not going to be that difficult for them anyways. But as I said, they should not take these lobbies just like casual lobbies. They should try to practice. They should take these as warm-up lobbies for the PMGC and try to take it as serious as possible and try to take some duels. Try to take some head-on-head collision fights. That'll really help them to just warm up for the PMGC and pretty much just get rid of those jitters and nerves. As we have the head-to-head as well of I8 in front of us of day 1 and day 2. And you can see on day 2, there is a little bit of improvement from their side. But in the elimination bracket, there's a drastic improvement. Even the survival time and I8 overall, they have improved way much more compared to day 1. As I said, baby steps are definitely being seen from their side. Another team that we really cannot ignore and that we saw yesterday taking a lot of good moves and good measures is Quantum Rage. And Quantum Rage, right now, they're on the 10th spot. For them to try and topple over teams like MABETEX and pretty much just enter inside the top 8 is not going to be that difficult today. If they keep on playing the way they played yesterday, I mean, if you ask me, am I satisfied with the way they played yesterday? I would say absolutely not. With the way they were playing was pretty much just stay quiet, hope that the circle is going to be favoring you, and pretty much just try to stay consistent, not really relying that much on the elimination points, instead just completely focusing on those placement points. And if you're really eyeing out for their top 3, that's not going to be enough. You really need to excel in all the brackets. You need to be good even in the elimination point status, and that's where the players of Quantum Rage are definitely struggling. But I8, I mean, this team has had an insane glory in the past too, man. You can never take anything away overall from this organization and what they have offered for the entire PMPL Pakistan region. It's just incredible to see these 4 players doing quite well. But one thing I can say for sure, inside the South Asia Championship, they are definitely trying, but the struggle is there no matter what. Maybe day 3 is where they will be able to pretty much just shake all those jitters and not be shy in taking those fights, and maybe we'll see them be even more aggressive, because from what I remember, the Pakistan region is really known for their aggression, and unfortunately, just because they're not really able to aggress that much inside these lobbies, because they're always getting punished whenever they try to do so, I mean, they'll need to try to find a counter, man. And some teams have already done so. I mean, Quantum Rage is a complete opposite thing of that. They like to play it safe and sound. They like to play it as passive as possible. So overall, things have definitely been looking great for them. Another team that has really been a big concern for me personally, and even I'm pretty sure Fixes was having a little talk about them too, is MABETEX Esports. And MABETEX currently sitting on the 9th spot, barely on the latter half of the board. This is something that really needs to be acknowledged, because if MABETEX is not able to perform, then that's a big name right there. 4 players who are insanely skilled, who have a big glory, who have a big name in the past too. They're quite experienced. They're well known inside the South Asia region. And if they're not able to qualify, this can definitely be a big punch in the gut for a team like that. And yeah, as we have been mentioning this over and over again, Demo's absence has really been hurting them big time. But as we do have that, as we were talking about MABETEX Esports, and as we were speaking about Demo, and Demo pretty much left the entire squad of Seal and moved on over to IHC. And right now, as you can see, IHC's head-to-head 2 in front of us of day 1 and day 2. And you can see IHC, I mean, sort of the similar type of performance. In day 2, there has been a little downfall, but again, what matters is the consistency, and that's what the players of IHC are really able to deliver on. Yesterday, they got a chicken dinner, and that's something that's still keeping them alive on the 4th spot. Now, if you ask me how much difference is there on the 4th and 5th, there's a decent amount of difference, but they cannot rely on that cushion anymore, because that cushion's not like 1 game or 2 game cushion. It's just pretty much, if T2K has a decent game, they will pretty much topple over the players of IHC. So IHC, they really do have a lot of paranoia building up on them. But as I mentioned, even IHC is qualified in. So for them, the main goal over here has to be the prize pool. And right now, I mean, the teams that have made it inside the entire global championship, they're pretty much just fighting for the prize pool here. As you do take a look at the highlights too, you can clearly just see, yeah, this moment from Demo, it was definitely something that even surprised me too. I did not expect this coming from the side of Demo, just hiding inside a bush, waiting for the player to be completely exposed, and then just strikes in like it's nothing. This third party from the side of IHC was immaculate too, where they instantly wiped out the players of T2K, and right now T2K is the one that is haunting them in the overall rankings. Overall, all the teams that are at least in the top 5, they are doing pretty okay. If you speak about high voltage though, that can be complete another topic. Yesterday, we saw them trying their best to get those chicken dinners in their hands, but unfortunately, there were just so many circumstances in which high voltage were really choking up. And one of those chokes were, of course, I mean, we saw, I don't really need to, just mention that choke over and over again, because at this point, it'll just be rubbing salt on the wounds. But Blotter, yeah, welcome back,
True,
man.
Mate. Again, I'm so sorry, Necro, for that hiccup, mate, but indeed, I completely agree with you, and there's no reason to even bring up that choke point, because again, it was a different day that we're talking about, a different storyline that nobody wants to even mention, nobody wants to recap, I'm sure, because today is going to be the most critical day. Yesterday was the middle ground, so to say, for teams to start maybe understanding, all right, this is the kind of playstyle that we can now accept and anticipate from their opponents as well as ourselves, and that kind of worked out decently for themselves. But of course, along with all of that, today being a brand new day, we also do have to talk about the brand new map itself, Necro, that has been added on, which is going to be Nusa. Now, Nusa journey is definitely going to be a lucrative one for quite a lot of brand new players, as well as I'm sure the veterans as well in the scene, because, well, it is a small map, definitely. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it is much more smaller than Sanhok, so it is going to be providing a lot many more opportunities for those third parties, 4 parties at the same point in time. Again, it comes in with a lot of different antiques that can be added on, right? The dynamic play that can be added on as you get the crosshair move on along based on well, again, we'll definitely be looking at that, as we do have surprise for our viewers for tomorrow's games. But right now moving on with the day, of course, schedule, which is going to be bringing up the 6 games that are going to be played out today. And starting right off the bat, we are going to be looking at the Erangel game, which is going to be, of course, match number 13 for all of these teams. In total, all of them are going to be participating, of course, in total of 24 matches in this 4-day affair. And yeah, I mean, today they're going to be starting off with match number 13. Let's see who is going to be the one walking away with the chicken dinner. But along with that, again, the question that needs to be raised right now, Necro.
Yeah.
What team do you want it to be that should walk away with that chicken dinner, mate?
Oh, man. I was having this conversation where I was really worried about a couple of teams, and one of those has to be IHC and high voltage. Now, again, the only reason why I said high voltage is because yesterday, as I said, they have been in some sort of choke scenarios. Hopefully, they have been able to recover and pretty much come back inside today with a clean slate. Because if you're not really able to recover, and if that's going to keep on haunting your thought over and over again, then your mental is not going to be that strong inside the game. So high voltage, they really do need to get their mental strong once again and try and strike back inside the lobby, because they're on the 6th spot in the overall ranking. So my prediction for the first game is going to be high voltage. What about you?
All right. Well, I definitely want to keep it keep it a little goofy, maybe. How about we go with I8? It's Agon i8 from my side. It is a very, very tough conversion as the way that the players of i8 have been playing. It is, and we spoke about this yesterday as well during the game, right, Necro? Where it is definitely a tough climb for them. But you know what? Today is one of those days that the team needs to deliver, and perhaps they're the only ones for a fact that are on the first page, sitting on the 8th spot with 0 chicken dinners as of now, whereas all the other teams above them, from 1 all the way down to 7th position, have at least 1 chicken dinner. So therefore, nothing taken off from the start. That's the only thing that I want to be able to see. That team of Agon i8 sitting on the first page without a chicken dinner should get one from this game.
Okay, yeah, as you said, yeah, with sitting on the first page without a chicken dinner. And another team that is still sitting on the first page without a chicken dinner. Oh, no, I was about to say T2K, but then I noticed that, okay, they have gone 1 chicken dinner, so they are okay. And T2K, yeah, pretty much yesterday, if I'm not wrong, they were able to get 1. So, yeah, so right now, at least they're doing pretty okay. So at least right now, they're doing pretty okay. So overall, every single team, as you mentioned, yeah, in the first half of the board, they have at least 1 chicken dinner on their name, other than i8, and now that's what we're waiting for. So I would say that's a great pick from your side. But another team that is really close to i8 is MABETEX, dude. And there's a big chance, even inside this game, if they have even a decent game, that can really just topple them over i8. And considering the fact with how i8 has been doing inside the game, it's sort of a similar story compared to MABETEX.
I'd agree with that. In fact, and I think we could actually flip the coin on this one, because I believe we spoke about this as well yesterday while casting you and I, where MABETEX was brought onto the picture, and as we started bringing them up, as the game progressed on, as the day in fact progressed on, that is yesterday, MABETEX did pick up the pace a little bit, did end up taking decent, opportunities for themselves. So I'd rather, in fact, argue that MABETEX perhaps has a better chance of getting a chicken dinner than i8. But yeah, putting it all down to the petri dish, they are pretty much in the equal playing field. But let's see, today being a brand new start to another day altogether in the battleground itself. Let's see which team will it be walking away with a chicken dinner from the first game, as all these 16 teams are definitely going to be looking forward to bring in their A-game performance today, because it's now or never, mate. It is now or never. With that, talking about the flight path itself, we're going to be starting all the way down south from Novorupnoy, taking itself all the way to Georgia. Now, this is definitely going to be dissecting the map, but also providing the Agon i8 a perfect drop, because they've been going down towards Georgia's Archy region. So that is going to be working out for them. But while they wait in the plane for their drop to come by, all the other teams would have already dropped across, right? Because theirs is going to be one of the last drops. In fact, it is the last drops that Agon i8 are going to have to be working towards. But before we move on towards the last drops itself, we have Novorupnoy, where the plane started off, where Godlike Stalwart have already taken a jump. Along with them, we do also have DEW making their presence felt on the military base. I honestly wonder, Necro, if today we can maybe get these two teams on the military base to have a little bit of a scuffle between them before they make that rotation. Ooh, and it seems like the zone will actually provide that sort of an opportunity.
Ooh, so, I mean, they haven't really been clashing against each other, if you ask me. And the chances of that happening are pretty rare too, considering the fact that DEW likes to go from the left side, and Godlike Stalwart, of course, likes to go away from the right side. So both of them have their own individual pathways pretty much just done and secured. So it's really tough for these two teams to try and even get engaged in a fight. But as you said, because of the circle, maybe there's a chance. But still, I would say it's highly unlikely for these two teams to try and even clash. So the chances of that happening are pretty low. Another team that I'm really going to be eyeing out for, or that I think will have a massive chance of getting a chicken dinner, is DRS, because yesterday they ended things on a back-to-back 2 chicken dinner, so they still have the sort of thing, they still have the flow going on inside the game. So overall, if they are able to win this one too, they will really do a great job in capitalizing on all that momentum they have right now. On the other hand, I mean, R3G, another one of those teams that is still on the struggling side. They really do need to amp things up. I mean, pretty much, as you said, the latter half of the board, this is their day. If they're not able to do anything today as well, pretty much just count them out.
True. Definitely, because we've already seen, I mean, the performance coming in from DRS yesterday has upped the ante quite a lot on the first page itself, right? Because DRS has 166 points, which again gives them at least a decent 30-point lead compared to the team sitting on the second. And that itself clearly provides a motivation for the team sitting on the second and the positions below that to be able to bring their performance up, which eventually for the team sitting on the latter half is going to be an opportunity running away from them if they're not able to capitalize on every single fight that they are going to be part of today. Then it is looking like a next to impossible scenario, as like we just mentioned, the points are so the point difference is so stark between the teams sitting on the first and second page. But along with that, talking about this game itself, again, we do have quite a lot of teams who are going to be working towards perhaps a late rotation. It's very early right now, of course, as it's only 2 minutes into the game. We've got Quantum Rage this time around actually changing the way they want to be able to play as they make their presence felt towards Zarki, which they have not done so yet. Now, along with that, Agonxi8 are going to have to be extra cautious about their rotation, because earlier, yesterday is what I mean to say, they had Zarki to themselves on the map of Erangel. Now they don't, and I'm not sure if they have noticed another team jumping down towards. They ought to have noticed another team going down towards Quantum, towards Zarki. My apologies, but if they have not, and they start making an early rotation, well, there's Quantum Rage, there's IHC, there's T2K, so many teams in the playing field of the rotation that could be made from I8. So an iffy, dicey position for them to be stuck in, but we'll come back to that later.
Yeah, definitely not impossible to get out of it, though, you know? I mean, there's a chance they might run into it, but if I finds themselves a great timing in that rotation, then things can be okay for them. IT, of course, I don't think so. They're going to try to take another rotation inside this circle. I fairly doubt that. But even if they do, then maybe things can definitely be quite tough. On the other hand, speaking of tough all the way inside Gatka, another one of those teams where eyes are definitely going to be locked onto them. Magnus, as I said yesterday, there was a little bit of semblance of life into them, as we did see in one of those games. Magnus were just completely dominating it. But unfortunately, later, they were not really able to get that chicken dinner. It got stolen away from them in the end. DRS Gaming, the flow that they've had, it's immaculate. The momentum right now is in their favor. They can definitely try to take advantage of that and strike at the right opportunity. DEW, yesterday, I would say an okay stay. Not something that they would really want to be proud of, though. Again, I mean, the only reason why they won that game was because Doc clutched it out, and that's the only reason. You can never rely on a single player's heroics all the time.
True. Absolutely. But again, if at all Doc's stats are to prove anything, it seems like he's the only one in the lobby who we can trust to do something like that, to bring in a clutch like that, because he's done it not twice, but now I believe thrice, right? Because he's already done that twice in the SA as well. And so, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, when you've only got a tournament where you're lasting for 4 days, and within those 4 days, you need to be able to make a mark. You need to be able to jump up ahead in front of the competition. Yeah, in those sort of situations, you definitely do not want to be relying on just a single person to be able to clutch it out. But GG play definitely was from the side of DEW's Doc. But I would love to be able to see a lot more of those sort of, plays from the side of DE Warriors, as I'm sure so are the fans waiting to be able to see DEW to bring up that sort of an antic play into this lobby. With that, on our screen is going to be DRS Gaming, a team that were able to get back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday, are sitting on the first position as of now, and the Real Soldiers have a good lead working for themselves. And then comes in MABETEX on our screens. Now, MABETEX Esports, we've spoken about them. Definitely a well-calibered, well-oiled machine, as Fixes likes to call them, call a team. And MABETEX, all they need to be able to do today is stick close to each other, as they are doing right now, but also stick away from your opponents, which right now they've got Skylightz Gaming to perhaps maybe worry about a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see if MABETEX is going to be extending their hands in this fight, or are they going to be working towards the two-man split, which we already see them doing.
I mean, let's speak about the realistic expectations here from a team like MABETEX, right? If you ask me, are they going to be able to make it in the top 3?
Ooh.
Legitimately, my answer is going to be no. Now, again, I might sound pretty rough here, but as I said, those are my realistic expectations. Those are my expectations, my individual expectations. Other people can have different. Of course, you have your own opinion. You guys can put it up there. But I personally think for MABETEX to take a top 3, considering how they have been performing inside this entire PMPL, yeah, I don't think so that's possible. But they can definitely try to fight for the glory. They can definitely try. I mean, they can definitely try to fight for the pride, right?
Oh yes, and perfectly do have the opportunity, hopefully as well, to be able to work towards, if nothing else, towards the chicken dinner. But just to kind of summarize what you just said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'd like to say in that is, do they have a possibility to get into the top 3? Probably not. But can they work towards it? Definitely can. Yeah. Now, that all boils down to how are they going to be able to play and how is the lobby going to be playing against them, which in turn brings us back to the stats that we work towards to be able to create a storyline. And talking about the stats itself, again, it is pretty evident that, you know what, no matter how harsh we might sound, you're absolutely bang on the money, mate, that, yeah, it's very, very, very difficult for MABETEX to be able to, get into the top 3. But at the same point of time, they can definitely try. And that is where I'll leave it at.
Exactly. I mean, there's always going to be that fight for the pride, right? Why give up when there's still a chance? You can always try to get the chance. You never know, even if there's 1% chance, maybe, if you're lucky enough, you can get your hands on that 1%. Dude, you always got to keep on trying, though. But
again, I'm expecting a trolley. Now, correct me if I'm wrong in my thinking right now, right? I'm expecting a trolley play based on what the zone is going to be doing from the PUBG gods, because I just got a glimpse of the airdrop. Now, the airdrop had an MK14. All right, level 3 vest and level 3 kit. All right, perfect, fine. Hunky-dory, that is pretty good. Definitely a good loot to have. But along with an MK14, if you're being provided an 8x, you have to ponder. What are the PUBG gods thinking? I mean, how much more trolley are you going to be in this game? And I think this is just the start to what the zone itself is going to be bringing, as we've only got the first airdrop to work with for these teams.
I mean, I personally am a guy that really likes to use that gun in automatic.
Yeah, but 8x?
Not an 8x, no, not an 8x at all. But no, that's what I'm saying. I don't like to use it as a DMR, even though it's a fantastic gun in the long ranges too. But I personally just like to put on a red dot and go at it, because I feel like it just packs a big punch. And in close ranges, it's really hard for the enemy team to even consider winning a fight against you, because you are just hitting them with some insane shots, and those deal insane amount of damage too. So it's really tough to recover from those. But right now, as we did finally witness some sort of action on the board, a couple of shots were taken on the players of High Voltage, in which Mullik has been chipped down a lot. He's now patching himself up, of course, slowly and steadily bandaging up, but High Voltage, they don't really have the best of the spots. But again, the circle is something that can never be trusted on.
Oh, and with that, Regicide have already taken on shots against the players of MABETEX, as Leo, I believe, was the one who was brought down. And yep, we do have it. Regicide are going to be able to, in fact, not only that, but also bring down the numbers of MABETEX Esports, as they have been brought down to a 3-man squad. We've got the first blood being created right here from the side of Regicide. And on the other front, it seems like TUF, they're actually in an interesting sandwich situation, where just a couple of minutes ago, we saw them getting information against High Voltage, and at the same point in time, they also do have crosshairs set up towards, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there we have it. I mean, a chaotic play that TUF is playing against Magnus as well. But again, going back to the first blood situation itself, Regicide right here have exact information against MABETEX and where MABETEX Esports' players are stuck at. At the same point in time, look at that flank angle. That is where we've got another team that's going to be in the name of Skylightz Gaming that also have a third-party opportunity to be able to create and capitalize upon, once again, against MABETEX. But yeah, it seems like a 12-minute marker. A lot of these teams are now finally deciding to take on shots and sprays, as we do have IHC Esports also trying to get some sprays against Sirius from Quantum Rage, who's not able to deliver any massive punches as of yet. But that's okay. Again, the information has been relayed to Quantum Rage's players as well, that they better be careful. And Quantum Rage's players, interestingly enough, it seems like they've got a 2-man split also going on, where Tentanatan as well as Senior are going to be sticking to a flank. At the same point in time, Sirius is the man who was definitely caught on by Icy. So let's see if Sirius can play a baity game in order to get Tentanatan as well as Senior understand where their opponents are at.
Where is the fourth man of Quantum Rage?
Right, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to find, because if he's way too far away from the squad, then I'm not sure how good of a strategy this is going to be. And that's the only man I'm trying to find, because, again, if he's isolated all by himself, then you never know what sort of a circumstance or what sort of a situation these teams going to find himself in. But yeah, as soon as the circle hits the deck, every single team now is going to try to make it inside. A huge wave of vehicles try to make it in. IT2 instantly just booking it for the circle. VENOM Legends, they found themselves in the prime spot. All they need to do is just hunker down on it.
Oh, they're looking pristine. VENOM Legends find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone as of now. Down south from them is going to be DRS, the real soldiers, approaching that exact same position towards the center of the zone. But we'll see how quickly are VENOM Legends going to be able to capitalize and how dynamically are they going to be able to control that center position for themselves. But right now on our screen, there's going to be T2K Jane, of course, trying to toy away with his opponent right here, as it is going to be none other than exactly right.
He's just yeah, he's not sure if the Skylightz Gaming have any sort of backup available, so he's just like driving around hoping that maybe someone will shoot at him and then he can instantly try to run away. But he realized that no one's taking any shots, so he realized that he's safe to eject out the vehicle and get the confirmation.
And the baity play from him, from T2K Jane, is not going to be played out against Skylightz Gaming, at least for this moment as of now. With that, look at the rotation being made from Agonxi8 on the map, Necro. They made it all the way from north, as we saw Quantum Rage stuck towards exactly what we have on our screens. From here, northern side of the zone, they made a rotation all the way down south, and now are going to be entering the zone from Milta. A perfect rotation that's been created from Agonxi8, but we'll have to come back to that, because right now on our screens, we do have Regicide taking on perfect sprays against the players of Quantum Rage, where Quantum Rage are going to be pushing on ahead towards the compound, which again, for now, it seems like the two-man split from Quantum Rage is going to be turning into a four-man army. But at the same point of time, IHC, Mongolia against Mongolia domination is going to be showcased right here, where IHC actually have been able to capitalize on the one elimination point against none other than Godlike Stalwart player.
Yeah, not a great start for the side of Godlike Stalwart. Action was just all by himself inside that building and instantly got capitalized on. As you said, position was compromised. The players of IT didn't even think for a second, instantly just went inside, got the confirmation, and now they've found themselves on the edge of the circle. As the wall of death is starting to move in from the back lines too. As I mentioned, the circle is not trustworthy at all. It can take a hard shift anytime, and that's what has exactly happened right now. The circle is shifted a little bit on the right side. Still, though, it has centered on up. And if you ask me, VENOM Legends are still in a really good spot. A little bit down south, but it's something they can definitely afford to stay on. I mean, Fragboy is in the front. If Fragboy is able to keep his position anonymous, I think the Fragboy should not move at all.
I'd agree. I would definitely agree with that. Because again, the play that has been created right here from the side of VENOM Legends itself, Fragboy is the one who is pushing up ahead towards, again, perhaps even getting into the crosshairs of a couple of opponents, but at the same time, all of his three teammates are backing him up. And no matter what the zone shift is going to be like, it seems like they will hopefully be able to capitalize on that. With that, we move on ahead towards another fight that we just mentioned. It was Mongolia against Mongolia domination, where it is seeming like IHC are also being damaged a little bit, as they were able to bring down Godlike Stalwart's player. Godlike Stalwart have retaliated, and they were able to bring down Godless, but thankfully, IHC, Godless's teammates were around the corner to give him the revival. That means IHC is still going to be a four-man army. Along with that, DRS from the other side of the map itself are going to be taking shots against DEW, where on our screens it's going to be high voltage against Elementrix. Again, there are individual fights taking place, at least 3 to 4 simultaneously at this current moment.
Yeah, I mean, Elementrix and high voltage, this fight can definitely be worth watching. But again, the fight that was happening between the players of Godlike Stalwart, IHC made a really wise and a mature decision to back out from that fight, because they realized at this point in time, if they continue to fight, they're just going to burn through a lot of time, and which is something they're running low on. So they cannot waste a lot of time in making that rotation. They need to be quick on their feet, and that's what the players of IHC are opting out for. But for now, Elementrix, as they did find the opening against High Voltage were instantly able to capitalize on that, get the fallen player back up, and now they're back with a 4-man strong squad. They do have a couple of teams just surrounding around them, which is something that's definitely going to build up a lot of paranoia on these players. But High Voltage, they don't have any other choice. They need to stick to this position. Even IT now is slowly and steadily just closing on up, but now Elementrix will have a lot of problems just on their plate. Now how to deal with them is up to Elementrix, and Bishal is the closest to the danger.
Well, Elementrix, Bishal definitely utilizing that nade to perfection, I believe, as he's going to be able to throw it along, but at the same time, what's up with his back angle? What's up with his 6? The flank angle? Oh, well, never mind that, because the demo, my apologies, the nade has been able to bring down, of course, the players of IHC. Demo, along with his teammate, do go down with one perfect nade, but Bishal, he's being very, very careful. He does not want to just push on ahead, and in doing so, DEW gets the opportunity to steal the kill away from Bishal itself. He's going to be able to get and capitalize the demo kill, but at the same point of time, the another icy kill was taken away from him. The point, rather, was taken away from him. As we move on ahead towards Godlike Stalwart, it seems like the Godlike Stalwart and IHC fight has kind of pushed away from each other, as now there are third parties that have already capitalized on this entire saga. With that, it is DEW out in the opens as they get shot upon from the backlines of IHC as well. I mean, again, so many fights taking place in the kill feed. We just saw that MABETEX were also taking shots against Agonxi8.
I mean, still we haven't seen a complete squad wipe though, right?
True.
It's just individual players getting eliminated from the teams because there are 16 teams alive and 53 players in total. So just teams taking a lot of casualty. And I just noticed on my board that DEW, they just have one last man alive, and that's going to be Doc. But even he will be evaporated soon enough. So that's going to be it for the story of DEW, if I'm not wrong. DEW out from the game on the 16th spot. Quite a rough outing for them, as I was speaking about this team and saying that you cannot always rely on a single man's heroics. And DEW, they're still not able to find that sweet spot for themselves inside the circle. The circle, of course, just screwing them over and over again. But this time, the circle centers on up a bit, tilted down south a little bit, of course, on the left side. And Elementrix and even High Voltage, these two teams are in quite a bit of a trouble, but High Voltage definitely do have the most advantage. Elementrix, Godlike Stalwart in the front. Top has no clue that there is threat looming around so close to him. Precious decides to sneak out, but he's not taking shots yet. Finally, we'll spot out Top. We'll get the knockout confirmed, but he wants to get the confirmation flowing too. Instantly will do so as well. Elementrix now on a march to make it inside the circle.
Elementrix definitely are utilizing this opening that they got, and they have to because the Blues have already caught up to them. The flank angle that they've created is definitely capitalized upon against the players of Godlike Stalwart. At the same point of time, Regicide players are going down like flies as they are left with only one player that's going to be knock with only 30% health, 25% health remaining on him. It is looking like a very tough conversion for the side of him, as Elementrix on the other front do get eliminated. 13 teams remaining on our screens. We do have TUF Asar along with his teammate Jokus trying to capitalize on this perfect position as they are on top of the hill against the players of Quantum Rage, where Quantum Rage does go down. Quantum Rage's senior is going to be trying to create an opening, but it is not looking like an easy task because, again, the Blues from the backlines is catching up to them, but in front is going to be TUF's all 4-man army just bringing in those sprays, bringing in those nades, and that in turn could very well be the end of Quantum Rage. We'll come back to that because right now we do have IHC Esports' Godless bringing down perfect utility advantage against the rotating team of Stalwart. But it seems like as of now, the elimination point has not yet been given to Godless. Again, so many teams in close proximity where that we go back to the fight that we were a part of. TUF's Edgar, a perfect flank angle that he's been able to create. He should have been able to spot down Senior, and he definitely does. With that, a spray, and that could be the end of Senior right there. With that, we've got Quantum Rage's one final player remaining. That's going to be Senior. He pops off his head to give away the information, and that in turn could probably be the end of Quantum Rage right here in this moment, as TUF have all the advantage. But they need to be careful because there are flank angles that, of course, if they do not smoke, they themselves could be thrashed upon.
I mean, they've got him in a deadlock, that's for sure. He was there to hand out some haircuts and speak about the deadlock. Even Godlike Stalwart getting executed in that one. I'd see they're still standing tall and strong. Even High Voltage barely on the edge, but as the next circle centers on up once again, right on top of the players of VENOM Legends. What's going on? VENOM Legends, they've found themselves to be one of the most luckiest teams inside this entire lobby. The circle is just favoring them. Right now, they're the zone magnets, that's for sure. MABETEX also just putting a lot of pressure on the players of I8, and they are on the verge of collapsing too, but I8, they will just manage to barely squeeze a bit of time for themselves, but no, eventually they get wiped out, and even MABETEX, they're quite hurt at this point in time. Quantum Rage too, they take an exit from this entire fray. Fights are now definitely just happening all across the board because the circle's way too small. High Voltage, with all the 4 players up and alive, they still need to make their presence inside the circle, and IHC can be a big stopper for them.
They definitely can. But let's see as to which team will be allowed into the zone apart from VENOM Legends. As of now, as you perfectly mentioned, High Voltage, they have all the numbers working for them. They've got a decent amount of cover working for them. At the same point, it is going to be T20 Quoties players trying to capitalize on the rotating team of MABETEX, where Baron, along with his teammate, do jump into the vehicle. But will they be allowed to jump into the zone is what we'll have to see. It seems like they, for now, are going to be able to make their presence felt into the zone, but not without taking a knock right there, where Baron definitely does go down, but his teammate is going to be able to give him the revival right from around the corner. With that, T20 Quoty now have an opening to get on top of MABETEX Esports as well. And now talking about these two teams, they're trying to enter the zone from the north and northeastern side of this entire zone itself. If they're able to do so, if T20 Quoty is able to eliminate MABETEX Esports as 2 players, then that would mean T20 Quoty have the entire west-eastern side of the zone to themselves. But they've only got a 3-man army, and on top of them, VENOM Legends are still alive and awake, and they are kicking and they are ready, and they are being so very subtle because they've only got 2 players alive. So they're being very subtle as to which fight do they want to be a part of and which fight are they going to just allow it to happen so that the numbers in front of them keep dwindling down.
Speaking about the numbers right now, I mean, one thing that's for sure is that the signature weapons are now going to start to deal a lot of damage, as we are seeing them action in the prime time. And T20 Quoty is one of those, definitely. They have the players of MABETEX just locked down in their sights. They're not going to let them go away just like that. T20 Quoty, one thing's for sure, that the sidelines are looking pretty clear. Even T2K is way too far away from that. But IHC, what a great find on the players of High Voltage. It's just a 2-man squad of IHC, and they're still able to hold the players of High Voltage off at bay. They're not able to make any sort of move against the players of IHC. This is just incredible. A 2-man squad is able to create so much problems for High Voltage, and High Voltage, they're just not able to find that sweet target. As soon as they find even one opening against IHC, that can definitely open a lot of opportunities for them. MABETEX, finally, they do find the opening against T20 Quoty. This is something that can give them a big sigh of relief.
Well, MABETEX, the position that Apex has right now with the UMP in his hand, he's being destructive. He's being the behemoth of the lobby right now. He's got so much information being on top of this roof. At the same point of time, we saw him take down eliminating 2 of their opponents. One coming in from the side of T20 Quoty, and now the nade parade is going to be brought on to him. At the same point of time, he still has so much information against other players like IHC's Godless as well. But we'll have to see if at all he is going to be able to bring him down or not. With that, 6 teams do remain. It seems like MABETEX Esports, the 2-man squad from this side of the team, has been able to bring down the players of T20 Quoty. But along with that, VENOM Legends, this is what I did not anticipate. They've got...
Ooh!
What?
Wow.
I was just about to... Wow. High Voltage, they are jiggling their way through with Jiggle, that sort of a play that he's able to create. Now all he needs to do is get the revivals on his team. He needs those numbers to be able to help him out. Right now it's a 1v1 situation between MABETEX Apex against, of course, the final player, 420 boy from the side of T20 Quoty, as Voltrux is also down. Now it seems like Baron is going to be given that revival. Once again, the 4-man squad coming in from the side of T20 Quoty, or 3-man army, was not able to do much because MABETEX have been able to bring the behemoth and the destructive play into their favor, as they are looking at a 9 elimination game till now. With 4 teams remaining, this is still an opening for any team to participate in. High Voltage have one of their players down, but it is going to be a 2-man squad as soon as they get the revival. As we can see, Assassin and Jiggle are very much close to each other within that smoke.
Yeah, but again, Godless is really trying to sneak across them or around them. He's right around the corner, too. Hopefully, the players of High Voltage are well aware of what's going on. Godless's name might just land on the mark. Jiggle is right in the front, and that's what will happen, probably, but no. He lobs that nade inside the window. Didn't think that someone's going to be outside, and Jiggle was right on the outskirts. And Jiggle instantly just repositions himself. He doesn't exactly know where the nade came from, but right now his back's quite exposed. He's still looking out. He still doesn't exactly know if someone's lurking around in the back lines or not, but Godless, with the position that he's found himself in, the circle is definitely not favoring him. The circle right now is favoring the players of High Voltage and even MABETEX. Those are the 2 teams that are closest. And for High Voltage, IHC is going to play a big threat. As long as IHC is alive, the chances of High Voltage winning this entire game is quite null. And that's something that's always going to be like a big paranoia on top of their heads. High voltage, yeah, still they're not sure if the backline's cleared or not. They're always just watching that. They have that paranoia just in the back of their heads, and that's a good thing for now because Godless is definitely there. Now he will spot out Jiggle because Jiggle just out in the open, just punch boosting his way along. And as soon as Godless, he spots out the second player too. I think so he would try to take them both out at the same time. But Godless now is tanking up a lot of damage from the Wall of Death in the back, and he will eventually fall down. I don't exactly know what the play was there from the side of Godless, but yeah, at least he got the third spot. If he wanted, he could have taken down Jiggle completely there.
Exactly. Perhaps all he wanted was to not give away the point. With that, it seems like Baron is going to be pushing on his luck as he tries to just try and capitalize on the opportunity to take down Jiggle. But high voltage Jiggle, he has the better luck right here with the UMP in his hand. He has exact awareness as to where his opponents are. But Jiggle will back down as Assassin with his teammate going to jump on ahead. And it seems like this is being going in favor of high voltage as they finally get the chicken dinner in their hand. What a close battle it turned out to be, where I will have to say, Baron, that was a little too quick, mate. But again, he didn't really have much that he could do, right, Necro? Because the zone, the blues had got up to him. He had to make the push, and without having any utility at all, it definitely turned out to be a one-sided game. But a close contestation it definitely was. Had Godless approached both these teams.
I mean, high voltage, yeah, with some nice rotations, some micro adjustments, playing that pretty well. But I'd see in the end, I still don't understand. Godless had a big chance of just griefing that game if he wanted to.
True.
But he didn't do it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like, why did he not take the shots? If he wanted, that could have been a free elimination point right then and there. He could have got the knockout, secured the elimination point, and then maybe died to the play zone. But that's not what exactly happened. Instead, Godless just let him live like that.
Indeed, perhaps double-minded about the entire saga itself, wasn't sure if he should actually capitalize on that because he did throw a nade towards that watchtower. But nevertheless, that is what the entire background was for the players of IHC as well as High Voltage and MABETEX as well. But with that, the first game of the day does come to an end. We'll go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back. Hello and welcome once again right here in the SA Championship right here in Pro League. And of course, what a perfect, exciting day number 3 start it has turned out to be, where indeed High Voltage do end up taking the first chicken dinner of the day on the map of Erangel. MABETEX, Necro, a team that we were talking about consistently since yesterday, since the time we started casting on the map of Miramar. And finally, it seems like they are delivering some punches, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how we were just speculating the things that might just happen if MABETEX do have a decent game, and if they actually did. So I want to find out the overall rankings, and I want to know what exact position the players of MABETEX have found themselves in. One thing's for sure, they must have overtaken the players of I8.
Indeed, they ought to have, definitely, because of the play that they were able to make, along with, of course, the eliminations that they got in terms of the points. It is enough to give them that lead. But along with that, talking about the MVP itself, we do have Godless sitting at 5 eliminations. He definitely could have gotten 1 or 2 more had he utilized those Molotovs that he had with him.
I mean, as you do have the player focus in front of us, and yeah, MABETEX overall, they had a solid game, a decent amount of elimination points to back it up too, especially that house control they had near the entire lumberyard. That was just great. As soon as they had the house control, they had also one man right on top of the entire house who was able to scout the areas out around, and he also got so much vital information that helped the players of MABETEX to make the move inside the circle and also cleared pretty much the back lines. As soon as MABETEX realized the back lines were cleared, they instantly started marching out forward inside the circle because T20 Qwerty could have been a big thorn in the way, but even they managed to get rid of the players of T20 Qwerty with the help of VENOM Legends. So overall, MABETEX played that perfectly. Those micro adjustments, they used the strategy perfectly. On the other side, as you do take a look at the match summary, even I'd see somewhere down line, I'm still not able to understand. Godless, you had a chance to grief someone's game. I guess he wants to be a better human and not grief anyone's game.
Well, perhaps either that or he did not want to give away his point because he probably knew that Apex was right on top of that roof that we were just talking about coming in from the side of MABETEX, and that in turn gave him a little bit of a fear that as soon as he jumps ahead out of that rock from his cover, he's going to be spotted out and he's going to be ended up giving away a point rather than taking one. And so perhaps he just decided to stick out in the blues and not give away any point. Maybe could be the case. But nevertheless, talking about the match ranking itself, High Voltage with 26 total points from this game, 11 eliminations is what they were able to accumulate. Along with that, MABETEX sitting on the second position right here from this game. MABETEX Esports with 21 points of their own. Following along, and it's going to be IHC Esports as well on the third spot with the 7 eliminations and in total 17 points. Now, we do have to mention, as did Necro right now, MABETEX, I honestly, Necro, thought as soon as T20 QWERTY started pushing on ahead, it was a 3-man squad coming in from the side of T20 QWERTY against a 2-man army of MABETEX. Baron and Apex were the only two. And in those 2 minutes, the entire storyline changed where they were able to eliminate T20 QWERTY's players, bring down the number of players from VENOM Legends, and still keep both of their players alive from MABETEX. That was definitely a very good controlled aggression, like you perfectly mentioned, being showcased from the side of this Mongolian team.
I mean, controlled aggression, yeah, you want to call that. And overall, one thing I'm still not able to understand is that the circle was just favoring the players of VENOM Legends over and over again.
Yes.
And they were still not able to capitalize on it. That was just an unfortunate stuff, I guess. I don't exactly know either to call it an unfortunate stuff or call it a choke, because VENOM Legends, they had a solid cover against the entire squad of High Voltage. Now, I do understand it's a 2-on-4 situation, but if you would have played that really well, then things could have been in your favor. Of course, you're inside the circle, you have the best cover to play with inside the entire lobby, and the team in the front is completely exposed. So personally, I think so you still have a big advantage in that situation.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, right now we've kind of missed. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fragboy was right there for such a long time. He had so much of information against his opponents, but High Voltage, mate, you have to give kudos to them because of how quick they were, in terms of, capitalizing on that small little peak coming in from Fragboy from VENOM Legends, and that in turn resulted in, of course, them getting eliminated in just a matter of seconds. But along with that, the final moment right there, well, Assassin from High Voltage, he was on top of that fight. He knew exactly where the opponents were, and he was able to just, play with their mind, simply put. And that in turn resulted in, of course, them getting a perfect chicken dinner. But it has definitely been a close battle between both of these teams, the first and second one, as 1795 is the damage graph for the player of High Voltage compared to MABETEX Esports, sitting at 1812. Wow.
Yeah, but the elimination points are still lacking, so the conversion rate from the side of MABETEX wasn't really that great. So that means one thing's for sure, MABETEX were taking a lot of long-range engagement, and considering the sort of position they had too, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. As I said, they had a prime position in the end, and they were able to chip out a lot of damage, pretty much secure a decent amount of knocks too while at it, but unfortunately the conversions just weren't there on the plate. As you have the overall rankings in front of us, and on the first half of the board now is MABETEX Esports. DEW have dropped down to the 8th spot just because they got eliminated quite early inside the game. That's a big hefty price they have to pay here.
Oh, definitely. Along with that, of course, Agonxi8 have also been dropped down from this first page, as we do have MABETEX Esports jumping in along without a chicken dinner, finding themselves sitting on the 7th position, as Agonxi8 have been dropped down to the 9th, as we do clearly see. But then there's a bit of a difference between the points, as we do have 9th and 10th position. I8 against VENOM Legends, 95 points compared to 76 respectively for both of these teams. There needs to be a push being created and made from the 10th to the 16th position is what I'm going to say. In fact, from the 10th to the 13th position, let's be realistic about it. There definitely can be a lot of changes, and they can push themselves to the top page as well. But moving on ahead from there, 14th, 15th and 16th position holder teams, it is looking like a tough scenario for them to convert.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point, if you ask me, all the bottom 4 teams, for them to get the top 3, it's next to impossible. Literally, it's just next to impossible. There's not even 1% chance. T20 QWERTY,
yeah.
I mean, if they have a solid game here, there is a chance they might just boost themselves all the way on the 9th spot, or maybe on the 10th spot.
True.
But again, the cushion from 10th to 9th is a decent amount. So that's going to be a tough climb, even for the side of Team Cordy. But again, it's not impossible. As I said, if there is 1% chance, you should take it.
Absolutely, mate. But along with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do move on away from the first game of the day towards the second one, where indeed we move towards the map of Miramar. Along with that, we also do move away from one Panda Bro to the other, where we do have Fixes joining us along for this upcoming match number 14 of the entire 4-day affair. And talking about the game that just took place, Fixes.
Yep.
What did you think about that match, dude?
I mean, I was finally happy that we've managed to go see an Eastern Circle this time around, just around the Lumberjack yard. And yeah, I think it was a pretty nice game, especially with high voltage bagging that chicken dinner. And for all the good reasons. I mean, you've got to give it to them, because they were fighting it out from that western side, taking down every single team. Yeah, of course. I mean, there were moments. There were moments where you guys had those speculations about Godless not trying to go with the peak, for which you had the right answer, right? Because Godless having that little position out there would have been spotted out by the players of MABETEX. But moving on to the second game of Miramar, of course, we've got DRS having really good time. Yesterday, we did see them bag a double chicken dinner, you know, back to back. They are on a roll lately. But, you know, like I said, they've got a target on their backs, and this could really prove fatal for them. All they need to do is survive today. And I, more honestly, you know, I'm pretty impressed, you know, bagging 10 points out of the first game. I did not get the chicken dinner, but it's fine, because in the last moment, we saw how the circle just shifted a little bit up north to where VENOM Legends were, and MABETEX, you've got to give it to them. And this sort of brings me to not my most favorite part anymore, because I've still not opened up my account. So, Lakshay, who do you think is going to win this one out?
Well, mate, I would want to go with Skylightz Gaming.
Okay.
And based on the stat for just today,
yeah,
they have 0 eliminations. They have 118 damage graph. That is it. So it is going to be a tough conversion, but you know me, right? I already write things down based on how I've seen them play. So I've got it written down that Skylightz Gaming ought to be the one. But I really do, fingers crossed, would love to see MABETEX be right around the corner as well. But
so
Skylightz Gaming is what I'm going to
for
choose.
you. I mean, you confuse with your hand and mind. Happens to me quite often.
Yeah, so true.
With the women I kind of tend to date. But anyways, Lakshay, just moving on.
You did not just say that. You did not just say that.
Yeah, you know, right? You kind of have that battle. Heart wants this, mind tells you no, you want that, and eventually you just suffer being lonely your entire life. And yeah.
Ouch, mate. Ouch.
For me, however, Blotter, I think it is going to be, you know, Godlike Stalwart. I really want them to win this one, because lately I've been seeing them a little out of touch. You know, I haven't seen the best of action, perhaps, so as to speak. The games haven't really been going that well, because even in this one, they were kind of caught off from the backlines, right? It was Elementrix dishing out so much, especially, you know, teams are now understanding that action hasn't really been having the best of tournament. So what do? Take down top, and then all you're going to do with is deal with Pika. And the rest things are just going to fall to place. So, but I really feel that, you know, to spice things up a little bit, Godlike Stalwart still, you know, I get to see their A game. Them on their true potential. For me, Godlike Stalwart, for you, MABETEX, so we're going all out on the Mongolians. But, you know, Nepalis have definitely been, you know, the stars of the show, especially DRS, the way they've been playing. And I would really like to go for DRS, but again, it is that heart and mind conflict. But that all gets resolved right now in the next few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we tend to take on the skies, as the second game of the evening is already begun. And it is all the way from La Cobreria to Minas del Valle. And this is the point where we get to see where the zone forms. And we've been having a lot of that annoying common, you know, creative field circles. Yesterday we did have a visual, something happening around Minas Generalis though. Out of which, you know, I really liked how DRS played that one out. I mean, DRS with their rotations have been pretty immaculate with what they've been wanting to do. And I've got high hopes from them. Of course, they've got that storyline going behind them. But, they are really walking off with a good amount of lead. So, IHC is also right on their tails. Godless did whatever he could have possibly done. And yeah, I mean, had I been Godless in that moment, I would have gone for the peak, Would have loved to ruin things down for high voltage out there. One knock, and I think MABETEX could have been the ones walking off with the chicken dinner. But regardless, with bated breaths, we await for the circle to form right in front of us. And this time, let's see what the PUBG Mobile gods have to offer in terms of where the players are going to be formed. I think there's no substantial changes in where teams are going to be dropping. Of course, D Warriors. Oh, I love this. I definitely do love this. Going down a little bit south, we have seen this going towards the southeastern hills of Los Leones. And it is going to be such a good game for teams like I8. And, talking about I8, they were looking so sound, Lakshay, at towards that late mid-game, up until MABETEX just happened. They got crushed, demolished.
True, they were. I mean, it was a 4v4-1 fight between both of those teams, Agonxi8 as well as MABETEX, towards the southeastern side of the zone. Now, again, talking about the rotation, it was splendid from the side of I8, the decision making coming in from there. But eventually, again, I mean, one thing that I can say is on day number 3, it seems like the players, or rather the teams from the Mongolian region, they have started capitalizing on some phenomenal skill play being showcased, and that in turn, of course, brings up names like MABETEX. And like you mentioned, we want to be able to see something like from something similar from Godlike as well as Stalwart as well. So perhaps it is seemingly likely to be a Mongolian domination day, but again, that is far apart from speculation, just a random thought thrown out there. But talking about the zone itself now, as you mentioned, we have actually seen this sort of a zone and casted upon it as well, where many times the zone has taken itself towards a shift where we anticipate that it's going to be an urban finish, and it moves away from Los Leones, takes itself towards either the western side or the eastern side. I've had a look at both of those, but let's see if today it is going to be doing any of those two things, or it's going to be sticking itself to the Los Leones itself. Because talking about Los Leones, till now, what I was noticing was Agonxi8 were being left out to their wilderness, right, in Los Leones city. But now it seems like MABETEX want a little bit of that control as well. They are at the extreme edges of Los Leones as of now, but they definitely are perhaps looking forward to getting into the city as well.
Right now it makes so much more sense as to why Godlike Stalwart, they're facing so much problem, right? Especially trying to make those early rotations. Look at where they're stationed at. At San Martin, it's so difficult to come out, especially with DRS keeping a keen eye on them, and Elementrix even having that higher ground. The moment they kind of decide to go down south, you still have T2K to worry with. And with Yetauta at that particular position, it's so difficult to even take that northern route. The moment you even try to do that, you kind of get pinched between DRS and Elementrix yet again. And Skylightz Gaming also is another threat looming. So them being surrounded, they need to find a quick solution, how to overcome this issue at hand right now. And, a team of Godlike Stalwart stature can, of course, try and do that. But as things stand, VENOM Legends, really lucky in that game out there. But, I really loved how Jiggle just, you've got to have those cojones, right? Making those bold plays towards the end. Even in that visit when things were kind of stacked against high voltage, he just comes out in the open, takes a dry peek, just opens up the skull of the final player and just abominates him out of the lobby. But for now, Agonxi8, a team that was looking fairly decent in how they had positioned. It was a beautiful rotation though. Coming up from all the way from the northern side, taking it down south from that southeastern areas. I really felt this could have been their game, but in the blink of an eye, they were just dealt with. And I think the visual awareness was kind of quite missing. And MABETEX, to be honest, they were just all over the place, just going after left, right. But this is the right time for I8 to try and get some revenge over here. Just their neighbors, MABETEX. And, we did hear Necro just disregarding MABETEX from the top 3, and for all the good reasons, right? But there's still, a glimmer of hope. If MABETEX continue to play like how they played in game number 1, and have a really good day throughout, I think there are still chances they can do that, because third position Godlike Stalwart is sitting at 136. Now, if MABETEX get let's say 25 points out of this and get a chicken dinner, then there is chance where they can still start dreaming, because we still have 11 games to go, including this one, of course.
True.
And you know, the journey is still a little bit far. We really cannot just come to a conclusion right now. But you know, for all the right reasons. I mean, I'm not gonna blame Necro out there, because MABETEX, maybe it could have just been a fluke. It was just that one game where we really saw them popping off. But they really need to roll on this momentum that they've garnered for themselves.
Absolutely. I would definitely second that as well. Because again, it all boils down to, in the end, the stats that are in front of us that are speaking for themselves, right? Now, the stats are definitely changing to when Necro spoke and when you are speaking. I mean, even though it's just, what, a 6 to 8 minute marker difference, it is a lot in a game. That is exactly how it changes. And just one good game, and that eventually will lead you to think that, oh, there is definitely a good chance. And again, that is not out of... you know, a rabbit out of the hat sort of a conversation, because it is a team and players barren volume. I mean, these are players and lads that we've looked at for quite a long time. We know the caliber that they bring into the lobby. So there is honestly a clear opening and a understanding that, yeah, there is a good chance. But at the same point of time, you just misspoke right there, which of course you corrected, 25 finish. I was just reminded, you know, instantly as soon as he said 25 finish, I was reminded like 2 years back, yeah, there were a few games that it doesn't happen at all. It's, you know, reminiscent of those times when it all started.
24, 31, we've seen it all.
Oh, yep.
And there have been moments, right? There have been moments when a team starts feeling themselves and just kind of let loose, because every single player in this lobby does have the potential. Speaking of
few of those players are here,
getting the better out of the players of Team Elementrix, and that makes things a lot more interesting, Blotter, because now from where they are stationed at, and Elementrix tried to, you know, really opt for a certain rotation, which is quite obvious considering how the circle went. We're kind of a little bit oblivious of the fact that IHC, they were right on their tails, and IHC just making sure they pay for their lack of awareness out there as Godless. Oh, Bishal barely just living off the edge. I really cannot see that health bar anymore. Does manage to administer that first aid. Looks good as of now, but I see they're just going to be scavenging whatever they can out of this lone player. Maybe did come out a little, you know, out of his position, trying to seek information. And IHC were just quick enough to capitalize. Or was he just left behind? Because IHC just came in from the backlines.
Exactly, they are sticking to the edges in this game, and perhaps Elementrix's player was just trying to keep a keen eye out towards the flank angle, and that resulted in, of course, him being the last one left out, as the zone did make a curveball shift. And it seems like talking about the shifts itself that are being showcased from the side of the zone, now is the moment that we will get a clear answer after this zone, after the second zone is drawn, that will it be sticking itself towards an urban finish or not? Because right now we are looking at a very good Lost Leonis zone. At the same point of time, it is going to be Magnus Esports, a team that definitely does need some points, taking on shots against the players of VENOM Legends. Fragboy, as Fragboy is going to be able to, it seems like, easily get away. Yes, he has been damaged for sure, as his health has gone down to almost about 40% HP, but it is still going to be A-okay, as his teammates are around in the vicinity. At the same point in time, he's going to be picked up, and VENOM Legends will move on ahead from this fight. Magnus Esports, they thought they had this in the bag. Sadly, not going to be the case. Magnus Esports have definitely dropped down quite a lot in terms of the prowess that we expected from them. It is just not looking good or in their favor, as we do have the replay once again coming in from IHC Esports as Godless. Yeah, see, that's the reason why I said a couple of minutes ago that it probably could be a day where we can see the Mongolian teams dominate a little, because, you know, Godless is playing the kind of game that he used to back in the day. He's going all out to be able to get those elimination points for himself and his team, which is looking pretty good. But right now it seems like T20 Quoty are going to be in close contestation against the players of
Are they aware?
But Gravity, does he know exactly? No, it seems like they do know where Reg was. But T2K have a better positioning as they've got themselves flanked, and T20 Quality are going to be taking a drop as well as T2K Rig goes down. So a 3v3 affair, but once again, T2K have a really good control of how they've positioned themselves against T20 Quality.
I kind of beg to differ in that because, when T20 Quality just went in with the push, they kind of pushed in tandem with each other, and that sort of ensured that the trades were there and the res was back up. And in turn, T2K, what did they lose? Their star player, Rig, he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
And they're kind of out of options. They just have to back out over here. Now, this really does happen when you've kind of got that, the southern cluster just being built up. Now, the intentions of T20 QWERTY were pretty simple, pretty honest, pretty obvious that they want to just play around the center of the circle, because it's one of those areas you've got those lot of ridges to play around. You've got that, compound. So T20 QWERTY can be rest assured that it's not going to be easy to push at where they are right now. But 420 boy, having spotted out Jane, does try to pepper a few bullets away. But T20 QWERTY need to watch all their corners, because right beside them are the players of TUF. Now Edgar, he's certainly recovering on that lost form from the Pakistan region. And T20 QWERTY yet to see gravity roll. This time, however, he was really quick, just trading out his teammate Voltrox. And that is how I want the Pakistanis to play it, right? Play at your strong suit, play at what you're comfortable with. And them just going in with the push, getting those trades, that is exactly how we've seen them play in their lobbies, which was kind of missing. And for them to kind of really open up, this is such a good sign, and it's still not too late. These teams are definitely packing a punch once they kind of go all out, but this is the moment that we've been waiting for. And the circle takes that certain shift, out of which, T20 QWERTY, they're going to be pretty happy with that solid position that they have to themselves, but they really need to watch out every single direction, because teams are just going to be swarming at the compound that they are located. And even if a single player falls, well, that is definitely going to be a battle lost for them.
They're going to have to fight. They are going to be ready to... My apologies. They're going to have to be ready to fight. That is the players of T20 QWERTY, because the zone has moved towards them. They are finding themselves in the center. With that, IHC's rotation is what we're looking at, along with the second airdrop, where we do have Grodza available. Not entirely sure if that was picked up. I believe it was picked up. But alongside that, moving away from one Mongolian team to the other, we do have Godlike Stalwart on our screens, where they are taking on shots and have taken shots as well, as we do have top from the side of Godlike Stalwart, down to almost 30% HP. Not entirely sure where was he sprayed on from. But moving away from that fight towards... Was it? All right. From the backlines, it was perhaps high voltage. Right now on our screens, it could or should, not entirely sure, but TUF definitely have a reason to be able to capitalize on the compound of T20 QWERTY, because that is in the center, and from the long far away, it's going to be DE Warriors destroying and hemorrhaging the position and rotation of IHC, as Demo has been brought down to his knees. His teammates are a little far back out. They do have an opening to be able to give him the revival. The smoke has been dropped in, and the cover fire, the retaliatory fire, has also been showcased. Yeah. But it is still going to be a very difficult conversion for DE Warriors, because it is a long distance away. But Doc, you always know, he's got the crosshair set up perfectly. He knows exactly tree trunk, he knows exactly the branch and stem, and he ain't going to allow any other player of IHC to come in between him and his elimination point.
It's just a knock. I don't know if they're aware it is Doc in front of them, because, this is his turf, right? You do not mess around with him. We know yesterday what he did to high voltage all by his lonesome, just clutching out that chicken dinner. And this is where, even Nirzet steps in. Now, we were talking about the difficulties of T20 QWERTY, and that has begun. But Gravity, being really agile with his movements, anticipates that threat from the backlines, as Edgar just messes it up a little bit, as Magnus trying to be a little late in, getting that rotation in. And will have to lose out on one of their players, as TUF really have a good area to play around, especially all these dunes just providing these players, and that happens exclusively at that southern side of the map. And teams that are well aware of TUF being one of those teams just dropping out of Chumasera in their own region, they know about the nooks and crannies, as top stepping things up does manage to take down one of those players of MABETEX, and Leo seems to have fallen down. But I'm pretty sure at this point, Godlike Stalwart would have their eyes set on getting inside the zone rather than taking the fight, because objectively, there's not much to win. But if there is a free elimination right in front of them, that's a free point, and Pika will take it with open arms. There's no chance on earth Leo's gonna live, and Godlike Stalwart make him pay.
Indeed, they do, as they get one defeat point in their favor. That's going to be Godlike Esports against, of course, MABETEX's players. Nevertheless, they do know where they're situated at each other. And, of course, the zone is constricting minute by minute. Along with that, it's going to be TUF in close proximation, as we do have Joker, so, of course, very close up in front of him is going to be the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now, Skylightz Gaming have pushed on ahead with two of their players, but at the same point of time, the nade cooked from Joker Sir is a little too far stretched out, as Skylightz Gaming's Mafia Ninja is going to be backing out of that fight. And Joker Sir, in this small little time that he's bought for himself, his teammates hopefully should be able to give him the cover fire for him to be able to fall back, and that indeed is going to be provided from Asada and Thor, and that is going to be perhaps a very difficult conversion for Skylightz Gaming. But let's see how exactly are they going to be able to do this. Because, well, he will. Nima, so with that perfect Molotov, is going to be able to bring down Joker, but at the same point of time, at what cost? Because he himself has fallen down. Mafia Ninja is going to be cooking that nade to perfection, goes down towards Thor's area, but Thor has not yet been brought down to his knees. So a very difficult fight between both these teams, and in doing so, it seems like a backlight fight. Backlight? Yeah. Backlight fight, a third-party situation, where High Voltage jumping along, and of course, Skylightz Gaming have already lost one of their players. Mafia Ninja is down. That is probably going to be their second defeat of this entire fight, where Mr. Boro and AJ are probably going to be the two players who are going to have to fight it out. But at the same point of time, look at that. The backlines are being brought in, and IHC, the Mongolian team, is going to be bringing in behemoth destruction against all of them one by one.
You know, this is where High Voltage should have had their minds at one place, right? These players kind of left behind, and they have to pay the price when one of their players already decided to push in. Jiggle still being a little greedy there out there, especially against a team like IHC. You're not supposed to double peek from that same very angle, as IC just goes in. It is a battle of getting inside the circle, an objective fight that I was talking about, as IC just cooking up his grenade, will lob it into perfection, but does AJ fall? No, misses by miles, as Demo, he's got a beautiful flank angle situated for himself. No love coming in from Mafia Ninja or Mr. Boro, as the revs come in from Skylightz Gaming, as AJ, he's got to hold off all by his lonesome. In the meanwhile, Demo does get that finish secured on Assassin, as Alex finds a knock onto its Mafia Ninja yet again. And now AJ just lying in wait, as Mr. Boro just spraying down onto its Alex, gets himself blown apart as IHC infiltrate. And there you go, SG biting the dust. At the same time, TUF spotting out the players of DE Warriors. There's it, taking quite a lot of damage, but needs to watch out. TUF, they've got to be aware of the threat that is right knocking at their doors. And how are they going to respond, Blotter? That's the big question.
Well, so many third parties being created right here, where we do have this fight being extended quite a lot to be able to enter into the zone, where IHC tried their level best. They had so many crosshairs set up against them. Two of their players have already gone down, but it seems like this is probably going to be the fight that, of course, is not going to go in their favor, as 2F jumping along to be able to capitalize, and just like that, they are going to be able to do so, as IHC do get eliminated. TUF with 3 defeat points move on ahead with 3 of their players, Assad, Edgar, and Thor. Joker Sir was lost to the cause over there, but that is going to be A-okay as of now. Along with that, TUF now need to be careful, as they are making an entry into the zone from the backlines. They still have so many teams. High Voltage was a part of that fight as well, where IHC jumped in along, and High Voltage still has 2 of the players. If TUF is not careful while making this rotation, they're going to be pretty much sandwiched, because in front of them... Oh no, I just thought, whoa.
I love it.
This is what the zone does. It's just messing with the head so much. You're expecting the fight to be towards one way, and then suddenly the entire perspective shifts, because now there's a completely different team that could be winning it all.
The approach has completely changed. Now, this is where, you know, the players of DE Warriors can also find themselves in good contention. So as to say, for the Regicides as well, you know, so much of that southern area for them to, you know, play around with, as I8 have finally opened it up against MABETEX. As Faster, he also gets taken down, and Magnus, they've been dealing with the problems of their own, as yesterday we did see some sort of respite from them, getting that hashtag 2 in Miramar, finally kind of opening up their wings, but today they've been clipped off right from the very start, just crippled as finisher. You know, I still would not really rule them out as long as finisher is still there, because this player is special. He is known for those clutch moments, a machine out there. But for being having spotted the players out of MABETEX, Malik a little out of in the open, will have to pay as finisher, still sort of maintaining that stealth right now, not really giving his position away. But Ghost, we know what he can do with all those mini tabs. Did connect a few bullets, but not enough to get the knock. But for elsewhere, MABETEX just getting blown apart as High Voltage have also, you know, really bit the dust, as they had to, you know, go on a little bit of a backseat as finisher just coming out. They get that finish, says thank you to Baron, as all these teams having so much trouble rotating inside the circle. In the meanwhile, Godlike Stalwart having their problems of their own. Action and Scry on real low HP, dealing with Sirius and Goku as the grenades just come pouring in. And the final player remaining from Godlike Stalwart, how deep can he dig?
Oh, this is not looking good, of course, as we do have top remaining from the side of Godlike Stalwart against Goku from Quantum Rage, where indeed the Blues have already caught up to top, and that in turn is going to be a very difficult conversion for him. But look at that in the backlines, I8, they know there's a little bit of kerfuffle taking place in this small little dip, and that's exactly that players are going to be jumping in ahead and perhaps eliminating the opportunity of Quantum Rage, where it seems like Quantum Rage was dropped down from top from Stalwart, and now top, even though he's in the Blues, taking on a lot of damage. He's only got 2 first aids, correction, only 1 left after this one. He's still wanting to take that fight to the face of Agonxi8. Now Agonxi8, they are not yet aware. Oh well, they definitely are, as IQ is going to be bringing a perfect push right there and a perfect spray right there, my apologies, to be able to confirm the elimination of Godlike Stalwart. With that, 8 teams do remain, but the way the zone has moved itself, Fixes mentioned it earlier, and I will definitely second that. DEW, they are in a very good contestation. But talking about the momentum with which I8 are jumping in, yeah, this still could be anybody's game.
Certainly could be. You know, I would really love to see Regicide try and take this through so much of space like we've already discussed. But for Godlike Stalwart, seems like they were really desperate to find that little corner, trying to stay alive. That did not happen. However, IQ spotting out the player of T2K. No, this is going to be the answer, as Sandesh just opens up with that Tommy gun. And IQ has no response, as I8 could not really, you know, gather as to what really happened to them. Really thought that IQ should have just won that fight. And Uzim trying to form a different angle, wants to go on that flank roll as Ghost and Blade. They will have to do anything and everything it takes. I8 were on such a beautiful roll just to be stopped right now, or maybe not, as Blade gets that beautiful trade-off. Jane just goes back to the server, as right now T2K somehow crawling and scratching their way inside the circle have managed to just have that periphery to themselves. But they really need to watch out with all these Molotovs and the Utils pouring in. It's not going to be an easy task. Task ahead is definitely treacherous, as Uzum just lands a beautiful knock. And now I8, you know, the onus is on them. If they want to decide to go for the push, I mean, I'm not going to object that either, because you're going to be clearing off your backlines. But you can see that little bit of reluctancy in I8 trying to do that. For all the good reasons, though, because the moment they try to push with the vehicles, they're going to have their heads being flung over right at the open. So many teams just watching out for them, especially DE Warriors.
Indeed, and along with that, VENOM Legends, Fragboy is still part of that entire fray, it seems like, and he also perhaps could be a very big thorn against IH rotation. Along with that, it is going to be MABETEX who are going to be eliminated right here, and with that, Regicide, as Necro, my apologies, Fixes mentioned earlier, the positional awareness that Regicide had in the zone and the area control that they had in the zone has definitely resulted in them taking on shots against I8, but Venom, they are still so very quiet, they are so very subtle in the positioning that they found for themselves, and I'm not sure if Regicide have any idea, where indeed if they would have had an idea, it would have been VENOM Legends right now getting, of course, screwed, because they are in a very bad standard situation. But it's seeming like unlikely that Regicide know, and all of this commotion that Regicide is creating, DW from the backlines from on top can also bring in a very good third party against this team that is out in the open. Even though Regicide might have a really good control from the western side of the zone, DE Warriors, they've got the numbers and they are hammering on along with a very slow, sneaky approach.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, the more the better, right? And the Warriors started off with not being in such a nice spot. Eventually, are in real good contention of trying to win this game, going in with that compound push. But this time, Edgar so very well equipped and prepared to deal with this rush coming in, as East also might get taken down, as Edgar really bringing in the heat up until just gets taken down by Archer in the process. As TUF, they've been eliminated. The lonely player doing so much, but that's all he could have done in that situation, as Team VENOM Legends again just waiting in not the open, do have some cover to play around though. As Regicide, they have the knowledge of Susan's presence. The only downside is that Regicide are out of any aggressive utils that they could have deployed, right? No grenades, no Molotovs, nothing to really go in with that push. And they do not want to overextend. Uzum and Ghost kind of are in that survival mode. They're aware of their surroundings. They're aware of what's really happening, as Fragboy finally getting a glimpse out of Nocto and will put him down under. And this comes down to the lack of miscommunication. Ice do not really seem to contemplate as to what happened with Regicide. Such a prime position in the game, and they're just falling down one after the other, as Ghost has his backs out in the open and Legend ensures that he pays.
Oh, he definitely does bring it down, Agonxi8 to just one man army. That's going to be Uzum, whereas for the other side of T2K, they've got two players, Sandesh as well as Legend. And of course, we saw from VENOM Legends, Fragboy is still very much alive, but he is going to be caught out in the blues, it seems like. Oh well, as soon as he tries to get away from that area once the zone's constricting, it is going to be very difficult for him to make the rotation, as he's going to be caught out. And that's exactly what I was just mentioning, as Legend with a UMP is going to be able to just thrash him along, as VENOM Legends do get eliminated as well. But right now as well, no matter how much good control T2K seem to be having, is DE Warriors, who are in retaliation with the numbers advantage working in their favor. And Uzum, being a one-man army, is going to be bringing down the man Doc from DEW's players. But again, the numbers position is going to be able to help them out to perhaps give him that revival. That is very, very important right now. So now, for T2K to be able to get this chicken, they're going to have to play along with i8.
I really feel that maybe T2K do know exactly where Uzum is.
Right?
But it just has a little bit of cover to work around with. And he's just, praying that T2K do not prey on him. And at this point, the Warriors are in complete control of this game. A 3v2v1 situation. Or is that 4? Make it 4. I mean, 4. I do not see any world where the Warriors really lose this one out. And Uzum has no choice, but has to just, creep his way inside the circle, as Sandesh just trying desperately to catch a glimpse of him and put an end to his misery. But Uzum, if he can come out with any sort of surprises, maybe sneak in and just take a player or two down, and he just opens it up. Legend falls down. Sandesh also taking some massive amount of damage, as Uzum has managed to get that #2. But the winners are, of course, going to be DE Warriors from that western side, making sure that this stays in the bag. And well, the Mongolians have struck again, this time in Miramar. Yesterday it was just Doc clutching it out, but today it was the whole squad stepping it up. Not a really high elimination game, but a really important game to still keep them in contention in this tournament.
Absolutely, with 7 eliminations, 22 points in total is what DE Warriors were able to accumulate from this game. But i8, what a perfect play that was from Uzum. Not one, but 2 final players from T2K were eliminated thanks to him and his spray right there. That too out from the blues as well, as he started the spraying. And well, overall, again, a kudos effort definitely can be showcased to i8's players. But DE Warriors, they take it by a storm, with, of course, T2K finishing on the 3rd spot.
Yeah, of course. And, DE Warriors come in with one of their subs and to be their coach, apparently. But regardless, what a beautiful style of play. I think this is something that they were really missing out, right? Having the band that is, kind of crafting all those strategies as to how you enter in, and his very presence in the game. You could clearly see. Now, this is where DE Warriors, not for a single second I thought that they were overextending. Always have had the gunpowder in them, could have taken any 4v4 fights, and they won multiple of them. And this is where they had to be a little bit more calculated. And you've got to also give it to the circle shift, right? That was a nightmare for all those teams that were kind of anticipating it to go further, maybe down the southern side or maybe towards that eastern side, and kaboom, just kind of shifts towards that western side. And in that very moment, That is where DE Warriors had such a prime control of that location, did not give it away, dealt with all those teams, and eventually came out swinging to get that chicken dinner. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be pushing for a short little break. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, after the short little break, which was pretty short, of course.
Yep.
But a huge shout out to Oppo F21 Pro and, in fact, Oppo for making this event possible. Thank you for being the sponsors. But coming right back to the action that we just witnessed, DE Warriors, making sure the Mongolian flag is up high in the map of Miramar, yet again being one of their strong suits. But Edgar has to be the MVP. I mean, TUF going through so much adversities out there. If you remember, Lakshya, right from the very start, they were engaged in multiple fights. Initially starting off with T20 QWERTY, they had to deal with them. And then after that, they also had to deal with that onslaught coming in from the backlines also, where high voltage, IHC, they were all involved. And not just that, Edgar, towards that very end, that little standoff against DE Warriors, where he managed to take down 2 of their players. And had there been one more teammate, maybe could have completely changed or flipped the tables in this particular matchup. But the other players that we have to talk about cannot steal the thunder away from Uzim. The way he survived in those final moments, and not just survive, in fact, take down the players of T2K, ensuring his team those extra 4 points, 2 extra from the eliminations, 2 extra from position. So really helping his team to, just accumulate as much as possible, just pushing the mantle forward. But Legend also was pretty phenomenal. Apex coming in strong. And, well, I mean, Doc, what do we say about this lad?
The little the better is what I'm going to say. But again, What I'll say is that when it comes to the way this all turned out, my adrenaline was definitely rushing, right? And the adrenaline voice in my head was just too loud to be able to, you know, overcome anything else, because it was a chaotic one. As soon as the zone shifted along, right, it was all over the push, and that in turn resulted in, of course, a very difficult conversion. It's still rushing through my head, and that's what's making it that much more difficult to, you know, even transverse and converse my point to you, Fixes, because it was chaotic, and there's no easy way to showcase it, but from, of course, the Oppo F21 Pro moments that'll come in later.
Well, I mean, taking a look at this match ranking, you know, it is really lovely to see, because now we have the mid-order teams. Well, I mean, DE Warriors, 22 points, just climbing up the ladders, and I8 also getting 21 out of this one. T2K and VENOM Legends, so as to speak. I mean, I'm quite surprised with the kind of an survival instinct that they're showing. TUF, Regicide, love still not lost, getting those 10 points. But what is really amazing about this matchup is all the top contenders did not fare really well. And this gives an ample chance and opportunity for all the other teams, right from, you know, the 6 to 10 position, to try to push them a little bit more further and try to, you know, get the things rolling for themselves and, you know, get those crucial points.
Absolutely, but this is where it all started off. Of course, it was IHC's Godless who was able to, of course, bring destruction against Elementrix's player, and then moving on ahead towards this chaotic mess, where T20 Quoty were looking very comfortable, but then came in, again, a brilliant turn of events where TUF was being rushed from IHC from the backlines. IHC did get eliminated on that spot and on that point, and that is where the domination coming in from the Mongolian region kind of backed off, because then we had so many other teams that were able to, you know, capitalize on the situation that they were in. But again, a quick run through, and that is where the zone shifted along, and DEW were the ones contesting for this entire fight itself, for this entire game itself, because they had all the 4 players, and the zone, it just helped them out that much more. But of course, moving away from that conversation towards the overall ranking itself, the storyboard still highly in favor of DRS Gaming, where indeed the lead that they had started off with yesterday, it is still being pushed on through, and they are still looking pretty good.
No, they still have that little bit of a cushion, right? Because IHC, Godlike Stalwart did not fare off pretty well. Same goes for High Voltage, just, you know, just getting taken down pretty early on. Now, this is what I was talking about, you know, this kind of point difference that sort of is propelling, enabling DE Warriors, Agonxi8, to try and push in and accumulate as many points as possible. Now, it just could be anybody's game. Let's be honest, IHC, Godlike Stalwart, they've already qualified. So you're going to consider High Voltage and Skylightz Gaming also into the mix. And that is when you see that T2K, DE Warriors, Agonxi8 aren't really far behind. But even MABETEX, they are definitely just pushing themselves up. Like we've been taking, is that one game. But there we have it. The next game, Erangel. And I think I'm getting this news that the first game is gonna get re-hosted, and for some sort of technical issues, and I'm gonna be stepping it out a little bit, because my friend Necro is gonna be joining along with Lotta.
Absolutely. Well. Necro, what has just taken place, mate? Hold on. What? I mean, this is good. This is definitely, I mean, I shouldn't really be enjoying it this much, but I am, because it seems like your prediction is going to be taken away, mate.
No, there's no way.
Yes, of course.
There's no shot.
The game is going to get rehosted.
No,
so
I don't think so.
The prediction that you gave never took place.
No,
and
that's
that
just
same
not
match
fair.
is going to take place once again.
That is just not fair. That is
All
not
right,
fair. Please do not take my prediction away. I predicted High Voltage won. It doesn't matter, dude. That is just not fair, man. I'm about to start crying live on stream, dude. I don't care, man. I'll become a little whiny baby, okay?
So
I deserve
one perfect loophole that we do have is, how about you stick with High Voltage prediction itself? So that way, if they do win, you're fair and square. If they don't win, it's no problem at all, right? How about that?
Dude, there's no
Or
shot.
do you
They
wanna
took
now
it away.
change? Of course,
Dude.
it's gonna change, because the game never took place, mate.
Dude.
Like I said, I shouldn't be feeling so happy about it.
Dude, imagine how High Voltage will be feeling right now. Just imagine.
Oh, dude. Oh, yes.
They were like,
yes, definitely.
we played that so perfectly well.
Exactly.
We were also on the verge of losing that game, but we still somehow managed to clutch it out.
and still stuck it out exactly. And again, the synergistic point that was showcased from them, it was all so very much on point. But you know what? They still have a position and opportunity to be able to do so. But are you going to be sticking with that same prediction? Because it is time to predict. And of course, you're going to have to let us know what team do you think is going to be walking away with a chicken dinner right now on the upcoming map of Erangel.
I am just sad, but I have to make the prediction no matter what. So I'm going to go with DW won the previous game. Oh man, this is tricky, dude, because it's really hard to speculate now considering high voltage. They already won the first game, so I'm really not sure if they have ran out of juice or not, if they still have some juice left in them. But you know what, Skylightz Gaming, lock it in. Thanks to Skylightz Gaming, we've got this. What about you, man?
All right, you're going to go with SG. I am sticking my guns out for the real soldiers, DRS. I want to be able to see if DRS is going to be able to do it. But again, in my mind, I do have IHC written for the third game of Erangel, is what I am going to say right now. But at the same time, this is the first game re-hosting. And for that, I'm going to go with DRS, the real soldiers. So let's see if they're going to be able to clutch it out, if they're going to be able to capitalize on this first game of the day being the third game of the day. You know what? Never mind, viewers. You don't have to worry about all the math because the math is not what we are concerned about. There's the exciting matches and the chaos that ensues within them that we're more interested in and fascinated by. And we definitely do want to be able to see what team is going to be walking away with the chicken dinner. Along with that, of course, you can participate as well. Just let us know in the chat itself. Team tag followed by, of course, vote followed by team tag. And that will let us know what team are you going to be rooting for this chicken dinner. Now, moving away from this conversation of chicken dinner itself, Necro, where do you want the zone to be taken as this time around on Erangel, mate?
I want to see a Stalbur Hill Circle. It's been a really long time we've seen one of those, and especially those terrains that the hill has. It's really an interesting type of playground to play around with. The layout of that entire area is just really interesting, so I feel like that really does force these players to sort of try and think on their feet and try and think on their feet and try to just come stuff up with, like, you know, literally on the fly. They really do need to be quick with all the decisions they make in those type of scenarios. But as we have the play and fly path lined up in front of us, and the play and fly path this time is going to start all the way from the bottom left, which is of course from Primorx all the way towards Stalbur. And are we going to see a Stalbur circle? Like, honestly, I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy if we do see a military-based circle, but I would be really happy if we do see a Stalbur circle, you know?
Definitely. We will come back to that same exact thought as soon as the zone is drawn on to the screen itself, of course. But talking about the flight path itself, it is... I mean, it would be lovely, actually, if it goes towards the north. You know, along with that, I also do love the final zone to be above Yasnaya Poliana, the small little water body that we do have, the fjord that's right above Yasnaya. And I love for that to be the zone because teams then are so divided being on top of that water body or down south. And that also creates a very good differentiation. But never mind all of that because right now the teams have started jumping on ahead and moving away towards their drop locations. Now for DE Warriors as well as Godlike Stalwart, we know the military base is going to be theirs. There is absolutely no worries about that. But Agonxi8, you know what? In the 4-day affair that I am part of with the SA Championship, Agonxi8 have really, you know, rattled my brain in terms of how dynamic they are trying to be in terms of their drops.
Exactly, man. I mean, as you said, how they're dynamic they're trying to be overall. But again, there's a big chance they might just be contested this time by the players of IHC. As you can see on the map, they're so close. Now, IHC, they like to drop all the way up north near Georgia Pool, and just because the play and flat path has really screwed them up, I don't exactly know what sort of a game plan the players of IHC are going to have right now, because maybe they can try to get the basic loot and then try to move all the way towards Georgia Pool. That's one option they can have. Or either they can try to wrap up the weak goals and maybe try and just loot inside Primorx. But no, the primary one's going to be the option over here. Get the weak goals and then move on towards Georgia Pool.
That would be the primary rotating point that they should be working towards. Or perhaps that same thing can be done from Agonxi8, both Agonxi8 as well as I'd say both of them could be working towards the same exact agenda, but that could very well all change based on where the zone itself has taken these teams. Now, talking about the teams that are going to be finding themselves in the center, we do have MABETEX very close in proximity to High Voltage. And again, the main reason I bring those two up is I want to be able to see a clash between them. I want to be able to see, a first blood drawn between them. Because again, High Voltage needs those points. That much more so is the case for MABETEX, because look at that. When it comes to the live ranking, MABETEX is sitting on 9th spot compared to the 8th position that's been taken over by High Voltage, and they are in close proximity. So would be a good fight to be a part of. But as of now, it seems highly unlikely, as High Voltage are going to be moving away from that entire point and drop location, as well as again, when it comes down to all the other teams, all of them pretty divided as of now. We've got VENOM Legends pretty much in center of Milta and Milta Power. DRS sticking to the Milta region itself. T2K Esports a little divided in terms of Shelter and Lipovka. But again, they don't have nothing to worry about, because there's no other team around them, at least for now, to contest that area from them.
I mean, speak of that, and right now, yeah. Again, I'm not expecting any sort of collisions up till now, till at least the first 10 minutes, because teams, they seem like they really are just comfortable in their own home grounds. They don't want to mess things up around here and there. Just get their loot situated up. But as you can see, the MVP rankings on the right side of your screen, of course. Gante is on the first spot. We did take a look at that before.
Absolutely. And look at the difference right there. Because again, you talk about the damage that's been showcased from the side of top from Godlike Stalwart compared to the destruction being showcased from Gyante from DRS. Again, he's sitting at 4,500 damage compared to 5,200 damage from the side of top from Godlike Stalwart. There is a stark difference, but you know what? That much more of a stark difference is clearly indicative of the fact that 27 eliminations is what we're talking about in favor of Gyante. So a huge difference that allows him to be sitting on top. And along with that, the main reason we want to be keeping a keen eye towards MVP ranking is because, yes, there is a prize pool of $150,000 for the teams. At the same point, there is a prize pool for the MVP ranking as well. And right now, Gyante is looking likely to be the one who is getting closer and closer to the $2,000 that's going to be in his bank.
Yeah, I mean, that's some insane amount of money right there. And as you said, he's definitely the closest. But we also know that only one game is done so far. Even the game that Erangel was done, now it's being rehosted. And so we're back inside Erangel. So, that's pretty much the story. So there's still a chance for the players to try and get these elimination points wrapped up once again. And, I mean, 19 elimination points from the side of top. I mean, we have known what sort of a caliber this player has. So you can never just doubt a player like top.
That is true. And he's done so time and time again from the side of Godlike Stalwart. But moving away from the map feed itself towards the teams itself, we do have Magnus right now, who is pitching looking pretty A-okay. Nothing to worry about for now, apart from the fact that they are not looking too good in the overall ranking. As far as, of course, Elementrix and Red Side are concerned, it seems like Elementrix Orange was able to take on shots, but thankfully for now, Red Side's player is going to be able to walk out of that, or rather, get away from that situation. So no elimination as of yet, no knocks in fact as of yet as well. But the best part about Elementrix's position right here from range is the fact that he knows exactly where Knock Knock is. Now Regicide's one final player is left out in the background. That means if the entire squad of Elementrix tries to push on ahead, it is going to be a very difficult conversion for Regicide to get even a single point out of that fight. But again, for now, that is going to be highly unlikely because Elementrix is going to be playing it safe as well. As we look at the players themselves, well, never mind the players of Elementrix, because now it seems like TUF are going to be in close proximity. Sad and Thor, right next to the rotating team of Magnus Esports. Magnus Esports with 44 points, I believe. No, 55 points. We're sitting on the 14th position. As of now, they are working towards a two-man split. Finisher is going to be the one who's going to try and draw in the attention of TUF, wherein the other players, the teammates of Finisher, are going to be creating a flank angle that we can clearly see from Drolin and the other player Faster and Zen as well. For now, though, none of that has converted into any retaliatory fire against the positioning of TUF. But it seems like that's exactly what they are working towards. Slowly but surely, it's only a matter of time before TUF and Magnus lock horns in this fight.
As you said, yeah, they're definitely moving up really close to each other. But nothing happening yet so far. Just really scouting out the areas around them. TUF, they're on their own path too. I mean, Magnus, they have a little bit of separation going on between Finisher and the rest of the squad, but Finisher too is just all by himself in the front, driving around inside of Eagle. Don't exactly know what the game plan's going to be there for the side of Finisher, but maybe he's just trying to gather some info. They're right in the smack center. Even Godlike Stalwart and DW now have started close on up, so this one can definitely be quite interesting. As expected, we're not seeing any sort of fights happen just yet. Quantum Rage 2, they're now on the 11th spot as they've dropped down a spot. MABETEX back on the second board. Now, even this blows big time for the side of MABETEX too.
Well. Well, now again, as you do mention this to be the podcast hours, that's exactly what the teams are providing us with the opportunity as well. As just another few seconds, the zone is going to be closing. The teams have actually moved themselves. Pretty much all the teams, in fact, this time around have made an early rotation to get towards get as close as they can towards the zone. But let's see. This is where the chaos also starts ensuing, because the teams that are making this rotation to get into the zone are probably going to be sprayed on upon as well.
Speak about that, and just a huge wave of vehicles moving inside the circle. Pretty much getting back to the center. But yeah, as I said, that sort of a rehost has given a big lifeline for the side of I8. And that's massive. Because were completely just pushed on the latter half of the board. Yeah, the previous game was decent for the side of I8, so they are now back on the 7th spot, but still considering the fact that DW won that one, now they boosted themselves back in the 6th spot. I mean, so many things were changed, man. The entire look of the overall rankings changed after that Erangel game, and now just because it's rehosted, it just looks like a complete new overall rankings. It feels weird. But yeah, as we do have a fight breaking down between the players of Elementrix and DEW. And DEW, they're just going to let the man fall down and meet his demise. Nothing much can be done. He's not retrievable at this point in time. So DEW, they're not going to waste any more time to get the fallen man back up.
Absolutely. With that, the second element is going to be showcased right here, the second elimination of the game. As we reach towards the 11-minute marker, Elementrix on our screens with the only team that has been able to accumulate 2 defeat points to their name. Looking very much in a good momentum play and momentous boost to the start of this game. From the start of this game itself, rather, I should say. But again, for now, all the teams, they are just slowly approaching towards the 3rd zone of this game. Now, once they do, that is when we will get a clear understanding of what teams are looking very much in good contestation to get a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves. But as of now, every team is playing it safe. A majority of them are focusing on their rotations. And the ones who have made the rotation are now trying to capitalize on, after having made the rotation, finding a decent compound for themselves within the zone itself. That we can see happening from the players of TUF as well, as they find themselves in a close area to school. But again, for now, Necro, it is looking like a casual Erangel map where it is taking a slow time for the teams to actually find each other as well, because the zone itself, for now, it is a pretty generic zone is what I'm going to say, right? And once we are done with the second zone, that's when the chaos is going to start ensuing based on the curveball shifts that the zone brings in. For now, the teams, they know that curveball shift is going to be thrown from the zone from the 3rd to the 4th zone. And that in turn is what they perhaps are waiting for before they start retaliating against their opponents that they have positional awareness about?
Exactly. I mean, again, speak about the positional awareness. Right now, every single team is just really just sort of in the center. There are some teams that are still playing on the edge, for example, DRS and stuff, but majority of the teams are just playing right from the center side or a little bit from the off centers. But the next circle just centers on up right on top of school. So DRS, they're going to have a long way to go inside this one. Now, I really do want to see how DRS are going to try to pull off a clear and a clean rotation inside this type of a circle. Because I personally think so. At this point in time, if DRS do try to make an entry, every single line or every single sideline will be filled up with teams. There are going to be a lot of Guardian Angels who will try to hold the players DRS off at bay. T20 Cordy also try to make it inside the circle. As soon as the circle hit the deck, of course, there was a huge wave of vehicles just moving inside the circle. But ladies and gentlemen, we have got a little bit of, we know the reason why the previous game was, or pretty much the Erangel game, why it was rehosted. It seems like multiple teams faced a bit of a ping issue, and that's why the game is now rehosted.
Well. Now that we have the first game of the day taking place once again, teams have an equal opportunity to, of course, bring in the best level of play. Now, this is something that we spoke about at the start of the day as well, right, Necro? Because today is day number 3. Tomorrow will be the final day for all of these teams in the SA Championship. And that means that they are going to have to utilize today's games to perfection. Every single game counts. And if they get a second opportunity, I'm sure they're going to try and deliver a better performance. And that's exactly what they're doing. But Vishal, he's getting a little too over greedy over there. Or a little over cocky, I'm not entirely sure. But he was so close to the players of Agonxi8. Not entirely sure why did Agonxi8 be so very trigger disciplined. And that opportunity was right there in front of them. They had the perfect cover. They had the perfect control. They had the flank angles working for them. But they decided to not take part in that. And Elementrix have been given a sigh of relief as of yet. I8 are going to be walking out.
Indeed, some crazy stuff, man. But as Godlike Stalwart too, to start to move around, they are currently barely on the edge on the southern side near the Potato Hill. Now the prime spot is definitely school, and the players of MABETEX have already got their hands on the school. Apartments are still up for grabs. If a team does want to go for the apartments side, they can. It's completely empty. And considering it's the prime and a really powerful slot, I think so you should definitely go for that one. But I don't think so teams yet have figured out that the entire apps area is clear. And it is up for grabs too. Quantum Rage on our screens today's day hasn't been that great for them. They haven't been able to activate themselves. I mean, yeah, we have known the fact that Quantum Rage don't really like to engage inside a lot of fights. But as I said, just placement points isn't going to cut it. They really do need to step things up even in the elimination brackets.
They definitely do. And they have the opportunity, or rather right now were provided with the opportunity at least to get the information against the players of T2K. But it seems like both the teams, T2K as well as Quantum Rage, are going to be focusing on the rotating zone itself, which is definitely a good decision as of now from both of them. As we do see the zone on the map being displayed right there, as in the center, it is the players of Skylightz Gaming right around in the vicinity of them. As of now, again, they've got a good control of the area. But right now on our screens, look at that. The chaotic mess that's going to be ensuing right here in the school's apartment. Agonxi8 going to be in close proximation against the players of Godlike Stalwart. What a close battle that was. But action and top. Again, the nade was so very close. They should have been dropped down, but they were not. And it is going to be Uzum right now with only a sliver of HP, trying his level best to be able to bring down. And Scribe will go down as well, as Uzum with just a sliver of HP will be able to bring in a very massive blow and punch to the players of course, Godlike Stalwart. But at the same point of time, what are the teammates doing? Because Agonxi8, they are being thrashed on upon because they are out in the open. They're being thrashed on upon as well from a third-party approach, and that's going to be coming in from Red side.
Oh, some clean taps coming in from the front lines, and definitely was not able to dodge him in time. And look at this now. Godlike Stalwart want to take advantage of that fact. They would really do want to press on this one. Godlike Stalwart as well inside the apps area. They do realize at least somewhere in the close vicinities there is a team who has taken some big shots. upon themselves, who is quite damaged. Magnus is right next to him too, and look at them just peppering down bullets in the front. Nocto still not knocked out, somehow is able to stay alive, but eventually fall prey. Magnus were able to find an opening against the players Godlike Stalwart, but luckily enough, Top was able to crawl away from that dangerous spot. Now is in a pretty safe hands. He should be able to get back up on his feet. DRS 2 on somewhere else. They're engaging in some fights themselves. Yeah, action just all across the board. As I said, DRS, for them to execute a rotation inside this type of a circle is going to be so tough, and that's what exactly happened. They met against the players at T20 QWERTY, and now both of them are having equal traits.
Absolutely, as DRS and T20 lock horns against the eastern side of the zone. Of course, we do have so many teams near the school apartment that are bringing in those sprays, and right now it's going to be the Real Soldiers bringing down 420 boy as well with that spray. It's going to be Rules approaching the dropped down player and trying to convert that into a point. Now, Yante as well as Killer YT from the side of DRS need a revival, where T20 QWERTY are going to try and, of course, maybe capitalize on giving a revival to their own teammate. It seems like for now, they are going to be dividing it. T20 QWERTY are going to be trying to perfectly just capitalize on this. Khan is still working towards getting, of course, all the nades towards the area that DRS approached from. And from the backlines, look at that, Elementrix. Oh, Elementrix, once again, they are in close proximity to perhaps bring in a third party. I'm not sure if they will or not, but right now, T20 QWERTY are the ones who are looking very much in control, and DRS have finally been provided with a little bit of a breathing space to be able to get their teammates alive. Revived, my apologies, and perhaps back out of this fight. But even if they back out, I mean, where are they going to go? Because the zone, once again, DRS moves away from you. Necro was mentioning this earlier again and again. DRS, they are just, double. They're just thinking too much about those rotating elements, and that in turn is pushing them to the extreme edges of the zone. Yeah. And this time, it seems like it is going to be the end. There's no way they're going to be able to walk out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Gante is all by himself, and even he's just so down low. The nade's going to find the opening on Gante. Gante knocked out. Unfortunately, the man who is on the MVP leaderboards, or pretty much the leader of the MVP leaderboards this time, is not going to be able to pull off anything. Even Rules falls down, and that's going to be it. DRS is the first team to get eliminated. This game is just... oh, boy. One of the worst games, if you ask me, for the side of DRS. We were speaking about the momentum, and this is where the momentum is now broken. They still have 168 points, though, on the live ranking, so that's something they can definitely work on, considering Godlike Stalwart only have 136, so they still do have some sort of a cushion. But if Godlike Stalwart are able to convert this game into some insane amount of points, then things can be changed instantly.
Absolutely, but this fight right here in these school apartments, I mean, this has been going on for far too long. Along with that, it has definitely been a boon provided to the players of Magnus, of course, as they have been able to, get a lot of damage control done right here against the players of Godlike Stalwart. But it seems like Godlike Stalwart are still not yet done and deterred from this entire saga as they push on ahead. And from the backlines, action was not that. Oh, he should have checked the angle. He just jumped into the apartment without checking the left and right of the door itself. And that in turn has resulted in, of course, Magnus provided with the opportunity to get those defeat points. And that is exactly what they will do. Top, the final player, will go down as well. That in turn is going to be Godlike Stalwart getting the elimination right here to hand it to them on the 14th position. 13 teams remaining, but 38 players. A lot of teams right now are going to be playing with only a few select players in their team, I believe.
Speak of that, and Magnus Esports is just continuing to rain down bullets in the front. Magnus really just down to a three-man squad. They lost out on Zen a while ago, but Magnus now is on a rotation, or is now on a way to make it inside the circle. Also getting shot at in the back. Oh, things are really just getting way too dicey for them. Even I8 do want a little bit of piece of that in that fight. So they do want some elimination points wrapped up on their name. I8 now finally will try to make a rotation inside because they cannot afford to stay outside the circle anymore. It's going to deal a lot of damage. Now the circle is converted into the wall of death. Something you cannot afford to stay outside of. High voltage in a pretty decent spot. Once again, there's a chance High Voltage might just be able to get this game too. And that will definitely be a little bit of flex of skills if High Voltage are able to get this one.
Absolutely, and it is going to be very crucial, of course, for the side of High Voltage as well to be able to capitalize on this perfect opportunity that's been provided to them as they are looking at edge of the zone control for themselves. and they've got all 4 players, and they've got a compound as well. Everything definitely in favor of HV right there. Along with that, it is going to be I8, the final 2 players that we just saw getting eliminated, thanks to, of course, MABETEX Esports' approach in that exact same fight. With that, T2K also looking very much in good contestation, but the zone is not going to be favoring them. They've got a compound, definitely, but they are going to be in close proximity to high voltage, where we saw they are bringing in a lot of damage, and that's going to be in the name of Nate. But I see just perfect approach from him with the UMP in his hand, and backlines is going to be held from his teammate Godless, as DEW are the ones who are going to have to retaliate against this push. But through the smoke, it seems like IC is just going to move in ahead without a care for anybody but the points. He is going to be able to eliminate DEW. 7 teams in total remain, and it is still anybody's game.
Yeah, it is still anybody's game indeed. I mean, yeah, Skylightz Gaming was my pick, but unfortunately they got picked quite early off. Lucky Charm not working out this time, man. Unfortunate stuff. Magnus too getting eliminated. A lot of big names are getting taken care of. My bad, Skylightz Gaming didn't get eliminated. Skylightz Gaming are still alive on the southern side, so that's a great thing. MABETEX right next to him too, and MABETEX is really just trying to pressure him over and over again. So this is something they can definitely try to work on with.
You know what I'm thinking, Necro?
Mm-hmm.
You should have stuck with high voltage, mate.
Man, I mean, okay, don't make me feel bad, all right, bro? Stop it. Stop it, man.
I was just thinking, and I should have stuck with ISC because that's what I wrote for the 3rd game of the day.
Oh no, man. But maybe Skylightz Gaming is still alive, man. You can never underestimate them. They're still alive.
True.
There is a chance, unless this nade connects right on the mark, then things are different. But yeah, that's not going to be the case. I mean, they still have 3 players alive. If MABETEX is being wiped out inside this game, then things can get way too easier for the side of Skylightz Gaming to keep on fighting inside this one. MABETEX is the only team that's creating so much trouble for Skylightz Gaming right now. And even the players of IC, they really do have their focus on the players of MABETEX, so things are getting even much more tougher for the side of MABETEX to deal with.
Absolutely, but IHC, they're moving in with good control as well. From one fight to the other, they push on their crosshairs towards the players of Skylightz Gaming, as well as Skylightz Gaming's Mafia Ninja does go down right now as we move on towards high voltage and T2K. A 4v4 battle is what we're going to be looking at right here on our screens between these 2 teams, as Sandesh pushes on from the backlines, and he's going to be able to perfectly utilize the UMP in his hand as high voltage's mark does go down. Now it is all boiling down in favor of course, T2K, but T2K need to get that revival on T2K Jane, and that is where a fight could go in their favor. A 4v3 situation is what it could turn out to be, but right now it is going to be, of course, high voltage. Prabeen trying his level best, but in all of this chaos that is ensuing, the other teams are going to get closer and closer and get a better control of the zone itself, and that is going to be in control of MABETEX against IHC, where IHC are outside. They have no cover apart from the vehicles, whereas for MABETEX, they've got a really good compound in their control, and this in turn could very well favor them. Same is the case for T2K as well, but let's see how exactly this is going to play out. And look at that, on the backlines from the flank, we do have Sandesh keeping a very keen eye. As soon as the smoke dissipates, he will have an opportunity, but it seems like from the backlines of Sandesh itself, it is going to be IHC, where Alex, along with his teammate Demo, is going to push on their luck, and T2K's opportunity is crumbling down.
Indeed, it does seem like it is crumbling down. Even Skylightz Gaming, things were just way too tough for Nemo, man. He tried to just pull out of the cover, make it inside the circle, but unfortunately couldn't, of course. Just got peppered down by the players of MABETEX. IHC now have just closed on up instantly on that compound where the players of MABETEX are holding towards. Even high voltage, they are just taking care of a lot of teams. T2K got rid of. IHC now, they're catching a bit of fire onto themselves as Jiggle have found the opening against Demo. Demo goes down. IC is the closest man towards him, but Jiggle's position's compromised, so Jiggle's catching a lot of bullets on himself. Even the wall of death moving in from the back. Jiggle's under a lot of pressure right now. IHC, they just do some light work against the players of MABETEX, and somehow High Voltage is able to just shut down the players in the front. High Voltage, they're doing some light work against IHC, but IHC, those 2 players in the front, they have a good cover.
Well, now Alex and Goddess are the ones who got a perfect control and cover of this entire area. At the same point of time, it is going to be the players of high voltage. Of course, Jiggle and Assassin slowly making their way to get as close as they can to the smoke wall that's been created from the IHC's players. But it is Godless and Alex. Now, again, the mind plays are going to be played. Mind games are going to be played from both of those dudes as well. Perhaps one's going to be baiting the players, but it is a 2v2 fight. So it is a very close battle between both of them. But at the same point in time, we have to keep in mind that it is going to be the players of high voltage who perhaps do have a better awareness of where the players of IHC going to be jumping in from. But never mind that, because the nade is going to be doing all the talking as Assassin does get dropped down to his knees. Now it's a 2v1 conversation, and it all boils down to Jiggle. Now Jiggle has done it again, but can he do so once more? He does bring down the player, and now Godless against Jiggle, the only two players surviving in this lobby. A 1v1 fight where indeed for IHC Godless, he has a perfect reveal.
Oh,
I thought he had it. I thought High Voltage had it, but Godless clutches it at the end moment, thanks to, of course, that airdrop that provided him that quintessential cover that was needed out there. But for Jiggle, sadly, there was nothing.
It's crazy how the final three teams were MABETEX, IHC, and High Voltage.
Right.
And even inside the first Erangel were MABETEX, IHC, and High Voltage. But it was just a different circle and a different ending. So,
indeed, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. High Voltage at this point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if they just start some sort of a drama after that one, man, because
they ought to. They have to capitalize on it. But wow, wow. What a fun game this definitely was. And again, it's almost like a deja vu reminiscent of what happened in just an hour or two ago as to what happened right now, because it is the same exact game being replayed, rehosted. But again, the result that is right here in front of us, the top three teams still being pretty much the top three teams. It's yeah, a lot to talk about, of course, a lot to talk about. But right now, it is time for us to go on a short little break, after which we, of course, will continue on this entire day saga. Wow. Well. Again, this was the first game of the day right here, coming to an end right here in the Pro League Championship, where, of course, now we're joined in with Fixes as we move on ahead. We already know the Miramar game came to an end, and it was, of course, DEW who walked away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves. But Fixes, in the green room, you did tell me that, you know what, if you had the opportunity, you would have gone with, oh, my apologies, Necro, my apologies, mate.
Yo,
I was here. Exactly right. I was in a different realm altogether, because I was thinking that I'm going to be talking to Fixes right now, mate. So,
listen, I understand we both are big, okay? I understand.
No. Don't get me wrong, mate. I did not even look at my screen. I was like, I knew Fixes was going to be joining in, but we do have to talk about the game that just took place. I am so sorry, Necro. But yeah, mate.
I was like, wait, what? I was like, damn, when did this happen?
You were so quiet about it as well. You was being so, well,
I was like,
but nevertheless,
damn, Blotter was in a whole different realm.
We do have the MVP on our screens, and it is going to be none other than Godless from IHC with 6 eliminations. I kid you not. Again, I mean, Necro talking about Godless today, he is playing it to perfection. He's playing it as perfectly possible as he can, because every single game that I've looked at it coming in from IHC, Godless is pushing his envelope tenfold every game.
I mean, I'm just happy over the fact that IHC now have got the chicken dinner, so that means the top 3 is even more sensitive, and it's the competition's getting closer and closer. It's not just DRS running away with the lead, considering DRS got eliminated so early off inside the game. That means now the points distance is going to start to close off.
Absolutely. And you mentioned it earlier as well, right? When it comes to this rehost, it has actually changed the dynamic of the overall rank in itself, the storyboard. And now there's still so much more, again, for the teams that are sitting on the latter half, it is going to be still the same exact kind of a journey line that we anticipate them to get better with every single game. But the top of the top right now on the totem pole, well, a lot has actually kind of moved on around as well. And with that, talking about the match summary, we do have, of course, Godless with the highest elimination. Comes in along at the highest damage is going to be Prabeen from High Voltage, 1,263 by just one player. Moving along is going to be Godless's teammate Alex with the highest assist, and then comes his Skylightz Gaming's Nima with highest healing done.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, Nima is right there too. But again, Nemo was able to stay alive till the end. We saw him. He tried his best to keep his team alive, but in the end, unfortunately, he needed to leave the cover that he had and move out in the open and try to make it inside the circle. Skylightz Gaming, they found themselves in quite a tricky spot, honestly. It was next to impossible to get away from that one because they were also getting pressured down by MABETEX, and that is something Skylightz Gaming were really not able to find the counter to. They were not able to land those blows with the utilities. They were not able to do anything. Even MABETEX were just playing that one so safe because they knew they were also getting shot at from the back by the players of IHC. So at that point in time, MABETEX couldn't be too over-aggressive in that scenario. They needed to keep their heads tucked down, and that's what they did. Match rankings off the previous game in front of us as we have IHC, of course, with 15 placement points and 15 elimination points. That's going to give them a total of 30 points. So that's a massive game from IHC.
Definitely. I mean, this is how they started their lead on the overall standing as well, and that is how they're going to be, of course, pushing on the envelope as they walk away with the chicken dinner for themselves. Now, MABETEX as well, on this day particularly, they have brought their gameplay up tenfolds for sure, and again, the day is not yet done. The day is still so young because only 2 games are done for now. We've got 4 more games remaining. And of course, when it comes down to the way the games are being played out, I have to kind of point it out that we do still have anybody walking away with a chicken dinner. That sort of a fight that is still taking place because the team's rotations that we are looking at, yeah, they are turning into very good understanding of the zone. Right now, let's have a look at the F21 Pro moments that started off this entire saga.
Exactly. I mean, this is how really the final moments looked like. And Skylightz Gaming, yeah, the rotation was clear right there. It was a do or die sort of a scenario for them. So they straight up just booked it in those final moments. They realized if they're not going to be able to get that position in the hands, it would have been done right then and there. But unfortunately, even the position that they had in the end moment, in the final few moments, the circle shifted away from them. And that's something that really did just catch them off guard. And Skylightz Gaming, overall, they are a solid team, but that sort of a play will at least keep them that 3rd spot secured in the overall rankings with 140 points. So at least they have pinned it down on their name. IHC moved up really close to DRS. Now the points distance has completely closed up, so that means there's no cushion available for DRS.
Indeed, they have to. Now they have to capitalize on the upcoming game to be able to, of course, keep that lead to themselves because IHC Esports, they're on the rise. As we've been talking about it again and again, it is Godless, Alex, and the others who are just slowly but surely working towards every opportunity provided to them to get the rotation done right, to be able to take on the fights, and they're being very subtle about it as well. I mean, they're not making their presence felt too early in the game. They're working towards the rotations, prioritizing it, and once they find find themselves in a good spot, is when we see IHC Esports retaliate against their opponents. Now, on the other front, talking about Godlike Stalwart as well, they are sitting on the 4th spot. They have faltered down a little bit with the 2 position drop that we can see from them. But again, it's still not done from them because it's only 3-point difference to be on the 3rd spot.
Exactly. I mean, Godlike Stalwart not really having that great of a game. That's why we aren't seeing a lot of improvement from their side in the overall rankings. But as you do have the latter half of the board in front of you, you can see MABETEX still on the 9th spot, still on the latter half of the board. As I said, just because this rehost, MABETEX, yeah, even they had to pay a big toll for that one because MABETEX, in the previous Erangel game, they were on the 2nd spot. I mean, even inside this one, they were doing pretty good, but still, just because I8, they got another lifeline, they instantly capitalized on it, and now they're on the 1st half of the board doing pretty good right now. And pretty much I8's next goal should be to enter the top 5, which is absolutely not impossible considering they still have, 4 more games to go today? So that's a lot of games in their hands.
Absolutely. And of course, we want to be able to see them get the chicken dinner for themselves, as well as Agonxi8 need one of those very, very crucially. Right now, of course, as we move on ahead, we are going to be looking at the map of Sanhok that's going to be brought in next. And of course, along with that, we are going to move on to Fixes now. And Fixes is going to be joining me to, of course, take us through along on the map of Sanhok journey for all these 16 teams. Now, it is turning into quite an extended opportunity that's been provided to these team Fixes, but what are your anticipations?
It's going to be so difficult, right? Trying to take a call over here, but you know what? I think I really want to stick with Godlike Stalwart again. And for all the good reasons, right? One of the primary ones being the circle kind of having these tendencies to go around the center. Godlike Stalwart just dropping off at boot camp. We know there's not going to be anybody to challenge them, but they really need to watch out for the terrains up and down below, because a lot of teams tend to cluster up around there. If they can watch the backs, then I think they're really good to go. And at this point, they definitely need to get a chicken dinner. I mean, they've already been starting to slip, and they haven't really had that chance. Maybe, we've always considered Sanhok to be that table turner. So, Godlike Stalwart, this is it. If they do not win this one, then the rest of the day kind of seems a little slippery for me. But what about you, Lakshay? Who do you think is going to win this one out? I think you already had a prediction that you said to Necro.
Yep. Absolutely. I do have T20 Koji written down that I want to be able to see getting a chicken dinner for themselves on the map of Sanhok. And again, keep my fingers crossed, because it is going to be a tough battle for them, that's for sure. They have showcased signs of, being able to capitalize on perfect opportunities that are provided to them. They've actually fought along and taken on the opportunities for themselves. But today, one other thing that actually changes the entire, the approach to the entire battleground is the fact that the Mongolian domination seems to have risen up. And that in turn does make things a lot more trickier for the other teams to be able to capitalize upon. But let's see how exactly is this going to play out. So from your side, it's going to be, of course, Godlike Stalwart as your prediction for the chicken dinner for the map of Sanhok. From my side, it's going to be T20 Koji. But overall, it could definitely go either way, because we have absolutely no idea what the zone is going to be doing. And of course, along with that, how the teams are going to be rotating and how are they going to be allowed to rotate or not as well.
Right. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if IHC can get a back-to-back, because they are really, really bringing on the hate onto DRS. And this is what I was talking about, right? DRS not finding those games anymore. There has been those problems, right? And they kind of are struggling. So hence, I really wanted to go for DRS. I really wanted to bring them back into the thing, and the kind of a cushion, like we just discussed, they were enjoying. It's completely gone, right? There's no more chance that they can slip a few games apart. But Sanhok, we know how treacherous it can be, how difficult it can be for all those teams. We are yet to see that Western Circle. But again, for me, I've gone with Godlike Stalwart, because of all the good reasons. And for Lakshay, I think we're going to stick with T20 QWERTY. So T20 QWERTY haven't really been looking like to be the strongest team, but you never know. I think Sanhok is one of those maps where it kind of favors whoever has got a good spot inside the circle. Like even Elementrix, we really cannot rule them out, because even if not a chicken dinner, they somehow tend to just sneak their way through into the top 3 or the top 4. So it's going to be an exciting affair. And Sanhok, my first game this time in the ESA Championship, never with the rotations that I had my luck with that. But regardless, finally I'm getting to cast one of those. And we've seen, so much of a rather slower approach, which is all going to change if one thing really happens is we get to see a hardcore Western Circle. If that happens, so many teams are just going to migrate, and that's going to make it so much more exciting.
True. I spoke about this with Necro, I believe, the first day itself, and I would love to have that happen, because again, it turns down to all the teams having to rush towards that small little island, and it becomes so chaotic. And that is where we actually do end up looking at, a few teams, not always, but seldom times we end up looking at teams trying to work towards the water rotation itself on the map, which again is beautiful to witness, because they have started the water rotation. They've no idea how are they going to be approaching the land itself, and if at all, there are going to be other fishermen around them, which is also a chaotic mess that we've seen. But again, all of that will be figured out as, of course, we jump in with the game and where exactly the zone is going to be taking us. But in all of this conversation, as we're talking about teams, right? MABETEX Esports is another one that we should probably highlight as well. With the way Wally and the others have been actually, locking on and bringing in perfect destruction working in their favor in terms of the points. It's looking pretty good, I'd say.
I think it certainly is. MABETEX, the way they've been playing from the past couple of games, and thankfully, we kind of had the similar top 3 situation going out there. And MABETEX, however, in that first game of Erangel, which was kind of scrapped off, in that game, they kind of racked up a lot of eliminations, and as a result of which, they kind of have to deal with the brunt of it, losing out on those extra few points that they had earned, and would be a huge blow considering the fact that they're on a war path. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be pushing for a short little break. We'll be right back with all the action. You don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gear Front. From September 29th to November 14th, UTC plus 0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC plus 0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are of course back with all the action and for all the reasons, you know, hence we are having some technical difficulties with ensuring the players to get the right pings to start performing in the server, to maintain that neutrality, you know, because a few of the teams are getting better pings than the others. Where's the fun in that? I'm pretty sure, and even the teams do realize, and we would want to bring you the best experience out there, and we really hope you are with us. And I think things are really resolved, all set A-okay as we venture in to the rainforest this time around. Sanhok is where we are at, and goes all the way from Tambang towards Lakavi. Now, this is one of those flight paths that has really, you know, intrigued me, considering the fact that, you know, I'm kind of more keen towards the zone, because no matter wherever the flight path goes, teams can really just, you know, long parachute glide and get to where they are. And if it goes towards the western side, DE Warriors, they're going to massively benefit out of that. If not, then they're going to have a lot of issues. And the Warriors already have become the winners of Miramar. That won't be scraped off. You know, we've checked it, double checked.
True.
And that's going to be nice. But, you know, our predictions out here, Godlike Stalwart for me in bootcamp. And just on you know, the very fact that they were able to seize one through. But this looks really promising. This has those chances to go towards that western side. And even high voltage, as a matter of fact. Heading down towards those shrine areas, got a little bit of that lower ground control as well. And if they play their cards right, this could turn out to be a really amazing game for them.
Indeed, it definitely could. And especially if the zone actually takes itself towards the western side, right? It would be the most perfect approach that we could see from DE Warriors or from high voltage as well. As for now, the teams are going to be... Oh, wait. Right off the bat, we do have T20 Query against VENOM Legends taking on shots against each other, as we just saw some shots taking place, and I'm not entirely sure if it all an elimination has already taken place or not, but definitely the fights have already started brewing across there. With that, talking about the teams themselves, again, a very spread out approach is what we're looking at from all of these teams. TUF, very structured, yet very far apart from each other. Again, in a straight line though. On the other front for T2K, they've got a two-man split going on, but a very fanned out two-man split is what we do have from the side of T2K. But talking about Magnus, they love their Paradise Resort. That's exactly where they're going to be dropping down towards. And again, no team around in the vicinity to that wants to, in fact, drop at Paradise Resort or give them any trouble at all is what I'm looking at. This is day number 3. Honestly, I thought by day number 3 on Sanhok, at least there would be one team fixes, which would love to go towards Magnus's drop location of Paradise Resort. But as of now, in the initial moments, that's not been the case. As the game progresses on, yes, many teams have pounced on upon Paradise Resort, and fights have taken place over there. But moving on down south, we do have IHC towards another very spread approach as well, which is again on the map of Sanhok, a very accustomed approach for whatever team that goes towards the Kampong Dock area. I mean, that is the kind of approach that we end up seeing from that particular team's drop.
At this point, I really like what Godlike Stalwart are doing. To be honest, Cry, just having that high ground, the backline hills control, it's going to restrict the movements of Regicide and MABETEX. And at least, if not even restrict, relay the information to his teammates. Because that sort of has always been a cause of concern for Godlike Stalwart. People coming in from the backline, just sneaking on them. And hence this measure. And one good thing is they have that room and space for trying to do that. Because it's been time and again, a lot of teams have dropped down at Sanhok and right at boot camp, and Godlike Stalwart had ensured in the past that it was a graveyard for them. But again, this is not the same Godlike Stalwart that we knew of. I mean, don't get me wrong, the players are still the same, but it's just that they have a little bit of a dip in their form, because we do see top still in that MVP list, but actions kind of a little invisible. I mean, Pika is really stepping up, and really need that action magic to play around tonight. But Godlike Stalwart really being very quick with the rotation, just get done with their loot and instantly just take over the hills. They understand the gravity of the situation over here as T20 QWERTY. They also make a really quick rotation out towards Hatin, and will now just loot around that area as Nirzed making a really bold move, way far away from his pack. If he gets picked off, he's really done for. But high voltage, they're just gonna have such a sweet time enjoying themselves up north. Somewhere down the line, I have this very stark feeling that, when everybody's anticipating the zone to go towards that west, it is gonna stick on towards that eastern side, maybe somewhere around boot camp. What do you think?
It definitely could be the case, because as we can clearly see, I mean, T20 QWERTY have already dropped down to a 3-man squad. VENOM Legends with a 2-man split are approaching Hatin itself to be able to pounce on towards the players of T20 QWERTY itself. And as we have the teams slowly moving towards the Camp Alpha Island itself, the zone could very well restrict itself from that region altogether and move towards the main island. But again, that is a possibility that is out there. We'll have to see if that'll be the case or not. But as of yet, that is the first blood situation that has taken place, where T20 QWERTY have already lost on one of their players. And now as they try and again move away from this area, it is looking very, very difficult, because 420 Boy is left out all by his lonesome, whereas Gravity and Voltrix, again, they are trying to hold on that area, but it is not looking easy, because DE Warriors have also approached, and I'm sure now high voltage have the best position, because again, those mountainous regions that high voltage have on top of them, the rocky terrain, that is going to be helping them out, if nothing else, to get all the information that they can for all the chaotic fight that could be ensuing around them in the vicinity between DE Warriors, T20 QWERTY, VENOM Legends as well. But in all, for now, it is going to take a little bit of a time. But at the same time, as we move towards the island, the main island itself, look at Agonxi8. Agonxi8 are looking very comfortable in terms of where they're at and how they've situated themselves. As of now, they've got no team around in the vicinity to worry about. But with that, the first airdrop is going to be dropped on along, and it is going to be providing a Groza with level 3. Again, a very crucial, not necessarily, but an important gun if you have it in your hand, especially on the map of Sanhok. GG play definitely going to be able to help you out because of the rate of fire. But at the same time, for now, does not look like a team is going to be approaching that airdrop as of yet. Again, that's a very baity tactic, which again, in these sort of lobbies, we seldom ever see, but it still is always an opportunistic approach that just keep a keen eye out, keep a crosshair out towards the airdrop if you can see, because one of them is going to drop on ahead, and as soon as they go for that gun, you take them down. But for now, again, stalemate situation is what it's turned out to be after that T20 and VENOM Legend fight. T20 QWERTY and VENOM Legend fight.
One thing that really obviously worries me is teams being reluctant maybe to pick that weapon up, even if they get it, because of the ammunition. I mean, you just get 90, including the 60 that comes along extra. But yeah, for now, Gangster, it is just going to let Voltrix pass.
Wow.
That's kind of concerning
Wait,
to me because
what?
look at the kind of uncertainty, indecisiveness from their side. I mean, I could not really figure out why. Gangster knew. He had that information. He even had Frag Boy on his flanks and could have really opted to open up. And they've already got one finish out there from T20 QWERTY. And could have been such a huge stone in their paths just to kind of shut them down. But regardless, coming back to discussion of teams not really opting, because ideally we've seen a lot of teams go for the shotguns, M4s, the arms in this matchup. We've seen a lot of vectors also in the play, but not a lot of AKMs. They're very specific players that kind of liked using the AKM. One of the primary reasons why it has kind of lost its popularity is because of the kind of backspace that it takes, right? Considering how much these players love to keep all those grenades and smokes, you have to really calculate things through. And yeah, of course, Groza just does provide you that extra punch in those close range, in those mid-range encounters. But then again, that trade-off for grenades, I think that is something that the players are really not willing to take. And regardless, I mean, I do not see even a single soul out in front of that drop. But talking about DRS, it's a very important game for them also, because they have to somehow ensure that IHC do not have a good one, because IHC are their nearest threat, and this circle definitely does not favor them. The only silver lining for DRS and IHC though in this particular game is they can really rotate quickly inside those circles, because both these teams are just playing around the peripheries.
Indeed, and that in turn has resulted in them not being able to capitalize on the late game situations that are brought on based on how the zone loves to, fluctuate from one side to the other. Right now, it seems Regicide, Nocto, in fact, my apologies, is right in front of Elementrix position. Now again, this map of Sanhok has resulted in a stalemate start, at least so many times. That's what we've seen. And that's exactly what we've got going on right now as well. As we reach the 10-minute marker, the zone is going to be making us shift. And with that, it is going to be Magnus Esports from the Paradise Resort taking on shots against T2K. As Legend goes down from the backlines, T2K Jane perhaps could try and bring in a flank angle approach, but it is looking like a risky one because Magnus Esports, they have been around at Paradise Resort for quite a long time. They've got all the angles figures out. And right now, it's going to be Rig, who needs to be ultra careful about what he's going to be doing. And with that, Drollin, just a matter of seconds late, was not able to get even a single bullet of that spray onto his opponent, as Rig was able to get away from that entire precarious situation that he could have definitely been dropped down. Now Drollin, again, he's sticking to the same exact angle. Okay. Tough cookie. I mean...
For sure.
Okay.
Still wants to take his chances though. I mean...
yeah.
Why not? Just outplay your opponent when your opponent thinks that maybe you're going to come in from a different angle. Speak from the very same one and find one more. And Drollin has not been consistent, I must say. He's not the flashiest of players of Team Magnus. That has always been finisher and faster, but he's kind of one of those players that gets the job done every single time. Puts his body out, gets those eliminations when required. And earlier, I kind of saw him make a few of those mistakes, but these days he's making very less. And as long as he can make things work, I mean, who are we to complain? But with this concentric shift of the circle, it just could be anybody's zone. Now T20 QWERTY, despite that rough start, they've kind of managed to recuperate, have a decent spot just around that Western Island Eastern shorelines. They've got those important compounds, and more often than not, we've seen those circle kind of go over there. If that happens, then they're going to be happy about how things are working out for them. But right now, Godlike Stalwart, one of those teams, just around the epicenter of the zone, have 2 players stationed at the back hills of bootcamp and 2 players inside of bootcamp. This is where it's going to be an interesting approach, where I hope they do not, just go roaming around out for a stroll, because if they do that, TUF might strike. Even I8 is just breathing down their nose, and any single time, one little mistake by Godlike Stalwart could really hamper their endeavors. And this is one of those games where they really cannot afford to do so, because if IHC and DRS have a good game, then things might be really difficult. Now, don't get me wrong, Godlike Stalwart is still qualified for the PMGC. But again, the kind of expectations their fans have, they're not just, you know, based out of Mongolia anymore. It's just a fanned out approach, even from South Asia. We've got so many fans, even from India, especially after that collaboration with Godlike. You know, massive amount of support just pouring in for them. And kind of have to say that they haven't really lived up to it. And I don't know, it's not a blame game anymore. It's just about, you know, the players kind of getting a little unlucky, sometimes bad decision making, and sometimes being a little lousy in those 4v4 fights. Because Godlike Stalwart, they were kind of synonymous with the name, with domination, right? Every 4v4 fight, they had so much control. Especially this duo action in top kind of is not really working out anymore. And they are kind of thinking about different measures. But how long can they take these things on? And they really need to recover, because if they don't, then it's going to haunt them in the GC. But seems like it's a good start. But trades have already poured in as Uzum gets one on top. But Pika, he's unfazed. He does really want to go in, aggress through. Lobs a grenade, finds a beautiful knock on Uzum. And this is where i8 might just be in tatters. The only saving grace, though, is the fact that Action is far away, along with Scry. And Pika has been taken down, with Pika and top out of action. Now this gives Agon i8 an ample chance to kind of recuperate. Have lost out on one of their players, though. It's not going to bother them much. Still on the fairer side of the trade. Have the positives with them as... Oh, that's disgusting.
They were so close. They were so close to getting that confirmed into a point for themselves. But hey, now, again, they got to be that much more careful, because their elimination point has been stolen away from them. So I'm sure they ought to know that there is another team they need to be very, very wary of as they go down exactly where Godlike Stalwart's players were. Now, DRS Esports are at the lower half or at the bottom half of the zone, as well as this fight that we just saw. But at the same point in time, they are in a good area, at least for now. Because spotting them out is not going to be easy. But yeah, I see again, this sort of ballsy plays that we see coming in from the side of DRS Esports is reminiscent of what they used to do earlier as well. But again, this is not the exact kind of play that we want to be, of course, looking at from the side of the team. Because we do know that especially on the map of Sanhok, you are not only working towards your opponent that you know and you have the positional awareness of, but you also need to keep in the back of your mind that a third-party team could very well be lingering alongside to take on those shots and reducing you down. And keeping that in mind, it seems like DRS Esports are going to be, for now, hunkering down to the compound that they're at. With that, we move on ahead towards another side and another fight altogether as TUF go up against the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now, they're just positioning themselves, but in all of this action, Godlike Stalwart, they are the ones where my eyes are going to be, of course, closed and locked towards. They are a two-man army. They're going to try and play it as safe as they possibly can, because boot camp is where they're stuck at. And of course, this is not the area they're going to be taking on fights, because there are so many teams with a lot many more numbers that could pounce upon them. Yeah. But it looks like Scry definitely has an idea. Well, of course, he has an idea. Apologies. It is Agonxi8 that he was looking at. And of course, that's where he lost two of his teammates. But as of now, they're just going to have to play it a little bit more safer, play it a little bit more of a snail space approach in this game as we reach the 16-minute marker on the map of Sanhok. 16 teams are still alive with 59 players.
You know what? I do not really like what Scry is trying to do. I mean, collecting information is fine, but he's going to take those shots, then it isn't. Because somewhere down the line, I mean, all these teams in the lobby have read it out loud and clear, right? That Godlike Stalwart, they've lost out on two of their players. Now, the other two players, their position is sort of still unknown. Now, if Scry lets loose of bullets right now, he needs to understand that there is already Skylightz Gaming and TUF who are just waiting, all coiled up, ready to strike. So, Godlike Stalwart, for them, it is imperative that they survive in this particular game. And now, kind of them just collapsing out there has given so much room for IHC just to rotate in, try to contest for the hills against i8. And now this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Now when we all anticipate the circle might go west, it takes that shift towards the east. And this is where I think teams like Magnus have so much work to do. They can really restrict the entry of teams like T2K, VENOM Legends, and even have few of their players trying to head in towards those warehouses and take supreme prime control over this map. Because Skylightz Gaming, TUF, good luck getting out of bootcamp if the circle does not come in. But right now, we do have a fight brewing right in front of us. It is going to be MABETEX against Elementrix. Bishal on the front lines. He's deployed a smoke and a grenade to follow, as MABETEX really need to start repositioning themselves, as Leo also trying to join the fray. I do not really get the reason why. Would have loved to see him have that little bit of a high ground, but indeed has managed to pick a knock. Yet how Utah goes falling down, as now MABETEX have taken control in this fight. Apex taking the position that I was really talking about, and now this is what we were kind of getting a little worried about. Team VENOM Legends trying to get inside the circle, but T2K Jane does have those 22 first aids to work around with, and we know that a healing battle is definitely going to be next.
Oh, that's exactly what he's been planning from the start, and that's where you get 22 first aids in your backpack. And of course, that might be able to help out the players, but let's see if that'll be the case or not, because 16 teams, my apologies, are still remaining. And with that, IHC are taking a big knock right here, because Quantum Rage are the ones who were able to hunker down their position and at the same point in time eliminate the players of IHC. Wow, what a perfect shift right here being showcased in terms of the control that Quantum Rage showcased in that fight. But moving on towards the boot camp itself, that is where the zone is actually forcing all of these teams, and I do believe that it's going to be bringing another curveball shift where all these teams that find themselves at the boot camp region itself, well, they are going to have to be drawn out of this area, because the zone, I think, is going to move towards Magnus's region. But again, Magnus is towards the northern side, but right now all the other teams that are making a rotation, we've got DEW making a shift, and as they do, they are taking points in terms of the elimination that they're bringing in against the players that are rotating. Well, it seemed like T20 Quoty themselves were in a lot of troublesome situation as they made a water rotation. High voltage caught them in their tracks. Elementrix has been on our screen, as they are about 250 meters away. They need to go through the water lines to be able to go across into the zone itself. Now, 18 first aids, once again, kind of indicates that range right here from Elementrix is probably going to be working towards the late game opportunities. But again, the late game opportunities, so many teams working towards it, is resulting in, of course, us reaching 20-minute mark with 15 teams alive. And with that, Range had an opportunity and it took Baz down from Regicide, thus leaving 3-man army from the side of Regicide. But again, a very backed out approach, a very stalemate approach is what these teams are working towards, especially in this lobby on the map of Sanhok, where all of them that we were looking at already have upwards of 15 first aids as they work towards the late game and try and stick away from the fights. But that's not what we want to be able to see, as Elementrix's player Bishal jumps on ahead to take on another knock, as Nocto does go down. It seems like Regicide's players are definitely going to be dropping down like flies. Nocto has already been dropped down. Baz eliminated earlier as well. That means Regicide is going to be left with 2-man army as well, or maybe make that 1, because Ashad is again going to be left out with his all out to himself or not. No, it seems like he is going to be able to help out his teammate Noki. I thought Noki was, or Knock was almost knocked down over there, but it seems just a sliver of HP and he is still going to be able to survive as he gets closer and closer. But then comes in Venom, completely eliminating them as Regicide get eliminated. VENOM Legends are the ones from the backlines, from the blues itself, are going to be able to bring in some damage to the players and positioning of Regicide. 14 teams remaining right here. High voltage assassin, so very close. He does have a nade cook in against the players of DEW. DEW's Niraz has already been dropped down, but it seems like high voltage assassin, the final player from HV, is not going to be able to take care of that fight all by his lonesome, as it was a 1v3, and that in turn will be his demise as well. A chaotic fight from all the different directions is what we're looking at in this game right now. But as we were talking about it, bootcamp has been left out as the zone moves itself away, as all these teams now are going to have to rush for it. But the teams that are going to be sticking into the backlines, which we do have as Agonxi8, they will have an opportunity to take down all the other teams in front of them. At the same point in time, Skylightz is doing exactly that as they bring down the players of TUF. Joker Sir is the only player surviving. Oznigma has to do, he needs to just push on ahead with, if nothing else, just one nade made, and that could be the end of TUF right there. And that choice that he decided to go for a different player is probably going to allow TUF to be able to give that revival to their teammates.
Yeah, I told you. I told you what was going to happen. And, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. This little trench that is going to be filled with bodies. A live grave being formed in front of us. It gets so difficult for all these teams to try and survive, especially when the circle rotates a little bit up north. But Team Magnus, I really felt they could have taken even better control. Have had one of their players stationed, or maybe two, just at those warehouses, could have made things more simpler. As TUF turn out the crown, kings of bootcamp, eventually just the survivors. As now they make their way in through MABETEX. I do hope that they understand of the threat that is on their tails. But Team Magnus, having lost out on Faster, this is not a good news for them, because in there she's cooking up those Grens. And once that connects, it's going to be so devastating for Magnus in what they are intending to do. So try and get a chicken dinner. They're playing all their cards right. DRS pulled off a massive rotation, but they've been snuffed out. And their position has also been compromised as Sandesh slips away. And it's not going to be happy about his Quantum Rage. Get the better out of TUF. They bite the dust, but Magnus, finisher, making sure that Quantum Rage do not get to smile even for a moment. His gravity, he's off to on his own shenanigans, just around the edges of the rocks, and comes out winning. Despite the fact that this lad has been all by his lonesome, has been racking up a few eliminations, and making VENOM Legends his feast. And one more player of T2K stands right in front of him. But MABETEX, I really hope they're aware of the fact that they've got some intruders from the backlines. Oh, never mind. They're all cleared off. As Team Magnus in such prime position to win this game right here and now. Faster on that flank location. Sandesh right beside him. He's going to be absolutely helpless. So it all comes down to Baron and his teammate to try and maybe pull out a shocker in this particular game, because the others are already engrossed in a healing battle.
Absolutely. But one thing that can actually take them down is going to be the players of Magnus Esports, right? I mean, Magnus Esports, they've got all the 4 players, and that in turn is going to be providing them with the perfect opportunity to be able to take this game, and that is what exactly they're going to be able to do. And they will be eliminating the possibility of MABETEX Esports walking away with a chicken dinner from this game. Now, Magnus, what a perfect play it turned out to be for their side, because the numbers definitely are going to be working in their favor. Whereas you talk about all the other teams, well, we've got DRS Gaming working towards a late game opportunity for himself. Seems like T20's final player Gravity will not be able to survive for long. At the same time, Quantum Rage's Goku, he seems like he's done out with the first aids, and that in turn will be the elimination of Quantum Rage on the 4th position right there. But now 3 teams remaining, and in those 3 teams, DRS's Gyante, I believe, is still there. Skylightz Gaming's player is also still part of this entire saga. Or, well, maybe not, because now we know who the 2nd and the 3rd position holders are from this Sanhok game. But Magnus Esports, well, they needed these points. They needed a good game for themselves. And it seems like this zone, with the play that Magnus made, has resulted in them getting just that. A perfect chicken dinner with all 4 players still standing.
Indeed. And now from where we stand at, well, DRS still have that final first aid to go, but such a respite for them, and such a well-executed strat, right? They know that if you cannot win the circle, just ensure you've got enough first aids. And before he went out, Gyante did manage to dish out a lot of damage to the players of Magnus, as the players just are beaming with pride and joy, where Finisher still lying down. The world has changed, but Finisher and his sleeping posture hasn't really. I mean, as long as it rocks his boat, I'm not going to complain. But for all you enthusiasts out there, Team Magnus have managed to get a chicken dinner finally after a long wait, and now just propel themselves up to that 11th position. Still a long way to go, but something to be really happy about. Those 27 points, Team Magnus really having that good control over those hills and anticipating the circle to shift to their side. And despite all odds, it became sort of a bloodbath around that bootcamp area. So many teams just falling down like flies. TUF are doing a commendable job, but their happiness was really short-lived as Quantum Rage just wiped them out, eventually just to be getting taken down. So much happened in this game of Sanhok, for which I'm really excited to talk about, but after this short little break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after this short break, and yeah, things have been looking really spicy because, well, the Pakistanis have managed to get their first chicken dinner, and Team Magnus is the one that has managed to secure that. But let's take a quick look at who the best player in this game was, the MVP, and who might that be. And yes, of course, Finisher. I did talk about this player, has a lot of potential, 5 eliminations, 680 points of damage. And I think he really, all for Magnus, it was about taking the right zone calls, right? Have the best position, and the rest, I mean, they were pretty well adept in knowing what they had to do. So, yeah, an easy one for them, but are coming after a long time, a huge respite, a relief for Magnus, and I really hope they have a better journey from now on.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, you talk about day number 1 performance, not at all something you want to talk about, right, for Magnus Esports. You move away from that on to day number 2. We saw a little bit of sign of hope, and on day number 3 they jump all the way to the 11th position with this gameplay. So definitely a very good play, and going to be motivating them quite a lot as well. And hopefully as they move on ahead, I can keep my fingers crossed for sure that Magnus Esports get these sort of opportunities working for themselves to then jump into the top 8, basically the top page, simply put. But right now, moving on to the players to focus upon, we do have VENOM Legends Susan right here with 5 eliminations of his own with 453 damage dished out, compared to 3 eliminations coming in from TUF's Joker. His teammate is also going to be sitting on the 5th spot right there in players to focus, Virus with 2 eliminations of his own, as we also have Senior from Quantum Rage with 4 eliminations. So an interesting play out for the side of TUF as well. But in the end, of course, it was the zone that actually moved away from bootcamp, and that is where TUF were at, towards the northern side of the bootcamp, if I remember it correctly. And as soon as the zone kind of pushed away, that is where things kind of got out of hand. And that is, I believe, where Fixes also did mention that MABETEX needs to be careful of if TUF are able to approach their warehouse. But sadly, TUF were never allowed.
Oh, they never certainly were. And, that was ought to happen, right? This was something that isn't really something new to be astonished or baffled about. We've seen that happen time and time again. Nobody escapes bootcamp. And,
exactly.
A lot of teams could have done better. I mean, we'll start off with Godlike Stalwart. I mean, the 2-2 split really did not pay off well for them, and then eventually just got taken down. Same goes with IHC. The way they kind of tried to enter inside the circle instead of trying to pick a fight against I8, I kind of got a little skeptical about that, and eventually they also fell prey. But DRS was really smart. They stayed aloof from every fight. They knew that in map of Sanhok, you cannot always control the zone, and it's so difficult to fight your way in because of how small the map is. But what you can do is try and collect enough meds and go for a healing battle. That was as simple, and I have managed to secure 14 points out of this game, where IHC have barely managed to secure 1. So that little cushion that was kind of lifted, now they have been given a thin little cushion to still stay on it. So I think this really works in the favor for team DRS, especially in the endeavors of trying to not just qualify for the PMGC, but also become the champions of the SA region. So this is where, the dilemma really arises, right? Where do DRS go from here on? Because Sanhok, they managed to, see things through. But next matchups, that's not going to be easy. But this brings us to the open moments of this game, where it was all about the circle, showing signs of going a little west out there, but eventually kind of just shifting towards the east and just taking all the players by storm. And T20 QWERTY, I mean, you did predict for them, and Gravity did have a fun time, took a dip in the water, did manage to get a few finishes, but that was just all.
That is it. That is all that they were allowed to do, in fact, because right off the bat, in the first minute of the game itself, sadly, T20 QWERTY did take a knock, and in fact, not only a knock, but an elimination from their team, as they were dropped down to a 3-man army thanks to VENOM Legends' approach at Hutton. But now, moving on to the damage drop itself, again, it was Magnus Esports who, of course, had a really good control of the zone and the rotation that worked out in their favor, but not only that, right, because they were able to actually get 12 eliminations. So that clearly does indicate that they were part of really good controlled fights that worked out in their favor, which resulted in them, of course, moving on to the 11th position that we'll see on the second page. But right now, moving to the storyboard itself, DRS Gaming. Well, they are leading the charge with 182 points as of yet. And alongside all of that, we move on to the 8th position. It seems like Agonxi8 without a chicken dinner still, yep, are going to be sitting in the first page.
So 23 points is the difference between DRS and IHC. I did make sure I had my maths correct this time. If I did not, then I'm just a dumb kid. But Skylightz Gaming at 153, Godlike Stalwart at 141, and this is kind of spiraling down for them. But look at Magnus, just getting that one chicken dinner, and have moved up to that 11th spot. Quite a climb. Now, right on tails of VENOM Legends and MABETEX. MABETEX did try their hearts out, though, still pushing themselves through. But in terms of those limbs, not really, at the best of the places. So, yeah, MABETEX are having a quite decent day, considering to how, day 1 and day 2 went for them. Day 3 has been a fair affair. But VENOM Legends, I think they're doing really great with how they're going on with their survival game. But I think it's the finishes that is still a lingering concern. And that being said, we've got a bit blotter good night for the evening, because he's done with all the games. And my man Necro is going to be joining us as we head on with the next game. That's going to be Erangel. So, well, it is going to begin. 3 more games remaining. And the first game, of course, for all the viewers out there, why there's an extra one. The first one was scrapped off. Players were having some internet issues, but we're gonna have that rehosted, and that's gonna be the final game of the evening. So I mean, a good Saturday night for you. So get your dinner with us, or maybe if you're having a party, make sure you load it up with all those nachos, I can send some salsa if you want, but that's gonna reach maybe a week later. But Necro, you've been watching things from the sidelines. It was a pretty eventful game of Sanhok, though. I mean, the late mid game just got really intense, but Magnus really did not have to break a lot of sweat, did they?
Yeah. I mean, Magnus, they really did needed this one too, as we were having the conversation before the day even started, how important this chicken dinner, or how important in general a good performance would be for any of the Pakistani teams, and they finally were able to get one in their hands too. Now, the main question is, are they going to be able to make it to top 3 to make it inside the PMGC, and what is your realistic expectation? But before that, I'm going to give my prediction too, my prediction for this game, man, interesting. So I'm honestly quite confused between a lot of teams over here, but you know what? T2K came to my mind first, so I'm going to go with T2K.
Yeah, T2K. And I'm really, offended with the fact that your prediction has been taken away. I mean, that was not our mistake, right? That was not our fault.
Yeah, literally, I feel like...
Right, I'm going to urge production to give that 3. Yeah. Because you deserve it. For all the good reasons, though, because we know how difficult it is to pick a team out of 16 and
yeah, man.
To come out right.
Big gamble.
Yeah, it is a gamble, though. We do not encourage that, but there's nothing to win. I'm just gonna, let Necro have a plate of dumplings. So that is his.
Nah, man, I'm on diet.
Yeah, I mean, you would love them. I've discovered some new dim sums. If you are into them, there's a Philadelphia cheese dim sum that
let's
I really
not talk about it,
try
Fixes. I want to keep all those thoughts away.
No. I mean, food is something that we live for, quite literally, figuratively, yes. But my predictions, this game goes for IHC. I really want that battle to get even intense for that top spot. So 23 points is where the difference lies. And, well, I kind of have that feeling, that inkling that IHC are going to be pulling this one through, because DRS just went up a little bit ahead. They can't be left far behind.
I mean, look, I understand we're having this conversation about IT and DRS, but I really do want to ask you. Now, you have seen Magnus for a long time, of course, in the PMPL League days too, and I really want to ask you about your realistic expectations about this team. Are they going to be, or do they have a chance in making it to top 3 with the 3 games that are left today and even tomorrow?
I mean, that's going to be a long shot, right? Realistically, no, but ideally it's sort of possible, right? But considering how Magnus have been playing, I think they're on the right path, to be honest, because they're not looking really clumsy anymore, not loose anymore in those fights. They're respecting the circles now. Finisher and Faster are starting to deliver. Even Drawlin has got his head straight. Zen, he's always been doing whatever his job is for his team. So that is, I think Magnus are looking way more solid than how they played in day number 1. I mean, had they sort of kept themselves in that top 8, maybe, I could have still called the shots. Yes, top 3 is possible, because Magnus have been such an impressive team from Pakistan. And watching them fall, not just them, all the Pakistani teams, in fact, sort of breaks my heart. I wanted some, representatives along with Agonxi8, but that being said, we're already en route of our next game. That is going to be in Erangel. Quite a uncomfortable flight path is what I can say for all these teams that have to venture out towards that extreme eastern area. And we've seen, teams, well, T2K, not a lot of trouble for them, but I believe VENOM Legends have to think it through, right, for how they've been dropping along. And not an issue for teams like the Warriors just to head over towards that Sosnovka military base. Even for Godlike Stalwart won't be an issue, because they've been kind of going through that southern side of military base, and they know the vehicle spawns out there. But what I'm curious about is going to be the zone. And, well,
okay.
You know what, Necro? At this point, considering the fact that DRS is still gliding, I think a halt might be a better idea. Just take over the northern area of military base and try to loot around and just keep a good control. This could be a really good game turning into their favor.
I mean, there is a chance they can try to pull that off, but they haven't done it so far. Neither in the league days that I've been witnessing this team playing. So the chances of them pulling it off are definitely quite slim, but there is a chance if they do still want to stay on the safer side of the bed, and if they do still want to contest on this military island, they can just loot around those outskirts. They can just get decent amount of loot wrapped up as quick as possible and pretty much just start guarding the bridge, because that's where you're going to start wrapping up a lot of elimination points if you are successfully able to camp it out. And you instantly do see, too, the players of Elementrix are on a move inside the military island, but what they don't exactly know is that they will be greeted with open arms by the players of DRS soon enough, because DRS, they have dropped in a spot where they have never dropped before. So this is something that is definitely going to catch the players of Elementrix off guard.
Does have the potential, right? Now look at them, they're just on the run, smelling blood, or maybe they aren't. I'm pretty sure they must have heard those vehicle sounds, and this sort of confirms the suspicions, as Elementrix, that are taking quite some beating out there already. Lost out on two of their personals out there. But this is another discussion that I really need to bring up, Necro, is because DRS, one thing you might have also noticed, this is a team that thrives playing from the edges. Now this is for the first time I'm kind of watching them play around the centers. Now they could have the right idea to play around that. Maybe they might have done in the league stages of the PMPL SA, but you never know. This is again something new for them, and at this point, experimenting when you're right on top could be risky, but could really pay off if it works out well.
But I mean, again, you really need to ask yourself, is it worth it playing on the edges inside a military circle, though? I mean, if you are just graced with the circle right on top of you, then you would take it, right? Anyone would take it. It's like a free good spot for yourself. So they themselves just going all the way towards Milta and then try and re-navigate their way inside the military island would definitely be quite tough. But yeah, as you said, playing or starting it off from the central side for the players of DRS, it'll definitely be quite tough. But again, it's just the first circle, right? Maybe there's a chance if the next circle shifts away from them, then they'll need to continue the strat they are usually trying to pull off.
You know what? I'm not going to be surprised if the circle takes that last moment radical shift up north, because let's be honest, we have been privy to such circles this time around. It's not going to, have me shell-shocked anymore. This is something that I might be anticipating even in the previous game when everybody thought it's going to go west, it went east. So there are slim chances. Of course, it's bleak, but there is there. And if that happens, then you never know. Some other team might just end up with that glory. But for now, as things stand, Regicide, just to their old ways, whenever the circle kind of shifts down south, they make sure they're the first ones who make that quick early rotation, and in this case, they've done so. And the same can be said about Magnus also. Everybody just banking upon the fact that the circle's gonna go down south, so confident. But it's sort of been ages since we last witnessed that observatory circle, right? Just beside Nova Ripnoi, the highest point in that certain island. But Wally seems to have fallen out. Players of Team VENOM Legends tries to take a go, but does land a few shots though. Still far from getting a knock. But Susan, well, his position still on compromise in Gangsta. Does he have any weapon at all?
I don't think so he does. No, I don't think so he does. He's just inside a bush. I mean, this is pretty much the military circle. You need to be really quick. You pretty much need to be the first initial teams to try and get inside the military island. If you're not, and if you're going to try to make a late rotation, at that point, you're just, what? Okay, continuing on. At that point, you're just going to pretty much gamble and hope with your fingers crossed that, okay, no one's going to be trying to hold you off at bay. And there are those lucky entries where you might just find yourself in those military islands. But again, as I said, the chances of that happening are pretty slim. And this is how the players of DRS pretty much just got rid of those two players in the front of Elementrix, and they started things off on a bang inside this game. So far, DRS are having a great start, something they will definitely be proud of in the upcoming phase of the game. Now, as we do know, just because it's a military circle, there are a lot of teams already inside the military island, and this is already starting to stack up. You said you haven't really seen the observatory circle, but I personally have seen one of those.
I mean,
or actually twice.
In the SA region?
Yeah,
alright.
I have. It happened like nearby. I mean, not exactly on top, but it happened like nearby, like right underneath the hill or a little bit in the front. So, Yeah.
I think that is one of those circles that kind of favors Godlike Stalwart a lot, because
Yeah,
I've
literally.
seen them take a lot of chicken dinners from there, because that is basically, you know, their turf, their sweet spot to play around, and they've done exactly that. So already have Sky up on top, kind of missing that peak of bolt action magic. You know, there was a time, I think, when we saw a lot of bolt actions in display, but lately teams have kind of decided against it still, kind of going back to the AMP and the M4s this time. However, one good thing, you know, with the recent patch notes, we did have a little buff for the shotgun, so teams aren't really shying away from using those DBS anymore. You know, for the entry fraggers at the very least, but Wally spotting out all those movements, and T2K might not know what can hit them, because even VENOM Legends right beside them, but they're gonna find home at farm, try and get as much loot as possible. But this is where things get really weird for IHC, because they have to make an entry very late inside the circle. If the circle kind of goes a little bit towards that eastern side, then it is gonna favor them. But if it does not, like, by eastern I mean the northeastern side, somewhere around, let's say, Milta, if it takes that really ridiculous shift, IHC might have a good time. But apart from that, I do not see a world where they can successfully just cross over the bridge without taking any casualties.
I mean, as I said, you need to really be quick on your feet while you're trying to make it inside, because whenever I see military-based circle, I always just get reminded. I mean, I know now that Navi, you know, they have pretty much gotten over it, but again, I remember the PMGC days, that when they really used to struggle inside a military circle, you know, and I used to, of course, cast for the west side, in which whenever there used to be a southern circle, they would always struggle, because they would drop all the way on the Georgia Bull side, and it makes a lot of sense too. They're going to be the team that is going to be the latecomer inside that type of a circle. But yeah, that was nice. That was a nice, cool little entry inside the water lines. But one thing that's for sure is that he's going to try to make it on the other side of the island. Continuing what I was saying, so when you are going to be dropping somewhere on the northern side and that circle is completely down south, one thing's for sure, you're not going to have a lot of info what exactly is going on down south. And of course, you are going to be the team to take a late rotation inside the circle. So yeah, I mean, military circle in general just really screws up a lot of teams that do decide to drop up north, and IHC is one of those.
Yeah, at least for now. And we've sort of had a little bit of a similar iteration of this particular circle. And Regicide, to their old ways, I mean, doing what they love to do, just take over that southern side and have a lot of control over that area. But I really loved what you know, I8 did over there, especially just, you know, taking your car on to the air and just strapping, you know, just kind of dropping off from there, kind of gave him that little extra, you know, distance right when he was in the air. Sort of something that, you know, aspiring competitive players can learn from. These little tips and tricks might really help you out, because now I8 have successfully made it to the southern shores, and this is gonna help them a lot. Now, with what we're gonna just wait for is the next shift to happen, because that is where all hell breaks loose. T20 QWERTY, they've done this in the past. They've tried to force a fight against Regicide. They've always gone for the rotation, and we'll just wanna try to, you know, just kind of make it to the shores of those Novorepnoy area, and then maybe think about the next course of action, or could go a little deeper. But you know, Regicide, again, this time also, they're well prepared for that. They already have a shard station to just spot out any sneaky buggers and deal with them. But as things are right now, Elementrix, they've just gone full yellow. They don't really care. They've got Bishal inside the military base. They've got Precious outside the military base, just having at least 2 spots secured. I think their only intention in this game is to try and secure as many position points, but that looks really not happening, because the Warriors have spotted Bishal out and have taken him down, leaving Precious to be that last Precious player of Elementrix behind.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's going to be staying Precious for a long time, though. Should be taken away pretty easily. Soon enough, at least, because, again, you need to understand the fact that the southern side are not filled up with a lot of teams, and soon enough, there are, of course, going to be some of those teams that will try to make their way down south, realizing the fact that, okay, Up north is really chaotic. Moving down south has to be the best option that they have currently available. And as I said, IT, look at them. They're just completely screwed up. They cannot even move inside the circle just because TUF is in the front. Now, TUF, they have decided to leave the watch on the bridge and instead try to make it inside the circle. But even TUF, they themselves will be welcomed with open arms by the players of Magnus as soon as they try to cross on over on the other side. Magnus, they have their eyes locked on the bridge, and yeah, instantly, as soon as the players of TF are spotted inside the vehicles, they do just start raining down bullets, just death and destruction on the players of TUF. Somehow, 2 of them are able to get away, but that one player is still stuck inside the buggy whose tire was blown up, but is now trying to make it away slowly and steadily. Edgar's position's compromised, though, is now catching a lot of bullets on himself. He cannot continue to keep driving that buggy like that, especially when the tires are blown, but Edgar, he still had some sort of hope. He still had that trust in that buggy, hoping that maybe it'll try to save him, but that was not the case. Thor on top of the hill, way too low. Magnus, this should be a clean squad wipe if TUF do decide to challenge it, but it seems like TUF, they have no intentions of taking this fight. Now, again, fixes. At this point in time, as the circle has shifted on the left side, right, I really do want to ask you a question. What would you do if you are the coach of R3G, Regicide, or TUF? What are your words going to be, the motivational words?
I think the best spot right now would just be to take the southern areas of where TUF are. You've got a little bit of a high ground over there, and there's no chance that you want to contest I8 at this point because you've got DE Warriors from the backlines. But as we speak, I8C have decided to strike, and Drolin would be their first victim as I8. They also are having some action of their own this time, getting the better of action yet again as Godlike Stalwart did come in, tried to secure this position, and were just fended off. And now Agonxi8 are just going to enjoy the fruits of their labor because they're also well versed with this part of terrain because this is their home ground. They know how to approach the circle, really have the center right now to themselves. But for I8C, a little bit of respite though because they've gotten in. And Team Magnus, they're not at the most comfortable spots to engage inside a fight right now with their players all scattered around. Faster does have that DBS. Oh, has been spotted out by Alex, and before he even could respond, the graves have been dug, and he is buried 6 feet down under. And Team Magnus, having a really good start, are now looking to be in shambles. With this giving I8C such a nice entry inside the circle, and I won't really be surprised if they decide to take this fight. As Team Magnus, they're on a run, not anymore, as IC says, not today. As Drolin has been taken down, Finisher trying to tuck his tails and head away, but I8C will deny that as Team Magnus is the first team to get eliminated.
Oh my god, that was so funny. As soon as they heard the vehicle approaching, instantly, it was like as soon as the res was done, he would just sit inside the vehicle and try to make it away from that. Yeah, just hope for the best. Cross your fingers and hope for the best. I mean, that's something you would do as a kid when you see your mom charging at you, right? Like, you would just start running away.
I mean, IHC, how did they make that happen? I have no clue. But they did, indeed. Past the circle, kind of takes that little bit of an eastern shift. And, you know, MABETEX, they're going to be enjoying it right now. Can take some eastern cover. Could also, potentially look to be taking that northern side. You've got few compounds, and that is exactly where IHC are headed out. But if you ask me who have the best position right now, has to be High 8. With that little bit of an altitude advantage. If they can just fend off Regicide's push coming their way, then they're really good to go, as a lot of players are being taken down courtesy to that play zone, as High Voltage having a really tough time. If you remember in that previous in fact the first Southern Circle, they were the ones who walked out as the victors. But look at I8, so well prepared to defend their territory, not letting Regicide come in through. As Regicide, they will have to find some another area, as I8 are just well fanned out, and this is really helping in getting those finishes that they really wanted.
Speak of that, and I8 now. Oh, as they spot out Regicide. Oh, the taps don't connect. Ghost. Could have been some clean taps, but unfortunately just didn't find that connection. Still thinks that there is someone inside the smoke, but no one. Agonxi8 still just tapping away. Not able to find that sweet spot. Look at T20 Cordy and DEW just way too close. And what is Voltrix doing? Just driving straight up between them. But unfortunately, Khan's going to be the casualty and also the opening pick for the side of DEW. That's going to open a lot of opportunities. Voltrix still in the back lines, trying to hold things off at bay for the players of T20 Cordy, but he's not going to be able to keep the flag up and alive for a long time. And yeah, even Voltrix falls down. T20 Cordy out from the game on 12th spot. It's just a complete chaos all across the board.
It certainly is, and it's going to get even more intense with that next circle shift coming our way. As a lot of teams are just trying to swarm in, get a good position inside that zone, and hence so much of that bloodbath we get to witness as Quantum Rage start falling down. DE Warriors are making good work out of them. Still just stationed around that southeastern side. Have lost one of those players, but right now Wally trying to fend off Quantum Rage as MABETEX do hear those vehicle noise in the nearby vicinity as Wally just spraying down on Sirius. Did manage to land a couple of bullets though, but that was just about it as Baron just spraying down with his AKM, hoping that it would connect. Did not so, but Quantum Rage somehow just trying to survive. But how do they get away from this precarious spot? Because the moment they go east, it is MABETEX. The moment they go straight, it is going to be Wally. And if they go a little northwest, it's going to be DE Warriors. They're kind of in a checkmate situation. And how are they going to break through is going to be the big question. Are they going to just wait it out? Because that is exactly what was happening. DE Warriors getting those knocks. But look at Voltrix getting that beautiful knock onto the players of T2K. Just on a whole different level right now with what T2K tried to do out there.
Yeah.
Very bold move, but look at Sneaks and the Warriors making good work out of the players of Quantum Rage and T2 Queddy. Just getting those players knocked out, and Quantum Rage have also taken an exit from the server.
Oh. As the circle shifts away, I8, I mean, they were in a really good spot, but unfortunately now the circle just shifts right on top of the players of Godlike Stalwart. And now they have found themselves in the prime spot, right in the smack center. All they need to do is, I do understand Godlike Stalwart is a really aggressive team, but at this point in time, you really do not want to be the center of attraction. So Godlike Stalwart needs to keep their heads tucked down. At least try to not cause a lot of chaos around there. Don't cause a lot of sound. If you guys do, then your position will of course be compromised, and then you guys will probably be the hot target potentially. As we do have DEW just tapping away against DRS. They have no clue where the shots are coming from. DRS so unaware of the fact that they're getting shot at from the right side with the mini, but eventually was able to find two. Instantly he got traded as well. High voltage as well in a really bad spot. Getting caught by the players of MABETEX. Assassin on the top. Mullik going for the res is going to be next to impossible. Indeed, quite a tough outing even for the side of high voltage. It's just a military-based circle, man. It really does catches these teams off guard.
It certainly does. And what's more interesting is the player of DE Warrior just got taken down to a PP Bison. I mean, not a lot of players are a huge fan of that weapon, but that incredible mag size and that really ease of spray control really kind of pushes those players to try and use that. But now DE Warriors, they want to have some revenge. Already managing to knock one of those players out. Rules being picked off from over there. DRS somehow will have to just gather whatever is left and make a dash for the zone. But MABETEX is making things so much difficult for DE Warriors as they kind of pins it down from both the sides. DRS on one side and we've got MABETEX from the other. It's going to be really difficult. There's Zed still, however, kind of goes in for the push, and he's being sprayed upon, but still no bullet connects, but will have to really just get off his vehicle to try and survive for a little bit longer. As Killer also being spotted out. Baron trying to tap away with his mini as Gyante gets spotted out by Uzum. And I8 still having that luxury of that higher ground, enjoying all those knocks that are coming in left, right, and center.
Yeah, but they also need to check their back lines because Precious is right in the back just lurking around. Even DRS, they get taken out from this game. That's a big threat neutralized for a lot of teams. That's going to be a big sigh of relief. Even MABETEX, because DRS was right next to them. MABETEX so far, with all the 4 players up and alive, they're definitely looking like in quite a supreme spot. If they're able to maintain that man number, that can definitely be quite a great thing. DEW against the players of I8 as East is being knocked out. There are equal trades on both the sides, but still I8, they have a clear advantage inside this fight just because the man number. DEW to try and clutch this one out definitely has to be quite tough, considering even from the back, MABETEX will try to take some advantage of that fight, and eventually DEW, they take an exit from this game on 7th spot. Third parties are, of course, going to happen because now the circle's way too small. Majority of the teams will have a clear line of sight onto each other. I'd see too, as they have 3 players up and alive. Godless in the front, rest 2 in the back. IC and Alex. But still, decent amount of teams need to make their entry inside the circle. I don't exactly know what the game plan is going to be here for Precious, and as soon as I say that, he falls down.
But you know what? I think really IHC has a very good chance of winning this one out if they cannot try and force a fight against Godlike Stalwart. At this point, could really use that man advantage to their favor, because Godless anyways has to get inside the circle. And this is what really concerns me, that northern side is way too exposed for IHC to try and build any sort of cover around that area, as IC and Alex just go ramming down. And I8 also have that similar intention, and it is going to be a clash of titans as everybody just fights for that one small compound, as bodies are just falling down one after the other. But somehow IHC have managed to see them through, as MABETEX trying to get the better out of the players of high voltage, as they have been eliminated at the 5th spot. Wow. MABETEX having such an amazing day today, and they seem nigh unstoppable with the way they are playing. But Godless needs to force that revive somehow on IC if they really need to have this momentum rolling, and Godlike Stalwart still keeping themselves aloof from all these fights, as MABETEX still really happy about that man advantage they have. 4 players still alive. Blade trying to make a run for inside the circle as Top denies his entry. Godlike Stalwart finally just opening up, giving their position, but IHC know that there was somebody in there. Now they just have their doubts confirmed that it is indeed Godlike Stalwart. They know they've got their targets, but MABETEX is a force to be reckoned with, especially given the man numbers that they have. Now it all comes down to who the zone's going to favor next, because if it goes MABETEX's way, then it is their game to lose.
I mean, is the fairy tale going to come true from the side of MABETEX? That's what we're here to find out. All the 4 players up and alive. It seems like the odds are definitely stacked with them, but I'd see. And even Godlike Stalwart, they can prove to be the nightmares. And so far they have been, but MABETEX, just because they have all the 4 players up and alive, they're able to keep the fire going. They're able to suppress the players down in the front. IHC, now they need to face against the players of Godlike Stalwart, as Top finds an opening with a nice nade. Lands right on the mark 2, finds an opening. IC is the only man left alive. Godless trying to sneak in inside a safer spot, but another nade sails in. This might just be exactly on the mark 2, and it is Godlike Stalwart. The precision with the utility is definitely remarkable, but now MABETEX, as they do realize it's the final 2 teams up and alive, they know Godlike Stalwart is just pinned inside the house. It's their time to get them in a deadlock, and that's what they're trying to do. MABETEX just spreading themselves out evenly all across the playing field.
Just threading the needle when the time was right? They kind of realized that Godlike Stalwart and IHC are fighting it out amongst themselves. We've got that little opening. Let's just capitalize on that. And Wally, he's in such a supreme spot. The moment Godlike Stalwart just come out, I think Apex or Leo, maybe somebody out from their side could just spot them out and maybe take a few shots. But Top, being the player that he is, really relentless, and there you go, Sky goes falling down, and Top finally remains in a 1v4 situation against the wall. His position completely given away. How does he pull this one through? It's gonna be an arduous task. Now impossible almost, but if somebody can pull that off, it's gonna be Top. But I don't think MABETEX has any intentions of letting this game slip away. Top's position still uncompromised. Baron looking somewhere else. They could have gotten this knock. Maybe there were chances. Could have gone in for that res on towards Scry. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. And Wally just trying desperately to spot him out. Needs to spot out those projectiles coming out his way. As Leo taking a little bit of damage. But still, Top, look at him. Still managed to find a knock though. Has figured out Wally's position. And now MABETEX might be in a little bit of a trouble. Because right now, you've got Baron also closing in on the gap, but one good thing is Top's position was given away, and MABETEX, making no mistake, have finally managed to grab this chicken dinner in Erangel. A very well fought, a very well deserved, fighting it out through that southern side, going head to head with all those teams, and prevailing supreme. 8 eliminations is what they have to their names, and now have clinched on to that 9th spot. They are making it happen. The fairy tale finally coming alive again. But for Godlike Stalwart, such an important game. Now, had they not made that early push against Agonxi8, maybe things could have been different. Maybe they could have been in that 4v4 situation. Maybe they could have been the ones walking out with that chicken. But what a wholesome game has it been, because IHC has also closed in on that cap against DRS, considering how well they were, making it a top 3 finish with decent amount of finishes. That is really good for them. I'm starting to ponder what the difference would be between them. But Godlike Stalwart also climbing a few places up. Now this matchup has made things a lot more interesting. Now that being said, ladies and gentlemen, of course this was the game of Erangel. Now what we're gonna do is push for a short little break, because right after we're gonna be back with the post-game analysis, so you guys don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the short break where we had a really amazing game number 4, and things have gotten so much more exciting, right? Because now from where we really stand, Necro, is the fact that MABETEX get a chicken dinner, they make it to the 9th spot, but right now I'm in pursuit to find out who the MVP is. Would be East from the Warriors, a certain circle, and can't really rule them out. 6 eliminations for them. They did manage to rack up a few LM points, but the position points, not so good. Not how they really anticipated it, right? And 669 points of damage. We've always been talking so high and mighty about Doc that I sometimes feel the other players kind of get undershadowed. This was a good opportunity for him to really break free.
Exactly. I mean, East from the side of D, and this is what I've been saying, right? Every single player from the side of DEW is just really good individually too. No matter what, if someone's not able to activate themselves, there's always going to be that player who will step things up, no matter it be East, no matter it be Sneaks, no matter it be Nirzed, no matter it be Doc. Every single player is just really good when it comes to that fragging department. And we have seen every single player in the past too, especially in the league days, pull off some insane clutches. So overall, DEW's firepower, it is quite insane. But again, as we were having the conversation yesterday too about DEW in depth pretty much, and we were talking about how sometimes it feels like they do lack a little bit of experience, if you'd like to say. And it is sometimes quite visible too, but so far they are having a great performance, and that's what that really matters. As long as you're doing great inside the lobbies, that's what's really going to matter. But as you do see the match summary in front of us too, top with the highest damage, we did see top dishing out quite a lot of damage too in the front lines. East, of course, with the highest eliminations. Blade's going to be there with the highest assist. Spark with the highest healing done. Now, Quantum Rage, if you talk about this team, today's day has been quite rough. Yesterday's day was way better compared to today, but today's day for Quantum Rage has been really, really, really rough. Hopefully they're going to be able to get the pace back up in the upcoming games too, because as we were having a conversation how important today's day is, it is the second last day, and tomorrow is going to be the final day. So pretty much you are going to be pushing things at the last moment, and you really do not want to be one of those teams to push things at the last moment, because you're always going to have that paranoia, and you won't be mentally that strong compared to all the other teams that are doing good.
And this is where, you know, teams that have that experience, really, it comes handy, because now they know how to figure out and play around in the last days. And this is where teams like DRS are slowly but surely starting to get a little nervy, right? Don't get me wrong. I mean, still managed to get 4 limbs out in this game, but again, you would like them to have a little bit of consistency, because
Skylightz Gaming.
Yeah, just look at them. Even Skylightz Gaming just fell flat right on their face. Now, again, it kind of sort of brings us back to this discussion. I mean, are they just the ones who kind of tend to thrive when they have the circle around them? Or are they going to just try and fight for it? Maybe because, let's be honest, IHC, they were kind of quite parallel to where SG dropped, and still managed to get a top 3 finish, where SG just got wiped out right pretty early on. So this is where the conversation really comes down. Now SG does have that experience, right? It's they're not the new kids anymore. They've played in multiple global championships. They know how to deal with those final day jitters. They have also come out through swinging in as the champions. But for DRS, I think this is where I'm starting to get worried a little bit, because this was exactly the discussion that we had yesterday also. They had a targets on their back, and DRS, they haven't really changed their style of play. What they're doing right now is certainly not working out. You know, in Sanhok, it definitely did with their zone rotation, with their healing battle. But this game was all about, you know, a little entertaining in the fact that, you know, Magnus had a lot of fun early on, which sort of turned into a nightmare later on by IHC, trying to tuck their tails and run. But a really good game even for I8, I must say. But that fight against IHC was completely something that they had not prepared for, and had to take quite some beating. Godlike Stalwart still finding some sort of respite. But MABETEX were the ones who proved supreme in this particular circle, in this particular lobby, and are inching in close and trying to just make that gap a lot less.
I mean, look at DEW, 12 elimination points and 1,860 damage dealt. I mean, 1,860 damage dealt. That's some incredible numbers right on the board right there, considering they got eliminated quite sort of in the mid-pack of the game too, and they're still able to put up some insane amount of numbers like that. It's only the reason because they were inside the military base, and in the final few moments, there were a decent amount of teams alive too. So DEW were really able to farm that damage and also those elimination points. But as you do have the schedule in front of us, and of course in the upcoming game, it's going to be the game of Miramar fixes, and that means it's time to make the prediction too. And which team you think you're going to go with inside this Miramar?
It's going to be tough. It is going to be tough, considering where we are right now. At the certain impasse where it could just be anybody's game, right? And I think I would want to go with Skylightz Gaming this time, because I feel they've been having a really rough day today, and they've been slipping out on those points, and this could be their chance at redemption. Could be Mongolians though, but I think I'm gonna give you that luxury. And why is there not a 3? Production, can we please have a 3 on Necros?
Exactly,
predictions, man. Because he's already under the weather, he's feeling cold. I mean, we need to cut some slack.
Exactly.
Get a 3 then. I mean, I need to have a 3 for you. But your predictions,
Yeah, so my prediction over here, Okay, look. We all have been saying that DRS is not performing. Today, at least. And considering their consistency is really needed in the overall rankings, because as I mentioned, top 5 is really sensitive. Now the other teams have started to close on up a lot much more, and DRS, they might have also already lost out on the lead too, so we don't exactly know. We didn't see the overall rankings in front of us, but what I really need to find out is, are DRS going to do good inside this game? And I think so. I'm going to go with DRS, because they really do need this game. And this is the second last game. I mean, it was supposed to be the last game, but now it's second last game. So I think so. DRS have got this one in the back. Let's get it, man. Why not? I mean, DRS, as I mentioned, they really do need this one. But another team that I personally feel like will really have a big chance of getting this is DEW. I mean, they're currently in form. Let's be honest. They are just nailing it right on the target. So there's a chance DEW as well might just capitalize on this one.
Yeah, I think there could be multiple teams, especially even can't really rule out IHC. They're also one of those strongest teams in the map of Miramar, and they have chances to do so again in this one, especially with how they've been carrying forth with their rotations. But it all comes down to where the zone's going to be forming this time, because we did start off with a lot of those northern crater field circles, but lately we kind of making that shift to where things are going a little down south, and that is where the other teams are really benefiting out of it. And DE Warriors were certainly one of them, you know, just in the previous games of Miramar, they were exceptional. DRS also were pretty mental in that final game of Miramar, if you remember yesterday, getting that chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah.
So I think they still have those chances, but don't get me wrong, Necro. They were certainly on a position where they were kind of fighting for that first spot, you know, get it, and they were doing it. They were feeling that heat. But now they are really feeling the heat, but in a wrong way, because now so many teams are just after them, and it gets when that pressure really comes upon you, you know, being a professional player myself, I really start, you know, you start questioning yourself at you know, these moments, and those little margin of errors sort of to change things around at such a big stage. 1 single second of delay is going to cost you in those fights, when you're kind of thinking, we're on top, let's not engage in this fight, we might face casualties. Whereas when you're the ones, you know, trailing behind, you're like, hey, there's an opportunity, there's a window, let's just go for it. But let's just find out in this particular game what fate awaits for DRS and the rest of the teams as we venture into the 18th match of this tournament, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Monte Nuevo with Puerto Paraiso. And Necro, I'm gonna ask you to make another prediction of where the circle's gonna be this time. Is it gonna be a southern one, or do you think it's gonna be the good old crater fields?
Okay, you know, for this one, I would honestly say I need a time. I need some time. I need at least like 60 seconds so it can pop up on my screen and I can tell you. Can I? Okay, it's gonna be a southern circle.
Pass because you're sick.
It's a southern circle, man. It's a southern circle. All right, I think so. It's a southern circle. All right. I don't exactly know. I'm just making a gamble over here. I think so. It's going to be a southern circle. I think so. Los Leones is where the circle should be, or at least that's where I want to see the circle, because it's been a long time. I haven't seen one of those urban endings, honestly. So I really do need a Los Leones circle. But on the other hand, T2K, of course, they are going to drop out near Minas Generalis. I still remember inside the league days when T2K would usually drop near Minas Generalis, they would always have a drop clash against some or the other team pretty much all the time, and that would be such a big issue for them, because T2K's game would mostly be griefed, and that was one of the main reasons too why T2K were really not able to perform. And it is a southern circle. Fixes, I'm right. Let's go.
You've been hitting it, right? Home runs after home runs so many times, and this is one of those circles where DEW will have that little smirk on their face. Let's get it, baby.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Miramar chickens. Why not? And they really tend to capitalize on this one. But it's going to be interesting as to, you know, where it is going to be making the next shifts, right? Is it going to go down a little bit south, or is it going to kind of pan around that Picado Northern Hills area? We've seen 2 iterations of this particular zone, and it could just be anywhere. But right now, as things stand, you know, Skylightz Gaming, I think I've just been jinxing teams left, right, and center, because every time I pick a team, they don't win. And there was that one time where I, you know, asked for IHC, and they won that game. So I was kind of unlucky because I was in the one casting and just gave it away to Blotter. He did not listen to me. That's his mistake. Regardless, I mean, getting back to how things stand at this moment, Godlike Stalwart and DRS right very close to each other, but haven't really seen them locking horns with each other quite often. But Team Magnus and T2K might collide, and if that happens, that one stranded player of T2K might be in for some bashing. But T2K has been one of those teams that has you know, really amped up their game every single time I see them play. They're not anymore one of those teams kind of staying in the back lines, not taking a lot of shots. They're one of those teams that really do not shy away, especially that one player Rig. He's been exceptional with the way he's been delivering. But Team Magnus, this is an informed Magnus, but I'm pretty sure they might have a little, you know, bolt right before what happened, what IHC did. Thunder really struck on them, and they could not run fast as lightning. But T2K seem to have spotted out faster, who is really fast with that buggy. I love this vehicle in this terrain.
I mean, yeah, I guess that is literally one of the best vehicles out here. But I'm not gonna lie, even though Murado is sort of like the exclusive vehicle for this map, I hate it. I mean, I do understand it's pretty cool looking vehicle, but I just hate it. Considering the fact how quickly it blows up. And I've seen some pretty, you know, some unfortunate stuff and some unfortunate movements with that vehicle too in the past. So yeah, I'm pretty sure none of these players even do prefer to use that vehicle in this sort of in this map. But sometimes if they don't have any other choice, then yeah, of course have to use that one. But at least right now, of course, teams are just getting situated alongside, just getting their loot up. We did see a couple of shots being taken at initially, but right now there's nothing happening. Elementrix 2, they seem quite homeless on the map. Pretty much just trying to get a better spot inside the circle. As you said, DEW, they're going to have some smiles on their face, that's for sure, because they're right in the smack center. TUF2 is right next to him, but TUF, they have a big spread. And there's a chance someone might just try to capitalize on it.
You know, to be honest, I think that the very addition of Mirado in Miramar really sort of suits the lore. And for the viewers watching this broadcast, how many of you are aware with the PlayerUnknown's Battleground lore, especially in Miramar? You know, you've got those little storylines sort of intrigues us. And yeah, you do find that Golden Mirado, the house of the boss, but in the Hacienda del Patron, of course. But yeah, I think you're right, because ideally you would just want buggies in this map. But few teams just have to do with what they have, right? You do not really have a lot of choices. Having a vehicle is better than not having a vehicle, at least in such a vast map like, you know, Miramar, where it is sort of a nightmare for teams to try and walk things through. Yeah. And of course I prefer buggy, but buggy is kind of one of those vehicles that a lot of those you know, flankers who kind of like to stay alone, you know, do their own thing, try and form different angles, go off to all those tricky terrains, try to take the vehicle up in you know, to the mountains. I tend to do that, but you know, ideally I would love to have that minibus had it been more stable, because in those final circles, the kind of cover that it gives you is really massive. And a few of the teams are smart understanding that, but there are always trade-offs for those vehicles. Now, vehicles like Mirado really help you in those quick rotations. Kind of make it in a jiffy before even teams realize you are there. And everything has its own downside, so I'm not a huge fan of Mirado, but I'm just gonna let it be for where it is. Let's just stick to our good old love for buggy. Very
no toxicity, guys.
Yeah.
No toxicity. We love everything and everyone. At least I do. But not Mirado that much on this map, honestly.
Into trouble after you're married. Trust me.
Oh.
Too young for that.
I'm too young, man. I'm too young. I'm only like 21. Still a long way to go for me. But yeah, as we have Elementrix firing some shots against the players of IHC. Demo's in the front. He has been softened up a bit. But again, he has managed to just back away from this. Precious, just because he has the SLR, of course, it's going to pack a big punch. It doesn't make a lot of sense to just keep on peeking this one because, of course, Precious will try to burn through those mates, but a nice shot from Alex. A quick one, too. Instantly catches the bullet right on his skull, but now he also needs to realize that he only has a level 1 helmet and it's about to break down soon enough, so you cannot keep on peeking that one. One more shot and the helmet will be broken. So now he needs to play things a little bit more safer and sound. As the wall of death as well starts to move in from the back lines, Con on range 2, all the way on the left lines. They're making quite a late rotation inside the circle. MABETEX Wally just pinned in the deadlock of TUF. Nowhere to go. MABETEX, they've had a great game in the previous one, but are they going to be able to continue that spree? Something we're here to find out because Wally is just trapped behind that little rock. TUF, they're of course not going to let the sightlines go away. As the smoke's been spotted, still just tapping away, hoping that maybe he's going to be able to find that sweet little target. But he's not able to. Wally finally escapes away from that deadlock, breaks free as MABETEX, they make the push happen. As TUF, they're now on the receiving end as tables now been flipped and MABETEX Apex just single-handedly shuts down 2 players in the front. Edgar somewhat trying to flip the odds against, but that's not going to be the case. Already, they've lost out on 2 players. MABETEX, they have a big advantage now.
Turning the tides out completely. I mean, Apex, huge props to him for trying to go for a play like that, you know, after getting that knock. He did not really stop to get that, you know, to patch himself up, but instead just spotted out another player, just snuff him out, and just, you know, just pulled the lives out of his body. But for now, as things are, TUF, one of those teams that kind of really tends to capitalize in this particular map, are in dire trouble right now. And for as things stand at this moment, you know, the circle's kind of going down a little bit south. T20 QWERTY really benefiting because this time around they did change their drop location from San Martin towards Valdemar, somewhere where Team Bablu used to go, and a lot of teams have taken Team Bablu's drops. Considering they're not a part of the SA Championships, surely the Pakistani fans are going to be missing them, but can't really complain, right? All these teams earn their slot, but TUF, from where they stand right now, they will have to, you know, just go on a little bit of a, not a little bit, in fact, on complete back foot. Try and survive and get those position points as much as possible, as T2K, spotting the players of MABETEX out in the open, trying to pepper down a few bullets. Did connect a few, but they also realize they've got to make that mad dash inside a proper place inside the circle. They're still somewhere around the center, but they can find a better spot than where they are.
Exactly, just trying to get some sort of dents in the enemy team right now. T2K in quite a decent spot considering the previous game they got eliminated with 0 points. Even Skylightz Gaming, and unfortunately, really tricky spot at this point in time these teams are in, considering T2K didn't really have that much amount of cushion to play around with. They have been pushed all the way to 5th. And Skylightz Gaming still on the 4th. Somewhat, they have managed to maintain that position. But slowly and steadily, the team right underneath them, for example, i8, they're starting to catch up. i8 currently are on 134 points in the overall rankings, and T2K is in 136. That's how close it is. So T2K, for them, this game is really important. As the next circle just moved on down south now, even teams like DRS and Skylightz Gaming, they cannot keep on rotating that slow. They need to make it inside. But as you mentioned, DRS, that's where they really thrive on the edges, and that's where they're going to try to play over here too. But if the circle takes a drastic shift away, then I really do want to see how they're going to try to navigate their way inside. Godlike Stalwart moving in from the top left. Elementrix already in the center. So yeah, man, I mean, in general, what I really wanted to ask you over here, Fixus, is if you are a coach, for example, TUF, okay, a team that's really not doing that great, pretty much on the bottom spot in the overall rankings, what are you going to say to them?
I mean, this is a really tough one, because at this moment, I think my only advice over here is not to try and teach them new things, new rotations. It's just about, you know, trying to give them that pep talk of trying to play their hearts out, because TUF, honestly, they're much better than this. They're players, we've seen them in multiple situations in those 1v1 encounters. Even Heck goes in those 1v2 situations. You just remember in that previous game against DE Warriors, Edgar just kind of went with trying to knock down 2 of their players. But the only problem has been, while they've been rotating, having been facing a lot of casualties, so just play your normal game, the way you've been taught, the way you've practiced, because at this point, at this junction, you cannot afford to try something new. You're just gonna do at what you're good at, and it is all about just, you know, boosting up their confidence, because it's their first time playing in the SA Championship, and they really have to, you know, just play like it is every game is their last.
You know what I'd say? I'd be like, all right, guys, you guys have lost pretty much. So just go and take every single fight.
I hope you never get hired as a coach.
I'm gonna be like, just you see a team on top of the hill. I don't care. I know the chance of you guys are losing that fight is a lot. Just push them. Go. That's what I'd say. Because why not, right? Aggression. Hell yeah. And it'll also sort of help them in their firepower, if you ask me.
I mean, just to let loose with just 2 players, I really do not want to try my chances. But wait a second. Hold on. IHC have spotted out the players of Quantum Rage. If my memory serves me correct, we've seen this particular bridge getting shredded in blood. I think it was Team Bablu once upon a time, and it was Zeus, who are known as IHC. They've had their fair share of their love story going on around here. And
love story.
Yeah, I mean, it was another little fight. You know, that goes long back, to be honest. There was one time when, you know, Zeus was absolutely dominating, and even went on to say and proclaim that, you know, the SA lobby was just too easy for us, for them, and later on just to realize they could not qualify for the next event. And that is how, you know, things have changed. They've had to learn things the hard way. And certainly, this time, you know, they've changed their approach. Certainly doing good this time around. No complaints from IHC. Godless in scintillating form right now. But high voltage, look at them. Just stationed at the compound, and snakes. That precision. Coming in with the M4. Clearly a reason why the Mongolians are feared. No matter which team.
Precision was definitely on the point. Instantly just softened the player up in the front. Down to 50% HP. High voltage cannot keep on peaking that one. VENOM Legends is right on top of the players of DEW. How are DEW going to try to make it on the top? They're in a really awkward spot right now. Doc and Sneaks just behind those vehicles. Staying over there. Also getting tapped away by the players of high voltage, and they always just have that paranoia on top of them that maybe the players of VENOM Legends might just push. But the VENOM Legends, again, they're a team that does not want to take any risks. So far, Elementrix 2, they get eliminated outside the play zone. It's going to be Bishal who falls down. I'd see they're making quite a late rotation inside the circle, and they are really trying to think this one out. They really do want to make a clean one, hoping that they're not going to run into anyone else. But on the southern side, there are quite a lot of teams too. Slowly and steadily, even Magnus, they're deciding to close on up. So I'd see the route in the front is not going to be clear.
Now, right now, as things stand, I mean, Team VENOM Legends are in such a good spot. I really hope they have the dips to play around, though. One of those uncommon, or rather you can say rare circles, is right in front of us. Because now this is where, you know, all these teams are going to be tested as to how well they're aware of the topography of this particular map. But the Warriors, they're just relentless. Just trying to peek around. They know their vehicle's just done for. Cannot really get out of here easily. And if you cannot do so, just try and take a few players out while you're at it. Not really far away from the zone, their teammates. I hope they have their vehicles. They do. But look at Doc. Beautiful spray coming in. One of the players of high voltage falls down. And feels like high voltage have gotten crippled. At this point, still not yet inside the zone. It's going to be so difficult for them to try and come in. Especially with MABETEX up close and personal. But there we have the fight between the Goliaths. Godlike Stalwart going up against Agonxi8 as grenades being flung over from both the sides. Just have to see a connection.
Speak of the connections, and it seems like T2K are definitely finding those connections with the mini. Skylightz Gaming, they found a little casualty onto themselves as they have gone a knocked man. Even VENOM Legends now, of course, fights are going to start to happen all across the board because the circle's way too small. Teams are starting to close on up on the outskirts. A lot of teams are already starting to stack up on the edges. Those Guardian Angels are really trying their best to hold a lot of teams off at bay. T2K Tutor trying to breach inside. The breaching point for them has to be right on top of MABETEX, and as they have found the opening, T2K really does want to punish that one. VENOM Legends too against the players of high voltage. There's a chance they themselves might just get pressed on. Every single team right now, they have their own problems to deal with. And as you see, TUF just mowing down the lawns in the front Regicide. They don't stand a chance. He's just landing those shots so perfectly inside the smoke. Edgar, he's connecting every single shot perfectly. Magnus, though, in the clotheslines, just punch boosting his way around. I'm pretty sure Edgar has a clue that there is a team right next to him, too, but he's still causing so much ruckus. Oh, that nade. Oh!
Could have really connected, went really close, but yeah, I mean, of course, with those vehicles just ramming in and Uzum just blowing up his teammate, this is something that you know, I could not have really afforded at this very situation. But TUF, you know, we did see Edgar just you know, shredding those grass out there, trimming it to perfection, and we know what he's capable of at his very prime, but not so efficient with those grenades. As Regicide try to make a death push, and to their graves they go as Agonxi8 making lives worse for them. As the final player also falls and they bite the dust, Regicide become the first team to get eliminated despite having such a good spot earlier on inside the circle. But right now, TUF and Team Magnus TUF, mind you, they're still playing with those two players, taking those early casualties. So going to be so difficult for them to really commit in for that push as the circle takes a shift down below. Both these teams still inside the circle, still inside the zone, enjoying the fruits. But for how long? As Leo just charges in, gets a trade, but instantly gets just picked off. As Baron, one of those players surviving along with Apex, he needs to pull the baton along, but seems like he isn't able to, as T2K's firepower just too immense. But right now, T2K also need to try and get those rests back up. But seems like do not have enough time with that circle of death closing in. Need to cut on their losses and make a run for the zone, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those two players at this point in time are pretty much just gone case. Even the vehicle is now starting to smoke. He cannot stay inside the vehicle for a long time, and he's already just traveling downhill. That means he's going to be so exposed no matter what. Jane! Oh, he's barely able to stay alive somehow. And he makes it back to safety. T2K with a two-man squad, the only vision they have is to make it inside the circle, and Jane has barely managed to squeeze inside. But there's two teams right on the top now. This is going to be three teams fighting for the supremacy, but as soon as I say that, VENOM Legends, they take a fight against DEW and manage to knock out two players in the front. Doc as wall's the casualty. DEW with one last man alive, the final glimmer of hope alive. That's the torch that DEW really needs inside this game.
Well, they certainly
As
do.
I said, they have been having a good day today, and they want to continue having that one. But VENOM Legends, they're really here to stop that fairy tale.
Oh, yeah. You know, at this point, VENOM Legends is starting to finally open up. Just when things are starting to get heated up. DRS, however, they've taken such a prime position up on those northern hills, and they have that high ground to play around with. But mind you, if the zone goes south, they're pretty much done for. In the meanwhile, Godlike Stalwart and I8 really enjoying a sweet spot inside the circle. As T2K, Magnus, both these teams in real close proximity to each other, as VENOM Legends are also closing in. They also want a piece of the pie, as T2K also trying to just edge in, as DRS trying to spot out the final few players of VENOM Legends who are trying to make a run inside the zone, but hence decide against it. Just want to respect the circle, respect the terrain, and stay on those higher grounds for as long as they can, because in that next shift, we know what awaits them. But DRS are certainly, you know, doing well in comparison to IHC right now, who are no more visible. But where's this Skylightz Gaming? They've just been wiped out.
They have. Yeah, I don't see Skylightz Gaming anywhere inside the game. So yeah, I think so. They have pretty much just been taken care of. They just got evaporated, man.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's pretty much seems like a quick wipe. But as we have Godlike Stalwart on top of the hill, even they need to make it inside the circle. Of course, there's a chance they might just be the hot targets too. I8, though, they're having a really good spot. A nice little split going on. And I can definitely rely on that split. Look at Quantum Rage. All the time, they have one man just sneaking around. And this time, it's Senior right behind the players. Godlike Stalwart, please strike. I want you to take down 2 or 3 players. Okay.
You know, I've been jinxing teams, you've been jinxing players. And, well, as we head along, I mean, Godlike Stalwart this time were really vigilant, making sure they had their backlines checked. But right now, the threat in front of them, DRS, they have to deal with them. But DRS, sort of trying to position themselves, have managed to find a little bit of ridge to play around with. But the nearest threat and the instant one has to be VENOM Legends, who are eventually being taken down by the players of T2K as Sandesh sends a message of death and destruction out there, as Rules also wants to follow it up with a few finishes, trying to steal them away from T2K, as VENOM Legends just gets sandwiched, pincered down like a patty in the sandwich over here.
Damn.
As team VENOM Legends, what do? Clearly out of options, but Agonxi8 are taking some good control, as finally Joker managed to find a knock on the players of Magnus and will eventually maybe thwart them out of the lobby.
DRS still on the northern side, looking pretty okay, but they're surrounded by a lot of teams. This small of a circle and still 7 teams alive with 17 players in total. TUF and Magnus just way too close to each other. That's going to be a solo fight from their side. Joker, oh, Gangsta spots him out on the left, and Finisher somehow comes out on top of that fight. Even though Finisher had a big disadvantage, he looked at him later on, but that little whiff really did cost him a big time, cost him his life. As Godlike Stalwart, they just slowly and steadily keep on inching their way closer to the enemy team, and the next circle just shifts away from them. The circle has really been a big nightmare for a lot of teams, and Godlike Stalwart is one of those. But they are still fighting through like a warrior. T20 Quarty on the receiving end against the players of DRS, and yeah, this is a stark message indeed.
Oh, this indeed is, and for DRS Gaming, if they sort of get a chicken dinner, then they're going to be in that pole position, kind of really uncontested, because I see they've been dealt with. The closest to them right now is Godlike Stalwart, and the way they have taken control over the zone, having those perfect areas to play around, seems like they could have this in the bag, because, you know, at this point, they would just let I8 and Godlike Stalwart fight it out amongst each other, whereas Joker could prove to be a thorn for DRS Gaming. If they're unaware of his presence, then they might be in some trouble, or maybe in a whole world of it. But for now, as things are, T20 Quarty, the Pakistanis have definitely risen up to the occasion. But for now, Khan just slowly creeping in, slithering his way through, as Ghost gets spotted out by Action, trying to go with that splay. And is that Action? Because the Action, I know, he never misses this one.
Yeah, unfortunate there, I guess, for Action, man. But on the left side of Godlike Stalwart, there's still a bit of threat looming around. Now, Action, as soon as you say, the players of Godlike Stalwart, they start falling down. 2 players knocked out on their side. Only 1 more to go, and Pika's trying his best to fight back. Now, keep this in mind, Pika has clutched out some scenarios in the past. One in the map of Sanhok against Elementrix, but this time, that's not going to be the case. Pika suppressed and shut down. Nothing can be done. Pika just slapped on the ground as Godlike Stalwart's out the game. 4 teams alive and 10 players in total, in which T20 Quarty and TUF, they have their own lonesome survivors, and I8 with all the 4 players. They are looking to secure this game in their hands, but DRS, they are probably going to be the biggest thorn in their way. And DRS is my pick too, by the way.
Oh, indeed. And maybe you might go right on this one, because I8 have already taken a knockout there. And this could be that perfect cue where they decide to go in for the push. Joker still not revealing his position though, but DRS are aware of another unnatural factor, natural being right beside them. And he could pull off his tricks, and DRS might just be caught stranding. But for now, Ghost, he's been given the rest back up. And mind you, i8 even knows how to play these final few circles. So really can't rule them out over here. But the circle favoring DRS in this situation. Look at Ghost, still has that one grenade. And he needs to make it count at this very moment. Just making sure he's got his boosters on. As Gante, he's got his attention on Joker and on the flank of i8. Where Uzum is also positioned. It's going to get really intense, really up close. A 3-1 split. Whereas DRS respond with a 2-2 of their own. With Joker, the lone man, surviving. This little Mexican standoff, an unfair one for TUF. But they have really managed to dig in deep. But can Joker find something else? Indeed, no, is going to be the answer as this Ghost opens it up. DRS sort of clustering on that one position. A perfect time for Ghost to cook up that grenade and just blow a few heads off. Let's see what happens. They've been shrouded with those smoke. Ghost out in the open. Delta is aware of his position. The little intervention being made. Just proning in through. Delta really needs to hold his ground and really strong. He has to do it. Playing with fire, decides to go in with that push, but does he succeed? As Ghost gets taken down, Delta comes out through. No trade so far, as now the numbers for i8, they're diminishing as DRS are on a warpath to victory.
They indeed are, but even DRS, they themselves get a casualty on their name. Rules too, a little too ahead of himself, and he will also fall down. i8 somehow they're clawing their way back inside this fight, and they flip the odds against the players of DRS, and i8, they come out on top. Indeed, every single Pakistani fan that is currently watching, that is currently a viewer of this PMPL South Asia Championship is going to be proud, because today is the day when these teams make a comeback.
Indeed, and like you said, every Pakistani fan would be elated at this very moment watching their favorite team win it out and through. What a game for Agon i8, just holding on to their horses, making sure they have the backlines cleared, took that fight against Godlike Stalwart. This is exactly how we know i8 to perform, and finally just opening things up. And now have made the things really interesting, because now i8, they're also in the race for that top. It does not really matter that they still have qualified, but it is for that moolah. $150,000 is what on the line, and $40,000 for the one on top. But DRS, just when they needed those consistent games, have pulled 2 off today with those 2 #2s. Just barely missing out. It could have been anybody's game in those situations. It was just all hell breaking loose out there. It was all about those shots being connected, and really felt DRS overstepped just a little bit, but it is fine.
Oh yeah,
we
rules.
all enjoyed those final few moments. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading off for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. Whoa, what an intense game. I mean, I was literally on the edge of my seats, and I'm pretty sure so were you guys to find out who were the victors. But finally, I8 has come out through. And after so many #2s, they finally managed to secure that top spot with 11 eliminations to their name. But nothing taken away from DRS as well, as they sort of keep on bolstering up their lead. Much needed, expectedly handling pressure. And the MVP, however, goes to Sandesh. And he had such an important role to play in those fights, in those situations. You know, T2K, they were in such adverse circumstances. And despite that, despite all odds, 6 eliminations, 1,000+ points of damage, he's an old dog. No, he might have a very innocent face, but deep within is a killer.
Indeed, man. I feel like every single player inside this lobby has pretty much innocent faces, right? But they're just insane when it comes to playing the games, man. It's really tough to say what an innocent face has behind of it, you know? I mean, okay, that just got a little too. But as we have player focus in front of us, and of course Delta is going to have 5 elimination points. Then we have Blade with the most amount of elimination points, but he doesn't really have the lead when it comes to the damage numbers. As we also have Top with 2 elimination points and 657 damage wrapped up. IQ too. I mean, IQ is a player that you've been mentioning about since a long time, Fixes, and finally IQ is able to show himself up on that board. So I'm pretty sure you are going to be happy.
Yeah, I certainly am, because you know, I've seen this player from quite some time. When he was in Quantum Rage, one of those you know, powerhouses, and a new find which I think i8 were pretty quick to scout and take him in his roster, in their roster. In fact, as we take a look at the match summary, Blade, nothing to say about him. He's been one of those consistent players, one of the pillars for Team i8, and one of the reliable ones also in those final situations, really stepping it up. Especially when, you know, you've got the odds stacked up against you in that 3v4, he really did come out swinging. But for High Voltage, you know, did see some, you know, glimpses out of Cloud in this one. But as we take a look at the match rankings, 11 eliminations for i8. They have, you know, made things a lot more spicy, you know, just toppling over, I think, DE Warriors, if I'm not wrong. 26 points is what they have accumulated. But DRS, that 20 points in this game, is certainly going to help them, you know, the cover up for that previous fall down early on in the map of Erangel, where i8c managed to rack up quite a lot of points. Now i8c, it's kind of going, it's kind of like that, you know, a game of ping pong. One game you've got DRS performing, the other one it is i8c swinging right back. So, you know, ideally next one should go in i8c's favor, because today we're gonna have one more game, Necro, and that's gonna be a remake, right? A game that happened in the first map of Erangel, which was eventually scrapped off. And you know, even to make things worse, your prediction that had turned right was also taken away. And this time, I'm pretty sure you've got that very painful smile, because you were again this close to have your prediction turned right.
I mean, at this point, considering the previous game, that was the only time when my prediction just got eliminated right off the bat. And then that was the first time, pretty much. And then later on, my predictions have been really close in general. But yeah, again, I mean, DRS just so close, man. Why rules? Why, man? Rules. You could have just stayed in the back, okay, with your team. But he instead decided to aggress with the weak goal, try to make it in the front, and then he instantly got caught. The players of i8 really did take that opportunity, striked him down instantly. And this is the exact moment that I'm talking about. Look at rules. Just with the weak goal, drawing all the attention onto himself, all the bullets right on top of rules, while the rest of his teammates were trying to creep and crawl on the right lines, but they were a little too late to do so.
I think the intention was pretty much there, but the way he entered in, he showed his body first. He should have showed, you know, the side part of that vehicle, and you know, could have tanked in a little bit of damage, and his teammates could have done the rest. But i8, they were so well prepared to deal with that situation. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, today's been a really fortunate day for the Pakistani teams. 2 chicken dinners, and two of those teams that are expected to be performing really well. Magnus coming in with those 27 points. Now i8 respond back with 26 of their own, and we're gonna now head over towards Erangel, the final game, and this sort of brings us to our prediction. Now, I'm pretty much sure that every single team I've been picking has been getting eliminated pretty early on. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, were they even in the lobby?
I don't know, man. I mean, even the previous game, or previous to previous game, it was just really bad for them. And even this game, Skylightz Gaming just did not get any sort of spotlight whatsoever. Yeah. But as we do have the predictions now, Fixes, and my predictions definitely haven't been, I mean, that on the mark today, that's for sure. But what about you, man?
Close. And one of them was stripped off, for which I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight for my panda brother out there.
Thank you.
I'm going to correct the wrongs because we know how difficult it is to have our predictions corrected. Of course, there's nothing to win. It's just that, you know, inner happiness you get. And, you know, I've been on the other side, the greener side, and I know how it feels. But again, for me, the predictions this game, you know, I've been going way rough. And I want Masala, right? I'm going with DRS. I want IHC to come back in. So my choice of prediction would be DRS. What about you?
So you went with DRS, and I personally feel like if we have another solid contender in the top 5, which is DEW, if they do get another chicken dinner, this can prove to be a really big thing. Now, they started the day off with a bang. I mean, technically, Miramar was counted as the first map. So, yeah, they started the day off with a bang. There's a chance they might end the day off with a bang, too. So, DEW, lock it in, man, from my side. Because, again, as I said, today's day has been sort of interesting. I would say DEW, they haven't been doing exceptionally. I mean, they haven't been doing, like, literally bad. But at the same time, there have been some times in some games they are doing pretty good. But sometimes they're just getting taken off while they're trying their best to fight back. So I would say there's still some sort of in that mediocre ground. But if you compare this DEW to the DEW that we saw in the league days, they're nowhere near close, man. The DEW that we saw in the league days, they were just absolutely killer. I mean, we used to call them the kryptonites of Godlike Stalwart. That's how good they were. But right now, they're definitely sometimes we are seeing that struggle in those fights.
You know, for what I've really analyzed, you know, DEW is they kind of tend to thrive in those circles that really favor them because more often than not, I mean, it's very rare chances. There's like 30 to 40% at the very maximum that like a circle kind of tends to shift down south. You know, that's at the very tops, right? But when we have those normal circles, you know, the generic ones where it kind of takes those, you know, those Rozok areas, those Gatka circles, that is where they kind of tend to choke. And the little bit of consistency has been clearly missing out of the players of the Warriors. And one of which the primary problems has been overextending in most of the situations that they kind of tend to go in. And there's those points where they kind of do not care about the zone, pay no respect. If they see bodies, they're just going after that. Even if you remember in this previous game of Miramar, we also witnessed, you know, they were in a really precarious spot. Their vehicles had been blown up, but still, they did not care. Whilst they should have been searching for better vantage points, better areas to stop and, you know, take cover, they rather prefer trying to engage in a fight. And, you know, trying to pepper down those bullets around the valleys, you really are supposed to be creating a lot of noise. And that sort of proved to be their Achilles heels yet again. I mean, they're kind of trying to stick to what they're really good at, but at this point, you need to understand that survival is also the key. Now, remember that Miramar chicken dinner they got? They were so well balanced. They were just playing like a well-oiled unit, you know, going in with the fights, pushing in tandem with each other, not overextending. And voila, they had a chicken. But after that, it's been the same old story. And I really hope they kind of get over their fears and just trying to correct the wrongs. But for now, the flight path trajectory just heading over towards military base. And again, Necro, I'm going to put you onto the spot. Do me a favor, predict the circle.
So, hold on, man. I'm really trying to calculate some stuff in my brain. And I think so. This is going to be a little bit of top right circle. I think so. It's going to be tilted a little bit on the northern side, somewhere around Yasna Poliana. That's what I really feel like the circle is going to be around. But yeah, the mystery is about to be revealed soon enough, and that's what I'm exactly waiting for. Where is the circle going to be forming towards? And I mean, it is on the right side technically, so 50%, I guess.
Kind of a reminiscence of the first game, right? The one that High Voltage did manage to win it through, and it's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, I'm kind of excited to see MABETEX because barring the Pakistani teams, MABETEX have really been climbing up the ladder today. The way they've been performing, and this game really ensures some early rotation for them. So they're going to make some quick work. But Skylightz Gaming, this is the time they need to really redeem themselves. Because can certainly say one thing for sure. This day has been completely just gone right for them. Not really worked out. Anything that could go wrong just went wrong. This is the time where they sort of redeem themselves. But DRS, they've started changing the drop spot. Again, dropping off over those northern side of the military base. Maybe just to find the vehicles and head over towards Milta. Because now, not only they have to go towards Milta, but they have to go a little bit more deeper. Try and, you know, keep that eastern side to themselves at least. Because that is how this team likes to play, right? Have your black lines cleared. Just try to focus on teams, you know, on those three directions. That 180-degree view. Not wanting the 360-degree of attention all the time. And as the circle really forms, VENOM Legends. Also another team that played really well till the final circles. Where I think High Voltage took them for a ride. I think it was Jiggle that just jaggled, you know, VENOM Legends' heads, just opening up their skulls. It's going to be really interesting to see how these teams are going to be playing this one out.
Speak of interesting things, I mean, yeah, as you said, DRS, they dropped down south, so they used to do this thing in the league days too, and from what I think why they exactly do so is because if you see the military base, right, there's only 3 teams around that vicinity, I mean, counting themselves in, so technically there's only 2 teams that can be a strong opponent in their pathways, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now, as Godlike Stalwart, they're getting picked off by the players of DRS and its rules, who has managed to find the first pick. But Top is there in the clotheslines to try and get the revenge on rules. But that seems highly unlikely as Pika is being lost out. The man who has been a pretty strong pillar for the team. This time he is the first man to go down too. Something that was completely unexpected from the side of Godlike Stalwart. And what is Top doing? Damn.
I had no idea what Pika was doing there. For sure. But kind of a nightmare for Godlike Stalwart at this point. Top trying to make that ballsy escape. Could have just walked off or walked away with murder. DRS Gaming, they have no time to waste. They really need to understand the gravity of the situation, because if they delay their entry to their drop location, then things are definitely not going to work out for them. Maybe Godlike Stalwart wanted to, you know, try and contest the vehicles. Little did they know that they would be facing DRS. And this was something that they had come unprepared. And I like these little tweaks from DRS, right? Because you're not playing to, you know, Godlike Stalwart's tunes. You know it's Godlike Stalwart. And this kind of a behavior, you know, not being intimidated by your opposition. When a lot of players kind of wet their pants when it's Godlike Stalwart in front of them, they understand they're not going through the best of their days. And now is the time when they are the weakest. Strike when the iron is hot. And they did so. And eventually just managed to take down Pika. With action, kind of really missing that, you know, hot form. And it's all right. Every player has seen those bad days. And just hoping so in GC, he really recovers.
Maybe he will. And maybe action's the man they're really trying to hold back, you know? Because sometimes there are these type of strategies that these teams really pull off. That they just try to suppress their star player. They really do not want to reveal their main card. That has happened once in the past, if you know what I'm saying, too. So, yeah, there is definitely a chance that might just be a possibility, because if you compare the way teams were playing inside the league days and then you compare with the way teams are playing right now, or even inside the grand finals, there is a big difference. And you cannot clearly notice it, but you can tell with the way these teams are playing. They seem way much more confident. They seem like they have pretty much amped up everything. They have amped up aggression. They're really not shying away from these fights. They really are just there standing tall with their chests out pretty much. They are there to take a fight no matter what. So, yeah, definitely there have been a massive improvement, or I don't exactly know. Maybe these type of strategies were really just in the back. They just wanted to reveal it on the last moment. But as we have already another knockout on the board, it's going to be the player of DEW finding an opening. Definitely going to be quite a good one too, as he was the player from the side of Regicide who was isolated all by himself. And this is what I said, when you are going to drop in some spots where you are pretty separated out from each other, there's a chance a team might just do the homework and try to capitalize. I mean, that's a free elimination point, and who doesn't want it?
Yeah, I think considering a point where all these teams have done their homework, they know exactly who's going to be waiting for them and to catch them off from which position. All comes down to the help coming in from the coaching staff. A lot of teams also do not have the luxury of doing that. You know, the underdogs, the newcomers. And you gotta work around with limited resources. When you're talking about, you know, Godlike Stalwart, the big guns, I8C, even Agonxi8, they've got so many people trying to help them out from the backlines, you know, trying to do all those, you know, crunching behind the walls while the games are going on, just constantly keeping an attention on what these teams are doing and just prepping them up. But, you know, for all the new viewers that have just tuned in recently and wondering why we're still having another game of Erangel, well, for your delight, or maybe for a few of them not, well, the first matchup for this evening was scrapped off, and for all the good reasons, because the players were sort of having some internet issues, some ping problems, and we wanted to make sure things were fair for everybody. I mean, even the teams wouldn't like winning a chicken dinner when you know your opposition is at a disadvantage. So that fair play coming in, kudos to the officials for making that happen. And hey, we all get to see yet another match of PUBG Mobile, the game that we love and adore, once more. And you know, do not get disappointed, but because this time we have pretty much a similar circle to what we really witnessed in the first game.
Imagine if that actually ends up on Lumberyard 2. That'll be crazy. Pretty much the same replication of the previous game too, or the first game. But High Voltage, the only difference is that they haven't made a rotation yet. They are the team that is making quite a late rotation. And this is where I'm really surprised, because in the first map of Erangel, High Voltage, they made sure they're really quick on their feet too to try and make a rotation. But this time, they're just way too late. They haven't moved away from Rozhawk yet. But Fixes, I had a question for you, man. Are you a car person or are you a bike person?
I'm more of a scooter guy because I do not know how to drive a car, and well, bikes really do not fancy me.
What?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just about getting from point A to point B. It does not matter what the mode of transport is.
Damn, dude.
That's another one of those gamer problems where we really do not need those flashy vehicles. It's skills, which I pretty much also am really bad at. But still, I mean, I'm here. I'm happy. I just Uber my way through. But, just not making it about me. Getting back to discussion, I think, High Voltage is doing exactly the same thing that they did in that first game. Because I was kind of in the green room just watching the map feed. And High Voltage also rotated pretty late. They were letting all these teams pass, and they fought their way in through and managed to get a chicken dinner. So they're doing something pretty similar because, that central cluster that's building up. You know what, Necro? If we have that, curveball hitting us, imagine what's going to happen to all these teams, especially Skylightz Gaming. They're going to get evaporated, just decimated in a blink of an eye.
I mean, they're still in the center, though.
Yep.
So even if there is a curveball, Skylightz Gaming, I think so there would still be somewhere. Yeah, I mean, definitely there will be a lot of threat in the back, that's for sure. So they cannot be the first one to move inside. They will need to try and wait it out at least, or at least try to hold the position they have for now. It's a tricky spot, honestly, where Skylightz Gaming is right now. But again, it's in the smack center, and if the circle does take a curveball shift away from them, they won't have to travel that far away too. So it has its own pros and cons. As we have Regicide on our screens, and as we do know, they lost out on a player. It was the players of DEW who managed to take out on that man. Ushad's been lost out. Now they're just down to a 3-man squad. Regicide, I want to see you guys trying to grief some people's game, man. Grief someone's game. Why not? Tomorrow. Maybe, okay, Team 40's there, okay.
That's something, for tomorrow, when these teams are just gonna go all out. No mercy to anybody, but Regicide just kind of in the trenches, spotting out Gravity, and kind of breaks my heart again to see one of my favorite players from Pakistan just, get picked off like that in such an open angle where he was just not aware of his surrounding, kind of oblivious of Regicide's intervention out there, just getting picked off. And Gravity being one of those players, if you watch the matches of PMPL Pakistan, he was the MVP of the grand finals. And this lad has so much in him. One of those young guns, could really compare him to the likes of maybe Yuhai in his prime.
Yeah.
The kind of plays that has those reflexes. It's all about the mindset. think that is something that he is missing. And really thought that he could just channel it through his teammates. You know, Khan, he's been one of those pillars. But clearly, you know, as a squad, T20 QWERTY have not really had the best of tournament. And they're going to be taking learning lessons from this one. But, you know, who are we to complain? A lot of those big names have fallen this time. A lot of those new names have come up. And the only constant in life is change. Of course, we know we love to see new champions being crowned, because every single year, you know, the same teams kind of gets boring at a certain point, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess sort of. But, you know, I'm a man who really likes to see domination, you know? I want to see domination at its finest. That's the type of man I am. I mean, I do understand, yes, sometimes it's just the same team over and over again, but I want to see, like, a complete one-hand domination, man. I just want to see that GigaChat team who just doesn't care about anything, who just straight up goes in and takes them down, and that reminds me of Zeus. That's how they used to be in the past, but not anymore. But as we do have Agonxi8 finding some sort of an opening against the enemy team, and it's going to be the players of High Voltage. Oh no, this is not a sort of start they really do want. High Voltage, now they're definitely going to be quite sad.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with the Clutch Maester. Jiggle just getting picked off over there. And Ghost, we know how good he is, how prolific this player is on those mid to long ranges. Does not have his mini on him though. His signature weapon has done wonders, but still somehow managing to connect on Jiggle. Secures that finish for his team, as High Voltage have now had a dent in the pursuits of trying to, you know, repeat that chicken dinner. I mean, it's still possible though, but a lot more difficult right now, as the circle has kind of really bolted away from that lumberjack hills, and has taken a little bit of that northern shift to where MABETEX are. Agonxi8 still on the periphery. It's going to be a really tough way inside the circle once it rotates, but from what I can really feel, it's going to go Magnus's way, the circle. It has still more curveballs to offer, as Cloud's just trying to spot out the players of Team Magnus. Just with that red dot though, does not have the best of loots to work around with. And Jiggle's body is way out in the open to try and go and take that risk of trying to get a scope. He's got to play with whatever he has at this moment, as I8C are pulling off a beautiful rotation, taking all that northern route, entering in from that northeastern side just behind Quantum Rage. As we've got a fighter, Med says it's going to be VENOM Legends against DE Warriors, and VENOM Legends seem to just, you know, try and back off from here, as NIRZ is trying to open up. Connects on Laser. Will he get the knock? Yes,
Evil.
he does.
That's what you call the fear. Just knocking on your doors, and even DEW, now they have a little casualty on their side. VENOM Legends, they are trying to fight back for the fallen players, but at least one of them has to be a gone case. And the man who is the closest has to be that one. VENOM Legends, now they'll try to get back towards their teammate, maybe try to get the res back upon the fallen player. Lazen, but Frag Boy got a little too ahead of himself, overextending in that scenario. Could have been the casualty too, barely survives on a sliver of health. Gangster will be confirmed, but now the entire team of DW is on a charge. They really do want to find this man and just shut him down instantly. VENOM Legends, 2 players in the front, as Susan is able to find some shots against NIRZ, but NIRZ too is taking a lot of damage, equal damage on both the sides, but NIRZ eventually finds that mark and shuts him down. Laser, he was able to patch himself up, and NIRZ really isn't even going for meds. He's going to catch Laser too. NIRZ is on fire. NIRZ wants to get the last man. Frag Boy's on and run, and this is what you call the fear of Mongolians.
Indeed it is, and NIRZ really stepping up to the occasion when it really matters. And the Warriors, you know, this really unconventional style of play, the unorthodox style of play, really sometimes working it out in their favor. Because ideally, what NIRZ did, 90% of the players would have just taken that knock and would have patched themselves up. But this man showed no fear, just playing with the minds of his opponent. Just goes out, gets that second one also. And this really sets DW apart from the remaining teams in the lobby. But more often than not, it's sort of been a double-edged sword for them. Sometimes it works out, and more often than not, it does not. And, in times like this, in situations like this, a lot of teams kind of try to stay aloof from the fights and rather focusing on those good positions inside the circles, where the Warriors are like, chuck it, we're just gonna fight our way through. just living up to their name, as Cry has managed to secure a knock on Demo. And after those first day heroics, Necro, correct me if I'm wrong, Demo hasn't really been showing up lately.
Yeah, he hasn't, man. And that's where the problem has been really lying around Demo too. I mean, I saw him even inside the league days, and even inside league days, Demo wasn't really able to activate himself, but the only time we saw Demo in his prime form was inside the grand finals of the PMPL fall split. And that's where Demo, I mean, if you remember, IT got 3 chicken dinners back-to-back on the first day.
Yep.
That's where we saw Demo at its true potential. But right now, Demo is not even close to the way he performed in those 3 games. And from what I've been noticing inside the league days of the fall split is that Demo was sort of playing a role that he was pretty much just suppressed in the back. He would not be in the front. He would not try to take a lot of fights. Pretty much almost like a support role, but we exactly know Demo is not a support role player. But that's what it seemed like.
Sort of a jack of all trades. I really feel Demo is a very versatile player, but Bishaw just trying to fight it out against T20 QWERTY. Does manage to secure that final finish on the player and just takes him out of the lobby. Has been knocked out, but hopefully should get that revival, as Regicide are in such a tough spot at this point. Bosh just trickling down those bullets. The SKS, one of my favorite DMRs. I mean, love lost for the 7.62 DMRs lately. People really preferring the Mini, as Skylightz Gaming now in real close contention against DRS. As Gyante, the lonesome survivor, still somehow pulling it out. As Dima gets knocked from elsewhere. Or is it Gyante himself? Oh, he is indeed a clutch machine. Now can just smoke around and try to get his players back up. Clearing his backlines, just making sure has that shroud cover. Creates that murky area for himself as these players just try to close in. Killer YT all by his lonesome, as he prefers just to try and get things cleaned up, and now goes towards his teammate. Can DRS just pull this through? Can they walk away with murder?
Should be able to indeed. As T2K definitely in a spot where they can't afford to take these fights, but they need to make it inside the circle. They do have a complete clear line of sight in the front, so as soon as T2K, they do start to make it inside the circle, it's going to be complete open grounds, but Quantum Rage taking a fight against I8. And the man's all by himself while the entire squad of I8's in the front. Uzum sort of separated out. It's a 3-1 split going on right now. This nade might just be on the mark, and it is! Find the mark. One player's knocked out. I8 now, of course, in a big state of discomfort. And Quantum Rage really do want to just press on that one, considering that now the Wall of Death is also moving in from the back. Ghost has to be the sacrificial lamb.
Oh, there was a chance where they could have really gone in for that fight, to clear the backlines, but I8, clearly the intentions show that they want to fight for those position points, want to get in a little bit close, and if the prize comes in the form of Ghost, then so be it. As Ghost finally falls prey, gets finished off with Ray.
Oh my god!
That spray, man. How did he pull that one off? Godlike Stalwart again caught in a mix. How are they gonna just pull that one through? They've got to get inside the circle with so many teams watching. Their direction's gonna be such an arduous task, but right now I8 in the whole world of trouble, as IQ has also been taken down. Uzum right in the open. As they get taken down, back to the server, just deleted. And now they must be just cussing themselves. Maybe they could have taken that fight against Quantum Rage. Maybe they could have survived a little bit longer, could have at least gotten those 2 elimination points extra their belt. And maybe T2K could have had their attention focused elsewhere.
But T2K right now, with just having that compound control, they're really taking advantage of that one big time. But doing so, they're also making themselves as a hot target. T2K, they're also finding knockouts against Quantum Rage, as they have managed to knock out and completely finish one man. Goku's still in the back taking shots against the players of Magnus. Now, there are, of course, a lot of teams on the edge, but there are rarely any teams inside the circle or inside the prime spot in the circle. And Skylightz Gaming, they are one of those lucky players. DRS in the outskirts around the compound's wall, where there is a lot of threat lingering around them. The backs are quite exposed. The only saving grace for the players of DRS are those smokes. Definitely things are going to now start to get even more trickier. Skylightz Gaming just inside the warehouse. They don't even need to peek out. All they can do is just chill out over here.
Right now, I mean, that's the most viable strategy because they've got to just watch out on their corners. A lot of openings to enter in through, as the museum was one of those prime positions at this point, but T2K seems to have the better of the circle, just kind of around the center right now, as TUF can really pull this one off if they kind of force a northern rotation and just strike T2K when they've got their attention diverted. But T2K have some cover, concrete one at that, as Gyante, he spotted out Jane. Just lies in wait. Does not want to ADS through. Does not want to just peek through the grass. Rather let, just try and hip fire. But Godlike Stalwart also right on their tails is Precious. He's been dealt with. But yet Oyuta, with a beautiful knock of himself from himself, in fact, finds one on bars. Nocto, one of those players alive, tries to force that revive, but he knows that it is going to be such a tough task, at least for now, as those grenades just keep on pouring. As now yet Ayuta just going in for that push. Nocto finally managing to succeed in getting that revive up. Realizes the threat coming in, but Top ensuring he gets the better out of one of those players of Elementrix, as now Regicide, they're opening it up on Precious, the last player alive. Can he see this through? No is going to be the answer, as Bar suffers the similar fate. Getting shot from two different directions, and Precious will be the one finding that knock, as Nocto, out of options, will be taken away from this game, as Precious is the last man alive in that particular fight.
Definitely right now the fights are not that much in the prime. As soon as I say that, there's the last man of Elementrix, Precious, taken away from the game, and instantly Godlike Stalwart too, just pressing on that one, getting the last man of TUF, and then Godlike Stalwart getting eliminated themselves. At this point in time, it's just pretty much a mopping crew. The teams that are alive with the solo man survivors, they're just getting mopped up and cleaned up around. DRS, they're also catching a lot of fire or return fire onto themselves. TUF now is taking the fight against the players of T2K. T2K, the threat's way too close, and they cannot afford to stay inside the spot for a long time. I mean, Legend, that was a nice smoke to block the entire enemy vision. But TUF, they themselves have another problem to deal with, and that's in the name of Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming are really just making it hurt. TUF, they're not able to find that clean rotation inside the warehouse, or at least closer to the compound wall of that warehouse. So TUF, they really just need to compromise around those little edges that they can try to play with. But the next circle definitely is favoring the players of T2K and even the players of TUF, so this is looking pretty interesting.
Indeed it is. And had the circle been SG's way, history has been a testament of the fact that they are one of the teams that loves defending their compounds. They could have easily walked off with a chicken dinner, but now this circle shift has made things a lot more exciting from here onwards, as TUF just survive with those two players. This is the point where, DRS could be looking at the prospects of actually trying to force a fight against them, but Edgar being really smart, staying on that flank angle, but not too lucky, as Delta just sniffing him out, takes him down, with Saad, the lonesome player, surviving. But at the same time, Delta has taken a fall, and DRS will have to play around this game with whatever they have remaining, and they are aware of the presence of the players of Skylightz Gaming. The other two of DRS really close the players of Skylightz. And it all comes down to how these teams are going to play things through, as Legend gets a knock onto it. Edgar finishes him through. T2K in such a good spot in winning this chicken dinner. Already 3 players alive. Rules comes out in the open, and DBS does not connect so far, but maybe the Molotov will. If it lands into perfection, Killer can be dealt with. And there you go.
Oh, it does.
DRS gets eliminated. Still at a very convincing third spot, though.
Yeah, DRS still, the consistency is there, and that's what really does matter, because they are slowly and steadily, once again, just running away with that lead. In the previous game, too, DRS managed to end things on the second note inside this game on the third spot with a decent amount of elimination points. Consistency is there on the point, and that's what you need if you're DRS at this point. As we do have Skylightz Gaming now, slowly and steadily just trying to move outside. They do have a little smoke wall made, but they don't care about the left lines, and that's where Skylightz Gaming, they make a big rookie mistake. And they fall off one after the other. Shotgun in the hands of Mafia Ninja really does want to take it up close and personal, but he's way too damaged. will try to patch himself up, but with that shotgun, he will definitely have a big chance winning this duel. Instantly pulls it out, but unfortunately whiffs that initial shot and will pretty much lose out on that chicken dinner too. T2K, what a way to capitalize on that.
Oh, indeed. And you know, what a beautiful chicken dinner for all these lads, where it literally, you know, just kind of made that a meat grinder in that situation. 3 corners, out of which, you know, Skylightz Gaming had to come out, and they had everything checked. Even if, you know, they lost out on Jane in that situation, did not really botch them much. 12 eliminations is where they sit at and get that chicken dinner and propel themselves up to that 4th spot. The second one indeed coming out for T2K, one of those teams that was coveted to be one of the strongest teams of Nepal, to be the winners of PMPL SS. Certainly starting to play like winners, think like winners, make those risks, take those risks, and they have certainly delivered when it mattered the most. And now things have gotten so much more exciting, because now it's not just about those top 3 teams. So many of them getting just themselves into it, but DRS also kind of slipping away with that lead that they are forming against IHC. But we're just going to talk more about that after this short little break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are finally done with the first and literally the last game of the evening. And first, because of course the first game was scraped off for the ones that have tuned in just recently, as T2K have managed to get the chicken dinner in this one. 4 eliminations for Jane, another experienced player, standing tall and mighty. 775 points of damage. He was impressive. Every single thing that T2K did in this particular game was something to be talked off, and they made sure they had all the angles checked, and as a result came out as the victors.
Indeed they did, man. I mean, Jane, of course, just stand true and tall to his name with 4 elimination points and 775 damage, wrapped up with 25:59 survival time. I mean, in the end, T2K, just because they had the circle right on top of them, they knew the other teams will need to take a fight to them. They don't need to take the fight to the enemy team, and that's what exactly happened. Skylightz Gaming, if they had one more smoke, I'm not sure if they had or not, but if they had one more smoke, they could have tried to create a complete smoke pathway and then maybe try to cross on over, but they did not even think off the left lines. They just started moving completely on the right lines. I'm still trying to figure out why did they do so. They could have made a split if they wanted to. They have 3 players alive. 2 players could have pushed up, and then maybe that 1 player could have tried to separate it on and provide that cover fire, but that was not the case. All 3 of them just straight up sent it.
They were like, you know, you just live once, just go YOLO. And
I love it though.
I mean, I love it, but the fans sometimes might just, you know, point fingers. But
what about high
in
voltage?
their defense, you know, what could they have done, right? Even if their smoke path was formed, they could have just been taken down. And what ideal approach could have been was, you know, try and have one of the players being just, you know, punching back, try to just throw him out as a bait, lure your enemies out, know their positions, and try and pick a trade while they're shooting at his directions. Well, that could have been an apt strategy. Maybe could have sent 2 forward and had 1 behind, but well, I mean, the IGL had different thoughts. But regardless, you know, this match did end up, you know, T2K did have the highest possibilities, especially the pivotal fight was against DRS. Once they dealt with them, because DRS were on the other side of the fence, and it was all about also the circle taking that little northern shift towards the end. Had it gone DRS's way, it was again their game. But regardless that fact, DRS managed to pull off 16 points out of this
high
one,
voltage,
in which IHC could barely just craft 2. And even Godlike Stalwart, I mean, just 9 points, it's still fine considering, you know, the kind of a run that they're having. But with now so many teams on their tails, they really need to watch out, Necro.
They indeed do, but all my heart is saying right now is high voltage. High voltage. That's all my heart is saying on the 14th spot. being on the first one, winning the entire game, and now all the way down to 14th spot. That is like complete opposite. I mean, speak of fans being salty.
It's all right, you know. Not all things in life are fair, but you know, we have to look at the bigger picture, right?
Yeah.
Of course, High Voltage did win that first game, but at the cost of what? You know, 10+ teams playing on higher pings.
High ping.
It kind of did not feel like a victory for them, and they'll understand for the best reasons, right? There are certain things that cannot be helped. You know, sometimes, you know, it's technology, right? Sometimes it does have its own ways of going haywire, but it's all right. You know, these things happen. They've seen, you know, even worse days. It's all right, not really out of a very bad position.
One more day to go.
Well, they will certainly fight back. But just now, 6 games remain. We are done with all the matches of today. But this was a pretty interesting circle, right? Especially when I kind of see Museum really coming into the mix. Gets so difficult to play around. But it all started with Godlike Stalwart, you know, having the worst nightmares turned to life with losing out on in-form Pika. I mean, at this situation, had it been action, I could have been like, yeah, it's still okay. We haven't seen him contributing a lot, but losing out on Pika at that stage kind of really hurts Necro, doesn't it?
Indeed does, man. I mean, Pika, as you mentioned, he was literally the first man to get taken out from that squad, and that's why, I mean, you did see a little bit of struggle from the side of Godlike Stalwart. I mean, again, the circle was another factor that he really just wasn't favoring them, and I feel like today, a lot of teams, they just have been completely unlucky, if you ask me. The circle just hasn't been favoring them, and of course, circle being as evil as possible, it has always been taking those drastic curveball shifts, and sometimes the team finds themselves in lucky shoes, sometimes the team really does find themselves in the unlucky shoes. But another team that I would really like to shed some light on has to be Elementrix fixes, because Elementrix inside this PMPL definitely brought in a bit of light of hope, I would say. And considering how Elementrix's run has been looking like in the entire PMPL in the past too, the downfall has been big. But inside this PMPL, we saw them qualify even for the SA Championship. And considering the fact that how the past was, I think so. This is a great thing, right?
I think Elementrix, if you talk about their storyline, they were kind of the pioneers of the Nepali PUBG Mobile, right? Especially when they had that old OG lineup which was formed by Hyozu. When he's sort of taken that managerial role and now has let the new kids come on the block, they are representing them. There was a point where Team Elementrix was a sinking ship. You know, it kind of became a team that was, you know, kind of really sought after, but never could really perform. And finally, you know, watching them deliver, watching them climb their way, qualifying for these big leagues is certainly a leap ahead. But, you know, as we take a look at the overall rankings, DRS Gaming definitely just building a sizable lead. And tomorrow, all they've got to do is just hold on. And 2 good games, I think the championship could certainly be theirs. IHC really had a good start, but towards the end, did not have a decent amount of games. But Godlike Stalwart and T2K, look at the difference, barely any. And Skylightz Gaming also did slip, but finally found some ground in this previous game. Agonxi8 are not far behind either. So till the top 6, I think the competition is still on, with DRS being one of the massive contenders. Could really, you know, just go out and say that maybe they will definitely represent in the GC, because IHC Esports and Godlike Stalwart, they've already qualified, right, for the GC. So regardless of them slipping spots, how down can they fall? I mean, unless and until, you know, the other teams like T2K, Skylightz Gaming, or maybe, you know, DE Warriors have 6 games of their lives, I don't see a world where DRS Gaming is not going to be partaking in the PMGC next.
I mean, look, right now looking at High Voltage on the latter half of the board, tomorrow it has to be the comeback of the lifetime. If they're not able to make the comeback, it's pretty much done. And considering how High Voltage has been looking like their entire run through the PMPL, I personally feel High Voltage is one of the most deserving teams inside this lobby to make it in the PMGC too. But unfortunately, as we do know, some unfortunate circumstances, they're really not able to make it up top. And again, I mean, nothing taken away from the other teams. High Voltage have screwed up a decent amount of times today as well. I mean, the consistency just hasn't been there compared to other teams. Like, we have seen some incredible performances from the top 4 today, and that's why slowly and steadily even the lead started to get compromised against the players of DRS. But again, in the final few games, DRS started performing so well, consistently and perfectly. They were able to just hammer and nail it down, and now they have a lead once again. They have pretty much crossed that 200 marks barrier, and they are pretty much sitting on the top once again with a nice cushion to play with. But today's day, ladies and gentlemen, IT Esports, definitely they had some sort of a spotlight out of themselves.
Yeah, they definitely did, you know, in those initial few games, right? Getting that one chicken dinner also today is going to be something to talk about, but the consistency that we kind of expected from them was sort of missing, and they could have done better, be honest, because in those final few games they kind of were taken down pretty early, and those 2 games that they had was one chicken dinner that came for them, and the other the 3rd position finish in Erangel. So right now at this junction where IHC are, they will have to, you know, have a, you know, day of their lives. Now we've been talking about this before that. You know, let's take a quick look at the MVP rankings, right, where Top finds himself right at the very top. Kante has lost a little bit ground, but still, the difference is not too much. Look at the damage numbers being inflicted. You know, Top has been one of those players that has been so consistent for Godlike Stalwart. You know, one of the pillars that never, you know, seems to tremble or shake or break when you ideally also see action. But we all know, right, in our professional players, no matter it's sports or esports, we have that little dip. And Action is going through some rough time. I'm pretty sure by the PMGC, I'm hopeful that he makes a comeback. But Kante, what a find has this lad been, right? Especially with the kind of magical plays that this lad pulls off. And I think one of which was that fight against Skylightz Gaming, where he was all by his lonesome, but still held on to the fort and did not have cover enough, just that fence. Still managed to defend, still managed to revive all his teammates, and got his team a top 3 position. Shows how good this player is and how well he can handle the worst of situations. But today's day had been pretty mixed up. We cannot just say it was a Mongolian day or a Nepali day, because the Pakistanis also managed to find 2 chicken dinners. And IHC getting that success in Erangel, a 3rd position, another in Erangel, and the Warriors starting things off in Miramar with that chicken dinner. Sort of kind of a little spread out. But Mongolians did eventually come out with that final laugh if you talk about domination, because 3 games were won out of Mongolian teams. The Nepalis were a little behind, but still, they were quite consistent though.
I mean, speak of the consistency, yeah, I mean, DRS, that is like the burning torch consistency right now. And I'm really happy for even MABETEX Esports that they got a chicken dinner today, considering how the run was looking like for the side of MABETEX. I'm personally really happy. As you said, even I8, they got a chicken dinner today. That is a big thing too. Magnus Esports, we had a conversation before the show even started, how we saw some semblance of life yesterday, and they were finally able to capitalize on that momentum and pretty much just swing in the perfect way. So they got the chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. But again, Sanhok is known sort of to get those type of varieties in today. So in general, Magnus, they did a great job in capitalizing. But today's day, as you mentioned, it wasn't just dominated by one particular region. We saw a lot of varieties today.
Yeah, indeed we did. And what lies tomorrow is just final 6 games more. And we have seen IHC, you know, being on the tails of a lot of teams. I think there was one iteration of the SC Championship where you remember, right? It was back then, I guess, on Stalwart, I think Zeus, when Zeus was just playing. It was Astra Academy, and Astra was just on the verge of winning that entire thing, and it was that final game that decided it all. And it was now or never. I still remember Zeus decided to drop at Nova Ripnoi and try to settle the scores, try to take them out early, but you know, Astra Academy back then kind of saw it through and just, you know, fended Zeus off. And, you know, IHC is one of those teams that is never scared to take those risks. But I think it's just Godless right now. You know, we still have Icy there with him, but kind of missing out on Zol and Abu. But, you know, with Demo in the mix, can actually anticipate, you know, IHC trying to take a few drops on DRS, trying to, you know, just it's now or never. And, you know, to top it all, the cherry on the top of the cake before I hype things up, well, IHC has already qualified for GC. And all they're fighting for is the prize money right now. But DRS, they're fighting for everything. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, today was definitely a long day, especially for Necro, because he was, of course, having an itchy throat, and I know how difficult it gets to cast. And please do show him some love on his socials. Just, message, we love you, Necro. We certainly do. Send him some food over, or maybe some soup. But that being said, we're gonna go and both call it a night. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.